This video is crafted to aid in your relaxation or to help you drift into slumber. If you frequently revisit these videos but haven't yet subscribed, please consider doing so now before we proceed. If you plan to fall asleep while watching this video, take a moment to introduce yourself in the comments or simply say hello. Your comments genuinely make a difference. Additionally, if you haven't done so already, liking the video and subscribing means a great deal. It's amazing to see viewers tuning in from all corners of the globe, and for that, I thank you once more. Get comfortable, dim the lights, pour yourself a glass of water, and ensure the door is locked. Don't forget to drop a greeting in the comments section. Now, it's time to close your eyes. On a fiercely cold winter's night, I found myself in a situation that would send shivers down any parent's spine. My two young children sat trembling in the backseat of our car as I endeavored to remain calm. We were stranded on a snow-laden road, miles away from the nearest town. The car's engine had wheezed and then given out entirely some time ago, and my phone had no signal. Desperation hung in the frigid air as I tried to reassure my kids that assistance was on the way. I had contacted a tow truck, but what seemed like hours had passed since then, and the icy darkness was unyielding. Just as all hope of rescue seemed to fade, a pair of headlights emerged in the distance, steadily growing brighter. Relief flooded through me as a man arrived in a pickup truck, his breath visible in the frosty night air. "Looks like you folks could use some assistance," he called out, his voice friendly, yet something about the situation made me wary. I was reluctant, but the thought of my children suffering in the cold urged me to accept his help. "Yes, thank you," I responded, attempting to mask my unease. "We've already called a tow truck, but it's taking its time." The man wasted no time and opened the hood of my car, immediately beginning to tinker with the engine. His hands moved deftly, almost too swiftly, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As the minutes stretched into what felt like an eternity, he turned his attention to my children. "You know, it's pretty darn cold out here," he remarked, glancing at them with a warm smile. "Why don't you let them sit in my truck? It's nice and warm inside." I hesitated, glancing at my children, who were nearly blue from the cold, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. "No, thank you, we're okay," I stammered, trying to summon some courage. But the man was persistent, insisting that it was the best thing for them. "It won't be long, just until I get this fixed up," he assured me, his smile unwavering. "I've got hot chocolate in the truck, they'll love it." The children began to whine, their tiny voices filled with discomfort, and I felt a lump forming in my throat. "All right, just for a little while," I conceded, my heart pounding in my chest as my son and daughter climbed into the stranger's truck. I watched anxiously from a distance as minutes dragged on, feeling like hours, while the man continued to work on my car. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously amiss, and my mind raced with dark scenarios. The children, wrapped in the stranger's blankets, seemed unaware of the unsettling atmosphere that had descended upon us. They giggled and chatted about how cozy and warm the truck felt. My daughter even mentioned how lovely it would be to spend the night in a comfortable bed instead of the cold car. The stranger, who had been tinkering with my car engine, suddenly looked up and said, "You know, the nearest town is only about a half-hour drive from here. I'd be more than happy to take your kids there, give them a warm meal, and a place to sleep for the night. It's not safe for them to stay out here." My heart raced as my children's faces lit up with excitement. They began pleading with me to let them go. Their voices filled with innocence and trust. "Mom, please, it'll be fun," my son exclaimed. Despite the freezing cold that still clung to me, a chill of a different kind ran down my spine. I absolutely detested everything about this situation. I needed to protect my children, but letting them drive away with a stranger was obviously not an option, nor was freezing to death. They weren't helping the situation at all. I hated how naive they were, and I hated how they ignored my attempts to communicate through serious stares that we were in a perilous situation. The stranger's insistence, combined with my children's growing enthusiasm, created an agonizing dilemma. I mustered all the politeness I could. I nodded and responded, "Thank you so much for your offer, but the tow truck is expected to arrive shortly, and then we'll be on our way. We wouldn't want to inconvenience you any further." The man's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing slightly as he regarded me with a trace of frustration. "Ma'am, I'm just trying to help. It's not safe for your kids out here in the cold. I assure you, I'm a good guy," he insisted. The standoff continued, my heart pounding in my chest as the tension mounted. The stranger's persistence conflicted with my protective instincts, fueling an overwhelming need to shield my children from any potential danger that might be hidden behind his seemingly generous offer. As the minutes slipped by, the children continued to shiver despite the warmth of the stranger's truck. I could no longer ignore their discomfort. Striving to maintain a calm demeanor, I told them, "It's time to return to our car. The tow truck should arrive shortly." The children reluctantly agreed, and we climbed out of the stranger's truck, expressing our gratitude for his assistance. As we made our way back to our car, the man's gaze lingered on us. He appeared disappointed but chose not to press further. I hurriedly ushered the kids back into the car and locked the doors. Once we had settled in, the distant hum of a tow truck's engine reached our ears. The tow truck arrived, its headlights piercing the darkness like a beacon of hope. The driver, a burly man with a kind face, jumped out and began working on my car. As he did so, he glanced at me and the stranger nearby. "You're lucky I got here as quickly as I did," he remarked with a reassuring nod. His tone was grave as he spoke. "You know this road isn't safe after dark. It's wiser to remain in your vehicle." The stranger's demeanor shifted abruptly. His affable grin disappeared, replaced by an expression of steely resolve. Without uttering another word, he hopped into his truck and raced off into the snowy night, leaving me with an unsettling sense of foreboding. With my children safely beside me in our car, on our journey to recovery, the dread that had loomed over me earlier began to dissipate. Though the late-night drive home remained chilly, it felt significantly less menacing than the eerie encounter we had just endured. As we finally left that desolate stretch of road behind, I couldn't help but ponder what might have happened if we had accepted the stranger's offer to take the kids with him in his truck. The mere thought made my stomach churn, and I realized we had narrowly avoided a potentially dangerous situation. The most troubling aspect of the entire ordeal was my children's lack of awareness regarding the situation. They had been so eager to go with a stranger. I resolved to make a concerted effort to educate them about hazardous situations and emphasize that when their mother looks at them with a serious expression and instructs them to do something, they must listen and comply. I had been conversing with this girl online for several weeks, and she seemed like the ideal match for me. So when she proposed we meet at her place, situated in the middle of nowhere, I found the adventure irresistible. My GPS had guided me through the maze of back roads with the eyes of an exciting encounter. As I sensed I was closing in on her location, I rounded yet another bend and unexpectedly found myself in the midst of a seemingly deserted junkyard. Rusted, old cars and dilapidated buildings loomed ominously in the darkness, with only the faint glow of my headlights and the moonlight providing any illumination. Confusion quickly morphed into fear as it dawned on me that I had arrived at the wrong place. Panic surged through me when the harsh glare of headlights suddenly emerged behind me. A group of burly men, their faces obscured by shadows, blocked my path and encircled my truck. One of them, evidently the leader, approached my window, his eyes brimming with suspicion. "What the hell are you doing here, boy? This is private property," he demanded. My words came tumbling out in a rush as I hastily explained my predicament, that I was supposed to meet someone nearby but my GPS had misguided me. They exchanged glances, their suspicion transforming into a sinister grin. Sure, the leader replied, "but you see, we've been having some trouble with trespassers lately. Can't be too careful, you know." His companions chuckled menacingly. Without another word, I threw my car into reverse and backed out of there as swiftly as I could, my heart pounding wildly. I turned the car around faster than I thought possible and fumbled with the GPS, desperately trying to instruct it to guide me home. The men continued to shout at me as I sped away, but my troubles were far from over. My GPS, unable to keep pace with my frantic escape, soon led me onto an even narrower road. Darkness engulfed me as I ventured deeper into the woods, my anxiety causing my leg to tremble uncontrollably. My hands trembled, barely able to execute the simplest of tasks, as I found myself utterly lost with no cell service and not a trace of civilization in sight. Just when it seemed like nothing could be more hopeless, a deer suddenly leapt from the shadows onto the road, as if taunting my despair. Panic surged through me, and I slammed on the brakes, screeching almost to a complete halt. Yet, the deer seemed unfazed, casually continuing its slow prance down the road. It was then that I realized the men from the junkyard, the ones I had hoped to avoid, had caught up. Their truck loomed ominously close behind me, and they leaned heavily on the horn, hurling curses my way. A sense of dread washed over me, convincing me that escape might be impossible. Desperation drove me to follow the deer, inching along at a snail's pace and silently begging the creature to step aside. Instead, it maintained its position, monopolizing the road for what felt like an eternity. The longer it remained in front of me, the more its form morphed into something out of a nightmare, resembling a demon from Norse mythology. Its antlers twisted upwards like human arms reaching for the heavens. My heart raced as I monitored its every movement. Meanwhile, the men behind me were relentless, closing the gap with each passing moment, their shouts growing louder and more hostile. The tension was suffocating. I was trapped between the deer blocking my path and the aggressive group gaining on me from behind. The narrow road seemed to stretch endlessly, and with every ticking second, my mind conjured a myriad of gruesome scenarios of how this might end. The men in the truck were beginning to press against the back of my car, heightening my sense of impending doom. From the trunk of my car, and the roar of their engine, eager to force me off the road, filled the air. Panic surged through me as I started honking at the deer. I even considered abandoning my vehicle and escaping into the shadows, but I realized that would be futile. They would catch up to me in mere moments. As we continued our dreadful journey along that terrible road, the deer suddenly bounded to the side, vanishing into the thick underbrush. Seizing the chance, I accelerated. Glancing in my rear-view mirror, I saw the deer leap back out, directly in front of their truck. They slammed on the brakes, shouting frantically at the deer to move. I was certain they had no qualms about killing a deer, but colliding with it at that low speed would likely only infuriate it, not to mention the potential damage to their vehicle. Without a moment's hesitation, I sped down the remainder of the road, hitting every bump without caring about the state of my car. I drove for what seemed like hours, my heart still racing, until I finally stumbled upon a small town. There, I regained my bearings and eventually found my way to the nearest motel. It was only after I locked the door behind me that I felt safe enough to breathe. As I lay in bed, trying to process the night's events, I couldn't help but ponder the deer. Was its appearance merely a coincidence, a bizarre twist of fate? Or did it have some awareness of the situation, sensing my fear, leading me away from danger, and preventing them from pursuing me? I had almost entirely forgotten about my dog. To genuinely share my passion for motorcycles, but there was an underlying intensity in his gaze that made me uneasy. After a short conversation, I excused myself, hoping he would take the hint and leave. As I filled up my tank, I couldn't shake the feeling that his interest in me was more than just casual curiosity. Once I finished at the pump, I mounted my bike, eager to get back on the road and put some distance between us. Yet, as I sped away, I noticed him trailing behind me. My heart raced with a mix of fear and annoyance. Was he simply heading in the same direction, or was there a more sinister motive behind his actions? I tried to lose him by taking a series of random turns through the city streets, each one more convoluted than the last. The adrenaline coursed through my veins as I navigated the labyrinth of roads, hoping he would eventually give up the chase. Yet, no matter how many turns I took, he remained in my rearview mirror, a persistent shadow that refused to fade. The comfort I once felt on my bike was now overshadowed by a growing sense of dread. The freedom of the open road had turned into a nightmare. My mind raced with possibilities. Was he part of the junkyard group I had encountered before, or was this an entirely new threat? The uncertainty gnawed at me as I continued to ride, searching for a safe place to seek refuge. Eventually, I spotted a crowded diner at the edge of town. I pulled into the parking lot, hoping that the presence of people would deter him. As I parked my bike and entered the bustling eatery, I glanced back, relieved to see him finally peeling away, disappearing down the road. The tension in my shoulders slowly eased, but the experience left me shaken. I sat at the counter, grateful for the temporary sanctuary the diner provided. As I sipped my coffee, I reflected on the events of the evening. I couldn't help but wonder if the woman I had matched with on the app had somehow orchestrated this encounter, or if it was all just a coincidence. Whatever the case, the experience reaffirmed my decision to steer clear of dating apps and remain cautious in my interactions with strangers. Show that there were no hard feelings. He seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me, yet I couldn't shake the sensation that he was being somewhat too assertive. I nodded and kept my replies brief, hoping he would eventually lose interest and ride off into the sunset. However, that wasn't part of his plan. After refueling our tanks, he jumped back onto his motorcycle and revved the engine, signaling his intent to follow me. A sense of unease began to creep in as I realized this stranger intended to ride alongside me. This wasn't entirely unfamiliar. I had occasionally ridden side by side with other bikers until we each went our separate ways. But I was on my way home, and I didn't wish to be trailed. As the miles passed, he continued to ride beside me, occasionally attempting to impress me with a wheelie or a sudden burst of speed. It wasn't overly unsettling, just persistently present. I decided it was time to lose him. Knowing my bike and its capabilities well, I accelerated, speeding away from him. The wind roared past me as I pushed my bike to its limits. Still, he caught up again, and I realized losing him wasn't going to be easy. I chose to pull over, and he stopped next to me, a wide grin on his face as if we had been engaging in a playful game. He removed his helmet, looking quite pleased with himself. I informed him that I was heading home and that perhaps I'd see him around. He continued to smile and assured me he'd ensure I got back safely. I wasn't in the mood for this, and I kind of snapped, telling him directly that I was fine and didn't need an escort. As I started to leave, I gave him a wave, one last effort to show that there were no hard feelings. It was unmistakably clear that I was saying goodbye and wanted to be left alone. As he set his helmet down, it took him some time to prepare. I managed to put some significant distance between us, and when I glanced back, I saw him far behind, desperately trying to catch up. Adrenaline coursed through my veins as I sped along the winding roads, but the relentless rider refused to give up. He was closing in rapidly, the roar of his engine growing louder, and I realized I needed to make a decision. Up ahead, the road took a sharp turn, and I had to decelerate to navigate it safely. That's when he spotted his opportunity to overtake me. He revved his engine and surged forward, but misjudged the turn. Before I knew it, he slammed into the wall with a thunderous crash. My heart pounded in my chest as I watched in shock. He flew over the barrier, vanishing into the darkness. Without a moment's hesitation, I screeched to a halt and rushed to the edge. I pulled out my flashlight and shone it into the water, desperately trying to locate him. It was nearly pitch black, and I could hardly see how far he had gone. All I knew was that I had seen him fly straight ahead, clearly landing in a river. However, it was extremely wide and visibility was minimal. I shouted for him while fumbling with my phone to call for assistance. The river was moving swiftly, and by the time help arrived, he could have been miles downstream. I remained there for hours that night, searching for the stranger and desperately hoping we would find him. An overwhelming sense of guilt weighed on me. One moment, I had been racing away from him. All I desired next was to see him alive and well. I still grapple with the notion that it was my fault. I didn't even give him a chance to explain why he was heading in the same direction as I was. They never did recover his body. That river has claimed numerous lives over the years, and I feel as though I contributed to that count. My name is Danny, and I was 19 when this occurred. I lived with my parents and longed for independence, so I purchased a car with my savings and eventually landed a job at UB Breasts. Their advertisements were everywhere, proclaiming it as an easy way to earn money with flexible hours. All one needed to do was cover the cost of fuel. A few friends had told me how great it was, so I decided to go through the sign-up process and give it a try. However, the reality turned out to be quite different. Driving around on a tight schedule rendered the job rather stressful, and the payouts were often minimal. If you didn't snag the orders with high tips or payouts, you'd barely earn enough to cover the fuel expenses. Being a teenager, I only needed to manage my car payments and insurance, so I didn't require a fortune, but it did feel like I was being shortchanged given the time and effort involved. I pushed the idea of finding another job to the back of my mind because I was a bit lazy, but everything changed after a particular incident. I accepted an order from KFC and set off to deliver it to the customer's location. It was quite a large order, enough for perhaps 4 or 5 people, but the payment for this delivery was significantly higher than usual. The tip was $2, which was unheard of. The app informs you of your earnings when you accept an order, showing the payment amount as you proceed to the destination. While en route, I received a text through the UBS app. The customer was inquiring about my location. The app indicated the delivery would take around 30 minutes, but I was on schedule to arrive in about 15. They could literally track my live location, so I was baffled by their inquiry. Seeing no reason to pull over and respond, I continued driving, knowing I'd arrive in roughly 5 minutes. Just moments later, they sent another impatient message, questioning why it was taking so long. I had picked up the order only a few minutes earlier, and they could see this on the app, so it's not like I was running late. I dismissed the strange messages, speculating that it might be a mistake on their part, or perhaps they were intoxicated or just seeking attention. I was familiar with the area reasonably well, though I hadn't often ventured into this particular part of town. It was what one might refer to as the Hood, a rather rough neighborhood with gang activity and sparse police presence. Most people avoided the area, but having driven through a few times, I knew it wasn't excessively dangerous. The delivery was to an apartment complex, and as I neared the location, I noticed many people watching me. After parking my car, I checked my phone to find another message laden with harsh language, urging me to hurry up. I typically keep my phone on the stand within view. I was aware of the delivery instructions, but I sensed that leaving it out in the open was a poor choice, so I decided to take it with me. The instructions mentioned entering the building and delivering it directly to the customer's apartment, which seemed a bit unusual, but I assumed they simply didn't want to come down. I pressed the button for the apartment number and was buzzed in. As I ascended the stairwell, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. People were strewn about throughout the building, and I had to step over a woman who had passed out on the stairs. I seriously considered just dropping the bag and fleeing. When I reached the apartment door, a voice from inside instructed me to come in. I hesitated momentarily, puzzled as to why they couldn't just come and retrieve it themselves. However, I was on the clock and eager to complete the delivery. I entered the apartment, and as the door closed behind me, I realized my blunder. The room was shrouded in darkness, with the sole source of illumination coming from a gigantic TV mounted on the wall. As I glanced around, I noticed a few dubious-looking individuals. I offered them the bag, and they regarded me with disdain. The man who appeared to be in charge gestured for someone else to take it from me. He began circling me as I stood there, utterly immobilized. I had no idea what I was doing or how I had ended up in such a perilous situation. Without delay, he started probing me, asking what I had. I explained that I only had the food and needed to leave. He chuckled and instructed me to sit down, leaving me feeling completely trapped. At this juncture, he began interrogating me about the reason for my delay and inquired about how I could compensate for it. I mentioned that I could return the tip, which caused him to become agitated. "Tip? What tip? I didn't leave you any tip," he exclaimed. Foolishly, I retrieved my phone to demonstrate that he had indeed given a $20 tip. He snatched the phone from my grasp, declaring that he would be claiming the refund. Everyone around started laughing, leaving me utterly humiliated in front of them, and I felt completely helpless. I meekly requested my phone back, but considering I'm not the most imposing figure, I was genuinely trying to avoid why escalation. When he refused, I resigned myself to the situation. He then seated himself and began rummaging through the bag, selecting the food he desired. Glancing over at me, he questioned my lingering presence, abruptly leaping up and brandishing a knife as he did so. I quickly apologized and made a hasty retreat towards the door, sprinting down the stairs. In my rush, I nearly stumbled over an unconscious woman on my way out. I jumped into my car and drove away faster than I ever had before, seeking a safe place. Once I reached a secure location, I broke down in tears, my body trembling and hyperventilating. I was a complete wreck. What was I thinking, entering someone's apartment like that, especially in such a place? I'd been explicitly told never to go inside anywhere, yet all I could focus on was that generous tip. Upon arriving home, I recounted the incident to my parents. They were incredibly supportive and relieved that I was unharmed, but they were also furious that I had disregarded their advice about entering such places. Path through the more isolated regions. We had managed to lock the phone remotely, rendering it mostly unusable, but I accepted that I would never see it again. Weeks later, after acquiring a new phone, I discovered that Uber had also suspended my account. According to them, the order was not delivered, and from their perspective, it seemed like I had vanished with the food and never returned. As a result, the customer received a full refund and complimentary food, while I lost both my phone and my job. It was a tough experience, but I was thankful to have escaped without harm. I lost interest in being a delivery driver after that incident and instead secured a position at a restaurant. Earlier this year, I borrowed my dad's Tesla to visit my aunt, who lived in the countryside. As a 24-year-old, I relished the experience of driving, particularly in my dad's car, so I was pleased he allowed me to take it. The journey took me through some rather secluded areas, but the drive itself was quite pleasant. On the way, I passed through a small town that had a charging station for the Tesla. While recharging, I drew a lot of attention. Evidently, electric vehicles were a rarity in that region, and people were curious. The rest of the trip proceeded smoothly, and I spent a few days relaxing with my aunt. Eventually, I decided to return home on a bright and sunny afternoon. I embarked on the journey around 3 p.m. Initially, I navigated through a bustling town, followed by some serene suburban neighborhoods. As I retraced my route, I soon found myself once more on the path through the more isolated regions. A long, narrow highway stretched out before me, winding endlessly into the distance. The journey was tranquil, yet as the hours slipped by, I felt my energy waning. To stave off drowsiness, I cranked up the radio, letting the music blare in hopes it would invigorate me. I squinted at the road, striving to maintain focus, and that's when I noticed a faint glimmer of light far ahead. It was the reflection of my car's headlights bouncing off another vehicle parked by the roadside. As I drew nearer, it became clear that the car was deserted. The darkness, coupled with the tinted windows, added to the eerie atmosphere. This area was quite isolated, and the idea of being stranded there was disconcerting. The closest town lay an hour's drive behind me. I pressed on, staying vigilant in case someone was lurking nearby. A few minutes later, a blindingly bright light appeared in my rearview mirror. The intense glare prevented me from seeing the vehicle itself, only their dazzling headlights. They seemed to be closing in, so I eased off the accelerator, assuming they would soon pass me. However, as I continued along the road, something alarming appeared up ahead. Another car was stationed right in the middle of the road, completely obstructing my path. Its lights were off, rendering it nearly invisible until I was almost upon it. I slammed on the brakes the moment I comprehended the situation. The lights in my rearview mirror grew even brighter, and I could hear the rumble of an approaching vehicle behind me. In a bid to escape the predicament, I decided to turn my car around, but when I glanced back, another car was parked diagonally. Ali fell behind me, effectively cutting off any chance of escape. Suddenly, everything clicked in my mind. I heard the car doors around me opening and closing, and panic surged through my veins. Without a second thought, I swerved off the road and into the trees, trying to circumvent the barriers and reach the opposite side of the road, past the parked vehicles. I was so focused on dodging trees and preventing my car from getting stuck that I didn't even check if the people were pursuing me. About 10 seconds after leaving the road, a gunshot echoed. I glanced back and saw they were indeed following me. The bullet struck somewhere in front of my car, and fear mixed with adrenaline coursed through me as I continued to weave along the twisted dirt path. Another shot rang out, this time hitting the rear of my car. I drove like a madman, speeding through the narrow spaces between the trees, desperately trying to shake them off. My Tesla was remarkably adept at handling the nearly off-road adventure I was forcing it through. Eventually, I realized I had lost them, but I didn't slow down until I reached the highway again. It took about 10 minutes of driving before I regained enough cell phone reception to contact the police. The attackers never caught up, and as far as I know, they were never apprehended. To this day, I can't help but wonder about their elaborate setup. Had they spotted me in an expensive car and hastily concocted a plan? Was it the guys I had spoken to while charging my car? I had mentioned to them that I was planning to head back through. In the span of a few days, it deeply troubles me not knowing, but as you might guess, I'm no longer permitted to drive my father's Tesla. My name is Christine, and I was 23 years old when this unforgettable New Year's Eve story unfolded. I was out with my cherished dog, Max, just a few hours shy of midnight. I decided to take him for a brief walk before preparing for the festivities. Max was typically well-mannered and adept at navigating without a leash, so I chose to let him roam freely for a moment to savor the brisk air as we ambled through our neighborhood. The evening was electric with anticipation as people throughout the town readied themselves for the upcoming New Year's celebrations. The streets were adorned with vibrant decorations, and the atmosphere was thick with excitement. As Max and I strolled along the sidewalk, He sniffed around contentedly, reveling in the night's aromas. The night was still in its infancy, and chaos had yet to rear its head. Little did I know, everything would shift in the blink of an eye. It was at that moment that the first firework burst in the sky, illuminating the darkness with dazzling colors and a thunderous boom. Instinctively, I reached for Max, pulling him close, but it was too late. The unexpected noise startled him, and in the blink of an eye, he broke free from my grasp and dashed down the street. I called his name desperately, but he didn't react. The barrage of fireworks drowned my pleas, and I watched in distress as he vanished into the night. My heart pounded as I realized I needed to find him amidst the pandemonium of the festivities. I spent ages. After hours of driving around the neighborhood in search of my dog, the fireworks continued to illuminate the sky, and the noise was overwhelming. It was challenging to concentrate amidst the dazzling lights and booming explosions, but I had to find him. If I was distracted by the fireworks, then he was undoubtedly experiencing a nightmare. At every corner I turned and on every street I drove through, I called out his name, desperate to bring him back home and protect him from the fireworks. The celebration surrounded me, yet my sole focus was on finding my furry companion. I informed my friends and family that I wouldn't be joining them, as I was busy searching for my dog. A few of them offered to help look for him, but even if they did find him, I wasn't sure he would willingly go with them. Finally, as I turned onto a dimly lit street, I noticed a crowd gathered around a public bus, as if there was some kind of commotion. My heart soared with hope. I parked the car and hurried toward the crowd. From their chatter and body language, I could sense they were reacting to an animal on the bus. I pushed my way to the door and climbed aboard. There he was, cowering in a corner, barking frantically at every firework that whistled through the sky. I spoke to him softly, and he recognized my voice. The fireworks continued to explode, but I was unfazed. I reached down and scooped him up, cradling him in my arms. He nestled against my chest, seeking solace from the terrifying night. I thanked everyone for their attempts to help him and quickly returned to my car, with him safely in my embrace. Holding Max securely, the drive home was much quieter, with the sound of fireworks slowly receding into the distance. Max had been found, and the night could finally settle into a peaceful close with both of us safe and sound. I sat in the car with him, watching the fireworks through the window. The bright lights that had once frightened him now seemed to sparkle in celebration of our reunion. It was a New Year's Eve we would never forget, one that sent me on a frantic late-night drive in search of my best friend. Many years ago, I used to work the night shift at a hotel in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. During the season, it wasn't too bad, mostly catering to families and tourists. We had on-site security back then. However, the off-season, the winter months, presented a different scenario. The affordable weekly rates we offered attracted quite a few unsavory characters. The idea was to generate income during the off-season by renting to snowbirds, older, retired individuals who came to the beach for about a month during the winter. Unfortunately, it didn't always pan out that way. The low prices enabled a less than desirable crowd to become long-term residents. Over the years, I encountered more than my fair share of meth labs, broken up physical altercations, and more during those winter months. Working the night shift introduced me to some intriguing individuals. The cold weather meant some homeless people would come in to warm up and snag some free coffee. Technically, I wasn't supposed to allow it, but I couldn't bring myself to be unkind. I would let them have a coffee and warm up for a bit, as long as they didn't cause any trouble, as you can imagine. Working the night shift during the winter often led to some bizarre and occasionally eerie tales. I've accumulated quite a few over time, but this particular one stands out because it didn't conclude favorably for me. Up to that moment, the evening had been fantastic. I had attended an indie wrestling show with my closest friend before heading to work. I had even agreed to start an hour earlier the following night to cover for a young woman who worked the second shift, in exchange for her staying an hour late for me. Ironically, that night, I met Terry Funk, a wrestling legend renowned for his hardcore matches. Little did I realize I was about to encounter this kind of brutality in real life. My shift was supposed to start at midnight because she was covering an hour for me, but I usually began at 11 p.m. I counted the register, and she filled me in on the events of her shift, as was customary. As she was leaving, my friend Andrew arrived. He worked second shift maintenance at this hotel and the other two hotels owned by our company. He often dropped by after his shift to grab some food for us, and we would play World of Warcraft on our laptops after eating, especially since business was slow. He was just collecting my money for the food and preparing to leave. I was enthusiastically telling him about the amazing time I had at the wrestling show and showing off my Terry Funk t-shirt, of which I was very proud. As I was walking into the back office to put the shirt away, I heard the doorbell, signaling that a customer had entered. It's true what they say. Ask not for whom the bell tolls, it tolls for thee. I turned around when I heard someone shout loudly, but I still couldn't discern what had been said. I had just reached the doorway when I witnessed Andrew collapsing in front of me. The next thing I knew, a man came around the corner and struck me on the head with a short steel pipe. The blow disoriented me, and I fell to the ground. Before I could react, he hit me again with the pipe. Suddenly, I heard another man, whom I hadn't noticed before, panicking because he feared one of us had run to fetch a police officer. They fled through the door. I finally managed to get back on my feet and attempted to call the police from the phone in the back office, but it was malfunctioning. Overcome with frustration, I slammed my fist down. I was in pain, terrified, and really freaking out as I realized they might return. I dashed to lock the door. Not knowing where Andrew had gone worried me. I dialed 911 and began to notice the blood streaming down my head. I informed the operator that I had been attacked and urgently needed both an officer and an ambulance. Then I contacted Travis, the hotel manager, to report the incident. At first, he thought I was joking, as we often pranked each other when bored. Eventually, I convinced him of my sincerity, and he assured me he was on his way. The police and ambulance arrived, and I opened the door. It was then that I discovered that after they had ambushed him and knocked him down, Andrew had somehow managed to leap over the desk and escape. He bolted out just as a cop was arriving. As I was driving by, I desperately waved to flag down a passing car for assistance. Eventually, I found myself in the emergency room of the hospital, where I required 10 staples in my scalp and received morphine to alleviate the pain. After my treatment, I had no means of returning home. Fortunately, the doctor and nurses took compassion on me and covered the cost of a cab ride. My intention was to return to work since it was December, and Christmas was approaching. With 3 children to support, I needed every hour I could get. Upon my return to the hotel, I encountered Ted, the IT specialist, who was there with his wife Barbara, who also worked at the front desk. She was visibly shocked to see me, having assumed I would still be hospitalized. I had believed I was struck on the head only once after being punched, but the footage Ted was retrieving for the police painted a different picture. After I hit the ground, the assailant struck me not once, but a total of 10 times. I repeatedly attempted to grab the pipe and stand up, though I don't recall these efforts, likely due to the force of the blows. The attacker continued to punch and hit me with the pipe until his accomplice informed him that Andrew had escaped and alerted the authorities. The pair then fled the scene. I was accommodated at a different hotel, and Ted and Barbara kindly gave me a ride there since I was in no condition to drive due to the morphine. They also generously granted me a paid week off to recover. For additional safety, they transferred me to the night shift at the other hotel for a month, just in case I was the specific target of the attack. We never discovered the motive behind the assault, but the police speculated it might have been an attempted strong-arm robbery thwarted by Andrew's intervention. The unexpected assault left me deeply unsettled, especially since I was at another hotel at the time. When I returned to work the night shift, the lingering anxiety was palpable. Every time the doorbell rang, I tensed up. Quitting wasn't an option because, as I mentioned, I was supporting 3 children. To my knowledge, the perpetrators were never apprehended. Approximately 2 months later, while I was on the second shift, a detective visited. He showed me several mugshots and inquired if any of the faces seemed familiar. Everything had happened so quickly that I hadn't gotten a good look at them. I had watched the surveillance footage, which wasn't of the best quality, yet 2 of the individuals looked strikingly familiar. When I pointed them out, he questioned the certainty of my identification. I admitted I was about 85% sure. He then raised his voice, asking if I wanted someone incarcerated for attempted murder on an 85% certainty. His reaction stunned me into silence. I was the victim, attacked without provocation, and yet it felt like he was blaming me. I was too busy defending myself to get a clear view of my assailants. I've since left the night shift at the hotel, relieved to be done with such a perilous environment. Night shifts at hotels can indeed be hazardous, and after that harrowing ordeal, I knew it was time for a change. For a while, the memories of that night haunted me. The overwhelming vulnerability, the physical pain from the assault, and the persistent questions about the attacker's intentions weighed heavily on my mind. However, as time passed, I gradually began to heal both physically and emotionally. I secured a new job with more favorable working hours. The situation, I might have found some peace. However, the events of that night remain an enigma. After enduring a tumultuous period, I eventually found myself in a position that allowed me to spend more quality time with my children. The sense of safety and security, which had been violently disrupted during that harrowing evening, slowly began to return. Life continued, and I decided to leave the hotel industry behind. Through this experience, I realized that sometimes prioritizing your well-being is more important than financial pursuits. My new role enabled me to support my family while achieving a more balanced work-life dynamic. The motivations behind that night's attackers remained a mystery, as they were never apprehended, leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions and unsolved puzzles. Nevertheless, I made a conscious decision not to linger on the past and instead focus on a promising future. Although the scars on my scalp serve as a physical reminder of that distressing night, they also symbolize my resilience and capacity to overcome adversity. It was a chapter of my life that had concluded, and I was resolute in my desire to craft a safer and happier narrative for myself and my family. I must begin by clarifying that I do not subscribe to beliefs in ghosts or any other type of supernatural phenomena. This is not an attempt to persuade anyone of their existence. Rather, I maintain an open mind about things that defy logical or rational explanation. I know something occurred that night. I simply do not know what it was, and none of the explanations I've encountered have provided a satisfactory answer. That is what unsettled me the most. If I could simply attribute it to seeing a ghost or experiencing a glitch in reality, as some might call it, perhaps I could have found some solace. However, the events of that night remain a puzzle. At least I could draw a line under it and move forward, but I can't because I have no clue what transpired that night, nor does anyone else. I used to be employed by a security company that contracted for overnight shifts in large office buildings in downtown Houston. Some of these buildings were quite upscale, and their security offices boasted amenities that others simply lacked. The only downside was that these shifts were some of the most monotonous you could possibly imagine. Tough security work can be exhausting and dangerous, but boredom is a different kind of poison altogether, so you understand what I mean. Of all the places where I might have anticipated my most frightening night on the job, these locations wouldn't even make it into the top 10. One of the buildings we were assigned to had a variety of offices on each floor, each configured in a U shape. Each floor was predominantly owned by a different company, so while the designs varied, the layout remained consistent. A distinctive feature of this layout was the polished metal plates positioned at the corners of each corridor. They were situated at the 90 degrees angles in the U shape. Initially, I thought these plates were merely an unusual design choice. Then I realized they functioned like mirrors. If someone was walking down the connecting corridor and was out of sight, you could detect their movement in the polished metal, preventing accidental collisions or a sudden scare. Pretty clever, right? Well, listen to this. During one overnight shift, while working alongside two colleagues, it was my turn to conduct a physical inspection of the building. Although we had most of the premises covered with surveillance cameras, no security guard worth his salt would rely solely on electronics. Therefore, every half hour, one of us would take a quick stroll around each floor just to ensure everything was in order. Most of my colleagues preferred to use the elevators to move up and down, but around this time, I decided to opt for the stairs a few times each night to get some exercise. I was a bit heavier than I wished to be, and climbing even 5 or 6 flights was exhausting. So, I climbed as many flights as I could before taking the elevator the rest of the way. This routine also helped pass the time during those grueling shifts. On one particular occasion, I managed to push myself all the way up to the 9th floor, which was a personal best. However, I was completely spent and had to lean against the wall to catch my breath. I made sure to stay in the stairwell's blind spots so my coworkers wouldn't witness and tease me. Once I regained my composure, I stepped out into the hallway and headed towards the first turn in the U-shaped layout I had mentioned earlier. As I approached within a few feet of it, I came to an abrupt halt. For the first time since I began working there, I noticed a reflection in a polished metal mirror-like surface. It wasn't perfectly clear, but it was unmistakably different from how it usually appeared. The typical reflective image was etched into my memory. Having witnessed it numerous times each night, I could distinctly make out a figure standing in the connecting hallway, clad in a uniform strikingly similar to my own security attire. Assuming it was one of my colleagues, I called out, only to watch the white-shirted figure abruptly vanish from view. Instantly, I suspected a prank. I thought they were trying to spook me. As I navigated the corners, I found myself calling out, "Hey, I know you're there. I saw you in the reflection." Yet, each time I rounded a corner, there was no one in sight. Convinced he had slipped into one of the conference rooms or offices, I checked every one of them, only to find them all deserted. I radioed down to confirm if someone was really up there with me, perhaps hiding in a closet or somewhere similar, because they were acting like a bunch of immature fools. The moment I heard both guys speaking simultaneously over the radio, I experienced a slight chill of unease. Either I was experiencing some odd episode after power walking up those 9 flights of stairs, my eyes deceiving me, or something far more sinister was unfolding. Naturally, I began to feel a bit anxious, not overwhelmingly so, just a little. I opted to take the elevator the rest of the way, still concerned about my well-being. But then, as I headed back towards the elevator, something occurred that still sends a shiver down my spine to this day. It felt as though someone quickly approached from behind me. I distinctly heard footsteps that were definitely not my own. I sensed that familiar feeling of impending danger that washes over you when someone suddenly approaches from behind. Instinctively, I turned around, my hand poised on my sidearm, ready to defend myself. But there was nothing, just a desolate corridor with only my presence to fill it. Words failed me in that moment, as the fear I felt was indescribable, almost like a tangible force. It struck me with such intensity that I found myself propelled toward the elevator at a brisk pace. I was utterly convinced someone else was there with me, yet it seemed they would have needed the skills of a mind reader or a stealthy ninja to approach so silently and make me feel so uneasy. The situation defied all logic, and increasingly, I began to question my own state of mind, rather than suspect any external strangeness. Once safely inside the elevator, I contacted my colleagues and asked them to monitor all the cameras on the 10th floor for any signs of movement. They responded by asking if I was all right or required assistance, probably because they could detect the tension in my voice. I told them to focus on the surveillance footage and let me know if they observed anything unusual. I was bracing myself for a negative response, which would mean accepting the possibility of a medical issue, potentially even necessitating a call to emergency services. Stories of people experiencing strokes or heart attacks, where confusion or panic set in, plagued my hypochondriac thoughts. As my radio crackled back to life, the next words I heard left an indelible impression. I felt a sudden wave of nausea at the thought of vomiting, but then my coworker returned and confirmed, "Yes, there's someone up there with you." We were on our way to the elevator, which I had sent down to the ground floor. Honestly, I felt a strange sense of relief knowing I wasn't on the verge of a stroke or losing my mind. There truly was someone on the 10th floor. They were about to face the consequences of giving me such a fright. Together, we searched all the rooms, calling out to the potential intruder with phrases like, "Come out now," and, "You're only guilty of trespassing." We even bluffed with, "This is a heck of a way to get yourself shot." It wasn't a significant problem that we didn't find the trespasser. They could have easily used the stairwell to slip away to another floor. Rather than pursuing them, we returned to the security office to monitor the cameras and wait for the real police to arrive. On our way back, I asked my coworker what exactly he had seen on the security footage. It turned out he hadn't observed anything conclusive, just enough blurry motion on the periphery of the screen to confirm someone was indeed up there. They appeared to know where the camera's blind spots were, which set off alarm bells for my coworker. Such behavior suggested that someone had scoped out the place, conducted a bit of reconnaissance during the day, possibly disguised as a client or employee, and knew exactly where to go to avoid detection. They arrived with a plan, knowing exactly how to reach their destination without being immediately detected. Numerous people had questioned me about how this individual managed to enter the building initially and whether that concerned me. Indeed, the question did trouble me, but our training doesn't include pondering such matters. We are trained to respond to intruders as they appear, focusing on either detaining them until the authorities arrive or escorting them out without causing harm. The priority in the moment is the intruder, analysis comes afterward. We monitored the surveillance feeds, contacted law enforcement, and attempted to deduce where the intruder might have gone while skillfully evading all the security cameras. We scrutinized the footage for about 15 to 20 minutes until the police arrived, yet observed no movement. Upon their arrival, we assisted the officers in thoroughly searching all floors and offices to ensure no one was present. They were meticulous, opening closets and inspecting beneath desks, but still, we found no trace of anyone. Even the police remarked that it must have been unsettling for anyone alone up there, which felt like the understatement of the century. At that moment, as we addressed the situation, I was convinced it wasn't just my imagination running wild. The situation seemed to be resolving itself, so I regained a sense of calm. After the officers departed, we activated the alarm systems for floors 9 through 13. This meant that if anyone entered those levels again, we would be immediately notified, and a 911 call would be automatically placed. No alarms were triggered. That night, we assumed the incident had concluded, and we would need to discuss it with the head of security. Clearly, he would be very interested in understanding how such a thing transpired, but no one anticipated losing their job in the following weeks. As time passed, I came to realize the profound impact the experience had on me. The more I pondered over it, the more unsettling the feeling became. I believed I had moved past it, but it turned out to be a significant lapse in judgment on my part. Or perhaps I simply disregarded my emotions. I reflected on what might have caused those noises and reflections, what could have given me the sensation that someone was rapidly approaching from behind. After contemplating it for quite some time, I concluded that I no longer wished to work there. When they informed me that I couldn't choose which guard shifts I wanted, I had no alternative but to seek employment elsewhere. I don't shy away from admitting that I was frightened by whatever occurred up there. Instead of diving into a convoluted attempt to rationalize it, I decided it was wiser to walk away and begin anew somewhere else. Nothing like that has ever happened again, but rest assured, if it does, I'll be out of there without hesitation. A few years back, I was residing in Colombo, Sri Lanka, at a modest hostel located on the outskirts of the city. The hostel primarily accommodated long-term guests, allowing me to become quite familiar with everyone living there. Among the residents was a man named Raj, who acted as a kind of intermediary. The casinos in the local area were incredibly dubious establishments, teeming with Russian mobsters and other unsavory criminals from China and India. Although these casinos operated outside the bounds of legality, they managed to persist through bribery and governmental coercion. I visited one of these places once, and it was a surreal experience. My friend Raj's job involved accepting online bets from Indian clients and then physically placing those bets at the casino. Essentially, he played with their money, acting as an intermediary that allowed people to participate from afar. He got involved in some high-stakes games, managing large sums of money for influential individuals, a situation destined for disaster. One evening, Raj made a colossal mistake. One of his clients somehow accessed his online system and absconded with all the money that other clients had deposited for gambling. The amount stolen was substantial, with some people losing well over $50,000, a fortune in this region. We only learned about the theft after Raj's abrupt disappearance, and we found a cryptic note in his bed that read, "It's sad. Don't look for me. I'm leaving," among other things. The man had vanished overnight. We filed a police report and waited for any news. After a few days, the police returned to the hostel, seeking someone who knew Raj to accompany them. The local residents were too frightened to go with the authorities, so I volunteered. They took me to their headquarters, leading me to the back where I was shown photographs. The gruesome photographs depicted a body that had been savagely dismembered and discarded in the nearby sewer canal. It was Raj, and an unknown assailant had carried out this brutal act. They summoned me to identify the remains, but the perpetrator of this horrific crime was never discovered. The haunting images from those photographs have stayed with me, and I doubt I will ever be able to erase them from my memory. I left the hostel not long after. Although Raj might have been entangled in some dubious dealings, he certainly did not deserve to meet such a horrific end. I work as a baker in a small bakery situated in a tourist town. Most nights, I am at my workplace around midnight. Being in close proximity to a strip of local bars and clubs, I often hear the sounds of late-night revelers, sirens blaring a few times each night, and people shouting, typical nightlife noises. The strangest incident, which initially seemed eerie but concluded less ominously, occurred one morning around 4 a.m. when I heard a knock at the door. The sole reason I decided to open it was that my boss had just texted me, mentioning the possibility of an early delivery, so I assumed that was the case. When I opened the door, no one was there. I looked around, thinking whoever it was might have knocked and then returned to their truck to begin unloading. Suddenly, someone emerged from the shadows, resembling the eerie figure of Slender Man. Although panic set in, I managed to maintain my composure fairly well. Once the figure stepped out of the darkness, it became clear it wasn't a monster at all. It was simply a tall, slender girl, barefoot, wearing no pants, and donning a shirt that was clearly not hers. This distressed girl then asked if she could borrow a phone. It dawned on me what might have transpired, and I invited her inside. I allowed her to use my phone as she attempted to reach her boyfriend. She explained to me that she had essentially just regained consciousness after fainting and was disoriented, not knowing her whereabouts. Mine was the only light visible on the street. I refrained from asking her what had transpired, but she was muttering something about having brandished a firearm earlier and was in a state of panic about the police being alerted. Consequently, I chose not to contact them. Her boyfriend didn't pick up the call, but I assisted her in pinpointing the location of her hotel. Fortunately, it was on the same block we were on. I was unable to accompany her because I had multiple tasks in progress. I lent her my phone, which was set to Google Maps with the flashlight on, and she made her way there successfully. She returned, having showered and rested, and handed back my phone later that morning. She embraced me twice and expressed her gratitude repeatedly. I was just sitting there thinking, wow, I didn't anticipate getting my phone back, but I was relieved it all turned out well. Whether she had been attacked or was simply prone to undressing when intoxicated, I couldn't say, but she seemed fine after returning to her hotel room. The situation could have been far worse for her, so I was thankful that mine was the door she knocked on. She certainly gave me a fright initially. A few years back, while I was taking any job I could find, I accepted a position at the 24/7 Walmart. It was a bit more dilapidated than your average Walmart, with dimly lit aisles, flickering fluorescent lights, and a spooky atmosphere that only an empty Walmart at 3 o'clock in the morning can create. So, imagine this scene. I'm stocking shelves. I was organizing cereal boxes in the aisle, struggling to stay alert amidst the monotonous routine, when suddenly a man strides in. He's incredibly tall, think basketball player tall, with long, purposeful steps that suggest he's on a mission. The store is nearly empty, and his confident pacing down the aisles gives the impression he owns the place. It's odd but not beyond the realm of typical late-night Walmart eccentricities. Just an unusual shopper with a distinctive presence. As I continue stacking cereal, I notice him again. He's standing at the end of the aisle, fixating on me with a grin that could easily send chills down anyone's spine. The odd lighting creates eerie shadows that only heighten my anxiety. Before I can fully comprehend what's happening, he's right there, directly in front of me, close enough that the scent of alcohol on his breath is unmistakable. He gives me a look as if he's harboring the most tantalizing secret and then declares, "I've done something very naughty." What the heck? I attempt to dismiss it with a nervous laugh, trying to brush it off, but he isn't deterred. He continues to stare, that unsettling grin fixed on his face. It's late, quiet, and the already eerie atmosphere of the store feels heightened by his presence. This guy has cranked up the creepiness to a 10. He starts trailing me from one aisle to the next, and every time I glance back, he's there, watching and grinning. It's like he's engaging in a twisted game of hide and seek, and I'm not even a participant, more like an unwilling target. I try to focus on my duties, but I can feel his gaze piercing through me, as if it's drilling holes into my being. Out of the blue, he starts humming a tune, barely audible but deeply unsettling. I can't quite pinpoint where I've heard it before, yet it's that notoriously eerie whistling melody. I decide to take a break and head to the staff lounge, hoping to distance myself from him and enjoy a few brief moments of normalcy with my coworker. We're chatting casually about work and exams, trying to keep the atmosphere light, but I can't shake the feeling of being observed. As it turns out, I was right. I notice him standing at the entrance to the break room, staring directly at me. I freeze, and I swear the temperature in the room drops. I point him out to my coworker, but when he turns around, the man has vanished. I glance at my coworker, unable to decipher his expression. "Did you see that?" I ask. His eyes clearly reveal confusion. "See what?" he replies, indicating he hadn't witnessed anything. I realize that I was the only one who saw him. Running my fingers through my hair, I feel a blend of paranoia and frustration. "Never mind," I mutter, dismissing the subject. Perhaps I'm just letting my imagination run wild. It was late, and I hadn't slept well in days. My coworker seems uninterested, more focused on his work than on the bizarre incident I described. We return to our duties, but I remain unsettled, unable to erase the image of that man from my mind. Hours pass, and I try my best to see. I attempt to focus on my tasks, but an overwhelming sense of unease lingers persistently at the back of my mind. I keep glancing around, half expecting him to reappear, that unsettling grin plastered on his face. Then, out of nowhere, he's back. My heart skips a beat, and my hands begin to tremble. It's as if a nightmare has come to life. He's standing there, wearing the same eerie grin. My breath catches in my throat. Before I can even react, he's sprinting towards me, his steps quick and deliberate. Panic surges through me, and I freeze. What does he want? My mind races, but my body is paralyzed. He grabs hold of me and effortlessly lifts me, shaking me and shouting in my face. Suddenly, as if from a distance, I hear a shout, my coworker's voice piercing through the fear. "Hey, what's going on?" he yells, running towards us, his footsteps echoing in the aisle. The man releases his grip on me, his attention shifting to my coworker, and in that split second, I find my voice. I scream as loudly as I can and start hitting the man. My coworker arrives, and his presence is enough to make the man hesitate. He turns and bolts, disappearing down the aisle. I'm left shaking, my heart pounding. My coworker rushes to my side, looking seriously concerned. "Are you okay?" he asks. I nod, completely out of breath from the screaming. We are both shaken, attempting to make sense of the chaos that just unfolded. We call the police, and as we wait for their arrival, I can't help but replay the encounter in my mind. What was that man's problem? Why did he attack me? The police arrive, and we recount the ordeal. Amidst the strange events, they scoured the vicinity, but the man had vanished without a trace. I recounted the incident to them, attempting to convey just how unsettling and bizarre he had been, noting that he had mentioned doing something naughty that evening. Suddenly, 4 additional police cars arrived, indicating they were taking the situation very seriously. My manager sent me home for the night and told me I didn't need to report to work the following day. When I checked the news the next morning, I discovered that there had been a hit-and-run incident nearby, allegedly involving a drunk driver who tragically killed a family of 3. The suspect's description was almost identical to that of the man who had confronted me. What on earth was this guy's issue? To my knowledge, they never apprehended him. I still monitor the news occasionally to see if anything about him emerges, but I haven't seen any updates since. I work as a wilderness survival instructor and security contractor. A few days ago, a close friend, who is also one of my students, informed me that his father recently acquired 150 acres of land in a remote and mountainous area of our state. This friend, with whom I previously explored the wilderness, is highly skilled in survival techniques. The property remains largely unexplored, except for a 100-yard stretch that his father had cleared for his horses, which now roamed the area freely. It seemed intriguing. According to my friend, his father secured an excellent deal on the land. Considering that my friend, now a father of 3, rarely has the opportunity to venture into the woods, I agreed to accompany him. It seemed like a promising adventure and a much-needed respite. Our interests lie in our indigenous roots, cars, wilderness survival, and an array of other pursuits that spark lively discussions while we roam the woods. However, his father warned us against venturing into the forest without a firearm, citing the presence of coyotes. But as locals familiar with the area, we understand that coyotes rarely pose a danger to humans. Additionally, my friend, whom I'll call DJ, had previously mentioned spotting human-like figures moving through the tree lines during his earlier visits to the property. Yet, due to his poor vision, he couldn't be certain of what he had seen. For our expedition, I brought along my AR and a small flint napping kit, primarily for entertainment. And so, we set off onto the property. Initially, we hiked through fields and creeks, passing numerous natural springs and ponds. Everything appeared normal, showcasing a picturesque landscape. But as we ventured into the uncharted, forested section, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The forest emitted an unsettling aura, reminiscent of the woods in the film. The ritual, gray and ominously silent, save for the occasional creaking of the towering cedar trees. It felt as though we were under constant surveillance from every direction. The air carried a foul odor, akin to rotting flesh. Intrigued, we followed the stench and discovered the remains of 3 or 4 cows. I recorded a video of the scene to show anyone who might have insights into what could have caused this. Upon examining the exposed skulls, we found no evidence of bullet wounds. Whatever had killed them had scattered their bones over a 30-yard radius, leaving behind large, indistinct footprints. Surrounded by the remains and pressing deeper into the woods, we were accompanied only by silence, the somber presence of death, and the rhythmic thudding of our own heartbeats. As we moved along the stream, we observed various tracks. There were sizable coyote prints and another set of large tracks that seemed to intentionally avoid the sandy areas. Continuing onward, we came across trees bent over and pinned behind others while still alive, an occurrence seemingly impossible in nature. Further along, we uncovered what appeared to be a primitive tool crafted from bone, possibly intended for scooping or cutting. This discovery unsettled us, for although rudimentary, it seemed more primitive than anything a human would create, yet it was clearly shaped with intention. Our hike led us to a clearing with a pond, encircled by large, circular tracks. On the opposite side of the pond stood a peculiar little tree structure, and a frame with rocks propped against it. However, it lacked stability, and the arrangement of rocks seemed strangely deliberate. Notably, there were no traces of campfires or camping debris in the vicinity, suggesting this wasn't a location easily accessible from a nearby residence. I took numerous photographs and filmed the bizarre, hut-like structure. As dusk approached, we decided it was time to head back. I had a flashlight attached to my AR, but relying on it in the dark, especially with something out there capable of killing cows and crafting tools from their bones, didn't seem wise. We retraced our steps out of the forest, reaching our trucks just before nightfall. While leaving, we noticed an unidentified figure atop one of the hills but chose not to investigate further. It is important to delve deeper, and it's worth noting that the previous owner began construction on the property but then abruptly ceased and vacated the premises. We're planning to return there again this weekend, but this time, with a few more people and all of our camping equipment. I grew up in these woods and usually feel at ease there. However, I have encountered a few unnerving situations that have left a lasting impression on me. This was one such incident. I was 18 at the time, and one evening, my 2 friends, Mike and Paul, and I decided to go camping. Well, camping might not be the exact term, as we didn't intend to stay overnight. Our goal was simply to relax and enjoy some time around the campfire. The plan was straightforward. Head out, build a campfire, sip a few bottles of wine, eat something, and then return home for a restful night's sleep. We met at my house while it was still daylight, prepared our things, and set out. Our destination was an old, abandoned quarry in the heart of the woods, about 40 minutes from my house. Despite the quarry's tragic and, admittedly, eerie history, it was a popular spot for such outings. When we arrived, the sky had taken on a reddish hue as the sun slowly dipped behind the hills. We quickly gathered all the firewood we could find so we wouldn't have to search for more later. As darkness descended and everything around us transformed into impenetrable blackness, we managed to get the fire going. We were in high spirits and were gearing up for our first toast when we realized we had made a terrible mistake. We realized we had forgotten the corkscrew and attempted, albeit unsuccessfully, to open the wine without it. However, we quickly abandoned our efforts as the bottles were rather costly, and we didn't want to risk damaging them. It became evident that one of us would need to jog back to retrieve the corkscrew. After a brief discussion, I volunteered under 2 conditions. First, they had to give me a hatchet in case something unexpected happened along the way, and second, no pranks when I returned. Mike and Paul agreed without a moment's hesitation. They handed me a hatchet and a flashlight, then sent me on my way. As I jogged through the forest, I heard a sound that resembled a boar. Suddenly, I recalled a warning I had received from an experienced hunter a few days earlier. He had cautioned that at this time of year, boars could become particularly dangerous, especially at night. Although a bit anxious, I was fortunate to make it through unscathed. I arrived home safely, much to the surprise of my mother, who hadn't expected me back so soon. After explaining the situation, she merely laughed. I grabbed the corkscrew and set off again, this time opting for a slightly longer route through an open field to avoid encountering any boars. Eventually, I reached our designated spot, a small clearing bordered on one side by towering rocks, possibly 70 meters high, and on the other side by dense forest. Our campfire was positioned in the center of the clearing. As I approached, I noticed that no one was around, even though our backpacks were still scattered on the ground and the fire was burning brightly. This was troublesome, as we had explicitly agreed there would be no pranks while I was gone. As I settled down near the fire, gazing into the shadows of the woods, I couldn't help but think about those guys and their misguided sense of humor. They seemed to believe they were quite amusing, but I was far from entertained. The only conceivable hiding spot for them was somewhere amidst the trees, and frankly, I was exhausted. My mind kept drifting to the thought of savoring the exquisite Pinot we had brought along, a moment I looked forward to far more than indulging in their antics. My irritation was mounting when I suddenly heard the unmistakable sound of twigs snapping and leaves rustling from the forest's edge, perhaps 30 meters away. The noise was rhythmic, the clear footfalls of someone walking. I directed my flashlight toward the source of the sound and caught sight of a tall figure clad in a dark hoodie. As the beam hit him, he halted, turned to face me, and stood motionless, staring. Even though he was looking straight at me, his face remained obscured. "Paul, you fat jerk," I yelled, frustration dripping from my voice. "I know you're trying to scare me. We had an agreement, so stop fooling around and come out." Just as I finished speaking, the hooded figure turned and retreated further into the woods. At that exact moment, my phone began to ring. I hurriedly pulled it from my pocket, and saw it was Mike calling. Answering the call, I immediately began to berate him. "Really funny, you guys. I thought we had an agreement. What are you talking about?" he replied, confusion evident in his voice. "I'm talking about you trying to mess with me. I clearly saw you, so just come out already." There was a moment of silence that felt like an eternity, filled only by Mike's heavy breathing and the faint sound of Paul muttering in the background. When Mike finally snapped back to reality, he said, "Dude, we're at your." As we huddled in the house, we heard footsteps echoing through the halls. Initially, we assumed it was you playing a prank on us, but soon, fear took hold, prompting us to search for you. I had left my phone at your place, which meant we couldn't even contact you. Just leave the area, and we'll return together to retrieve our belongings. Stop with the nonsense. It's just another one of your ridiculous jokes, and I'm not falling for it. Hold on a moment. There was some incoherent murmuring for a while. "Hey, what's happening?" Suddenly, my mom's voice emerged from the phone, making my head spin and my heart skip a beat as I realized they were serious. A wave of terror surged through me, yet I managed to reassure my mom that everything was fine and that she needn't worry. She passed the phone back to Mike. "Just abandon everything and return. We're coming over right now. We'll meet you halfway. I'm not venturing anywhere alone again, so you better hurry. I'm waiting for you." I hung up, not wanting to make any more noise than I already had. Quickly, I switched off my flashlight and retreated from the glow of the fire. I maneuvered all the way to the towering wall of rocks, reasoning that if I had my back covered, it would eliminate one potential path for any unwanted visitor. I stood there in pitch darkness, attempting to remain silent while gripping my hatchet tightly, which would be my faithful companion for the next half hour. I had to convince myself not to curl up in even as my own body began to betray me. My hearing deteriorated due to my wildly pounding heart. I tried to calm myself, but in the worst-case scenario, every ounce of adrenaline would be beneficial. After what felt like an eternity, I finally spotted two faint light beams emerging from the depths of the forest. I heard Paul call out my name, and I had never felt such relief. I eagerly emerged from my hiding place to greet my friends. For a while, we just stood there, laughing out of sheer relief. We even got a bit overconfident and considered staying, given that there was supposedly only one creepy individual lurking among the trees, while there were three of us. It was amusing, considering just a few minutes prior, I had been terrified. Yet suddenly, I was brimming with a bold bravado, wondering what could possibly go wrong. Ultimately, better judgment won out, and we chose to leave. We gathered our belongings, extinguished the fire, and departed, taking our wine bottles to enjoy somewhere else, somewhere well lit and secure. I am employed by a prestigious university as a field biologist and have recently been contracted by the National Forest Service. My initial assignment is in the Pomac district of the Manila National Forest. Essentially, I receive GPS coordinates and either drive or hike to the specified location to carry out the tasks they assign. This could involve setting up trail cameras or counters, monitoring equipment, conducting trail surveys, and similar activities, and then recording the data 24 hours after setup. It seems straightforward enough. However, I found it peculiar that they specifically instructed me to place the cameras only 3 feet off the ground and some infrared cameras in the trees at certain heights. Some of these sites are on designated trails, but others are far off the beaten path in areas that humans usually don't frequent. Sometimes, there simply isn't a hotel or any lodging nearby. These are the remote mountains of West Virginia, after all. The Forest Service has equipped me with some outstanding camping gear for those instances when I might need to camp out. I'm an experienced hiker and camper, having spent many nights alone in the field due to my career choice. As a woman standing about 5 feet 6 inches and weighing 130 pounds, I'm not easily intimidated. Moreover, the Forest Service has provided me with an emergency beacon that can summon every law enforcement officer in the area to my location in no time. I've been assigned to this district for several months and have thoroughly enjoyed my work here. West Virginia is incredibly remote and untouched, which is precisely why I love my job. I get the chance to witness things that most people would never encounter in their lifetimes. Until a few nights ago, I had experienced numerous positive and nearly spiritual moments. I was working near Spruce Knob, the highest point in West Virginia. It's essentially a complex network of trails, wilderness areas, and campsites. The weather had been snowy, with howling winds and ice storms. Despite the harsh conditions, I was almost relishing my time camping there to complete my work. My first night in the woods was quite tranquil. I prepared dinner, set up camp, enjoyed some whiskey, and smoked some excellent bud. Upon settling into my sleeping bag, I slept like a log. Although it was very cold, I was well protected by a balaclava and didn't feel the chill much at all. At the break of dawn, I awoke and immediately set about rekindling my fire. As I prepared some coffee, I noticed the snow around my campsite was disturbingly disturbed, not tracks, but rather as if someone or something had haphazardly kicked it around. It was odd, but I dismissed it because I had a 15-mile hike ahead to set up some cameras and couldn't afford to dwell on it. I embarked on my trek, accomplished my tasks, and began my return journey to the camp. I never use headphones or anything similar in the wilderness, as HEA. Rain is a crucial sense out here. I want to be aware of any animals, people, or other sounds before I actually see anything. By the time I reached the camp, it was already nightfall, and I was too exhausted to do anything but strip down to my base layer, crawl into my sleeping bag, and fall asleep. Around 2 a.m., I stirred awake, hearing the unmistakable sound of voices. I was situated about 30 miles up a gravel road that was secured with Forest Service gates and roughly 10 miles from where my truck was parked, yet I could hear people talking. Panic hit me hard. I had a firearm with me, so I quietly retrieved it from my pack, returned to my sleeping bag, cocked the gun, and waited in silence. My senses were heightened, every nerve on edge. Eventually, the voices faded away, and I could no longer hear them, but I never managed to fall back asleep. As daylight broke, I emerged from my tent only to find the snow around me even more churned up, and my 2 trail cameras were inexplicably hanging from a tree about 5 feet from my tent. These were the cameras I had painstakingly placed 15 miles away from my campsite. Hastily, I packed up my belongings and practically sprinted back to my truck. While traveling along the path, I noticed numerous footprints scattered around my site. Upon reaching my truck, I realized it had been broken into, and my laptop along with other gear had been stolen. Presently, I'm staying in a luxurious log cabin at a resort, too frightened to retrieve my remaining belongings and too ashamed to confess to my superiors the extent of my fear. The Forest Service provided me with a new truck while the window of my previous one is being repaired, and I did file a report regarding the theft. However, there is absolutely no chance that I will ever return to that site. I am uncertain if this situation will result in my termination or reassignment to a desk job, But after all the years I've spent working in national forests across the country, this is the most terrified I've ever felt. I am not afraid of the wildlife and have numerous tales about my encounters with them. It is the people who frighten me. I have kept this story to myself for the past 6 years because it sounds unbelievable, and I was advised not to discuss it. I went camping 6 years ago with a boyfriend who is now an ex. The campsite we chose was stunning, accessible by car after navigating some rough trails. The location was adjacent to hiking paths, not far from natural hot springs and a magnificent waterfall. We were in the heart of nowhere, with absolutely no one else around. We set up camp beside the car, hiked, soaked in the hot springs, returned, and enjoyed dinner. Everything was quite ordinary until we awoke the following day. To help you understand, I need to provide some context about how we slept at night. Before we went to bed, I distinctly remember placing our food cooler inside a stereo we'd brought along in the car and securing it with a lock. I tucked the keys into the front pocket of my backpack and set the pack beside my sleeping bag, positioned on the far side of the tent, away from the entrance. My boyfriend at the time slept closest to the tent door, with a firearm beside him. When we woke the next morning, I felt refreshed, having slept deeply, and from within the tent, everything appeared normal. However, upon stepping outside, we were greeted by utter chaos at our campsite. The fire pit we painstakingly constructed had been completely destroyed. The cooler was upended, with food strewn everywhere, and the stereo lay shattered into pieces beside a tree. Every car door was ajar, including the trunk. We stood there momentarily, stunned into silence as we absorbed the scene. The woods felt eerie and unsettling, a stark contrast to the serene campsite I had admired the previous day. Something was undeniably amiss about those woods. My ex accused me of neglecting to lock the car, insisting an animal must have rummaged through our belongings. I was certain I had locked it and returned to the tent to retrieve the keys from my backpack, but they were missing. Later, I discovered them on the ground right next to the car. We hastily gathered our things, tossed them into the trunk, and left. My boyfriend remained silent, refusing to discuss the incident. It wasn't until we were nearly home that he finally spoke, revealing he had a dream about something crouched over him in the tent, holding his gun and simply staring at him. I attempted to ask more questions, but he became key. He repeated himself, insisting he didn't want to discuss it, and suggested that I shouldn't bring it up either. I've attempted to put it out of my mind, yet I find it impossible. Something truly unsettling befell us in the woods that evening. This incident took place nearly a decade ago, on August 20, 2013. I was on a camping trip in far north Queensland, Australia, specifically in a location known as Barron Falls. At the time, I was a 21-year-old girl camping with 2 male friends, Theo and Charlie, who were backpackers from Estonia. The spot where we pitched our tent wasn't an official campsite. Instead, we navigated the tourist trail, climbed over a barrier, followed a railway track for several kilometers, and eventually veered off into the thick forest, descending towards the river. Reaching this secluded area was certainly challenging, and there was no mobile phone reception. However, Theo had heard about this place from friends who had previously shown it to him. The site was breathtaking, nestled within a tropical forest and just a brief walk upstream from the waterfall. After setting up our camp, we strolled to the waterfall, where both Theo and Charlie leapt off the cliff into the water below. I chose not to join them as I was, and still am, terrified of heights and the prospect of injury. I sat and observed them for a while, eventually deciding to return to camp and immerse myself in a book. I felt completely at ease, basking in the tranquility and absorbing the natural beauty surrounding me. What had been an exhilarating and adventurous day was abruptly disrupted by an ominous, eerie laughter emanating from the forest encircling our campsite. Instantly, a shiver coursed through my body as I scanned the forest, trying to pinpoint the source of the laughter that had echoed through the trees. Finding nothing, I attempted to dismiss it, convincing myself that my imagination was merely playing tricks on me. When Theo and Charlie returned, they informed me that they had forgotten the fire starters for the campfire. They mentioned needing to drive to the nearest store to purchase some and suggested that I wait at the camp. I confessed that I was uneasy staying there alone but didn't reveal the unsettling laughter I had heard earlier. I didn't want them to think I was foolish. For context, I had quite a significant crush on Charlie and, foolishly, I wanted to appear cool in his eyes. They assured me everything would be fine and promised to return before nightfall. Reluctantly, I agreed, and they departed for the store. It was around 4 p.m., and I resumed reading my book. As I pondered the situation, I realized that the walk back to the car alone would take about 20 to 30 minutes, meaning they'd be gone for over an hour. At this time of year, dusk would fall around 5:30 p.m., and I would likely find myself alone in this secluded spot as darkness descended. I tried to distract myself with my book, but as twilight approached, reading became difficult, and apprehension started to creep in. After roughly an hour, I began to hear footsteps in the forest. Initially, I thought Theo and Charlie had returned, and I felt an immediate sense of relief at not being alone anymore. I listened intently for their voices, but silence greeted me instead, and my heart sank as it dawned on me that it might be someone else. As panic set in, a chilling laughter echoed around me. The same deep, sinister chuckle I'd heard before, but this time it felt unnervingly close. I leapt to my feet and scanned the forest, and that's when I saw him. He stood on the opposite side of a stream that flowed into the nearby river, appearing as an incredibly bizarre figure. He was dressed in a pristine tuxedo complete with a top hat, and I couldn't fathom how he managed to reach such a remote area in such immaculate attire. At first, I suspected he might be an apparition or that I was hallucinating. I blinked and looked again, but he was still there. I scrutinized his face, which is difficult to describe. It seemed as though it had been burned away. About 13 years ago, when I was 18, I had just acquired my first computer. I spent countless hours exploring various unsettling websites. Back then, it was a different era. There were few barriers to stumbling upon graphic content online. It wasn't unusual to be browsing forums and unexpectedly encounter videos of violent acts, such as beheadings or executions. Admittedly, I sometimes sought out this content, driven by a morbid curiosity. As I delved deeper into the shadows of the internet, I stumbled upon a website one night that billed itself as an interactive adventure. I was a fan of interactive adventure storybooks and thought a digital version would be even more engaging. Upon entering the site, I was immediately captivated by its unconventional format, which deviated from traditional storytelling methods. Presented a collection of hyper-realistic photographs illustrating various decisions. The narrative began outside what appeared to be a deserted factory. At each juncture, there were two options to choose from. The initial choice was quite straightforward. You had to decide which door to enter. One door bore a "No Entry" sign, while the other was marked with a prominent "Stop" sign. I opted for the latter, assuming it would lead to a more intriguing storyline. Each decision unfolded a series of photos depicting the repercussions of your choice. Initially, it was simply about navigating through the factory, which was cluttered with an assortment of tools and eerie props. It resembled a slaughterhouse, with what seemed to be pig body parts or those of another animal hanging from hooks. The level of realism was startling, especially at a time when a modest website likely wouldn't have the means to create such lifelike scenes. The subsequent image displayed a woman with her hands gruesomely severed, leaving only bleeding stumps on her arms. I was astonished that this game was available for free, given its convincing nature. The choices now were either to save or to end. I wasn't ready to conclude my little adventure, so I clicked on save. The website took a few moments to load, and I waited patiently for the next segment of the story. Having spent considerable time online, I had become desensitized to gore and such things, so the bloody details didn't particularly shock me. Instead, I was captivated by the game's creativity. The page refreshed, revealing an image of the woman once more, but this time. At that moment, her hands were wrapped in bandages, and she gazed directly at the camera, sheer terror evident in her eyes. I found it odd that I wasn't given a choice, but I assumed that when you restart the game, it essentially performs a soft reset so that everyone who made varying decisions would eventually converge at this point. Having played similar games before, I understood that oftentimes, regardless of the choices you make, the game ultimately funnels you along the path it has predetermined. Another decision prompt appeared: man or child. Though I was a somewhat twisted teenager, I didn't want to witness a child being tortured, even in a virtual setting, so I opted for the man. A few minutes elapsed, and then a man materialized in the chair. This time, I faced a decision between a rope and a baseball bat. I selected the rope, curious to see how inventive they could be with such a basic item. Once more, there was a brief pause before the next image loaded, and I began to feel slightly bored at this stage, but I waited. The subsequent scene showed the man with the rope around his neck, standing on the chair, with the rope secured to a metal beam above. It was astonishing how ruthless this website was, yet a part of me was enthralled by the intensity. I reached another checkpoint, prompting me to choose whether to save or end. It was at that precise moment that my mother knocked on my bedroom door. In a panic, I hastily pressed end, and the screen went blank just as she entered. This is when things turned seriously unsettling. I immediately felt my stomach churn and my heart sink. The image had loaded again, revealing the man who had been holding the camera all along. Now staring into a mirror, I found myself clad in butcher's overalls, smeared with crimson. Leaning against the mirror was a man with a grotesquely twisted neck, his face etched with disturbingly lifelike details, his eyes bulging, his complexion a sickly hue. Two severed female hands stood upright on their stumps beside the mirror, both with thumbs pointed upwards. The scene was grotesquely macabre, yet the most chilling aspect was scrawled on the mirror itself, my name and address. My mind spun in a frenzy. Panic overwhelmed me, and I even turned off my screen, as if that could somehow alter the reality before me. Was this real? Had I somehow determined the fate of these individuals? How did they acquire my personal information? Nausea churned within me. I turned the screen back on and was confronted with two choices. Continue with yes or no. I couldn't do it. I was genuinely terrified. The page began reloading, this time much more swiftly than usual. The new display was a magnified image of my name and address, with the option to continue repeated, now offering save or end as choices. Was save meant to save the woman? Did end imply I chose to end the man? Sweat drenched my skin as panic tightened its grip. Was this a threat? Did I have to proceed or risk them coming for me? Was I choosing to rescue myself or doom myself? I despised every second of this harrowing moment. I clicked end and instantly shut down the computer. As you can gather from the fact that I'm recounting this tale, they never. A few weeks after the incident, we moved to a new house for reasons unrelated to it, so perhaps that's why I felt such unease. However, I lived in a state of fear for at least 3 years following those events. Did I truly do those things, or was it merely an imaginative game involving some clever tricks? This would explain the lengthy loading screens. I prefer not to dwell on it too much. At least I hadn't chosen the child. Have you ever Googled yourself? A few months ago, driven by curiosity and sheer boredom, I decided to try it. With a rather uncommon name, I wasn't expecting much to appear in the search results. Yet, to my astonishment, I stumbled across a website that used my full name as its domain. When I clicked the link, it led me to a message board where the site owner's profile seemed strangely familiar. They were my age and had similar interests. Although the message board was devoid of posts, I saved it to my favorites out of intrigue. A month later, I revisited the site, which now contained more content, including diary entries that initially appeared mundane. Entries like, "The weather was nice today," or "I'm so bored at work," were typical. But over time, I started noticing a series of coincidences. The owner resided in my city, which struck me as a significant coincidence given the rarity of our shared name. As I delved deeper, I found that the diary's contents eerily reflected my own life experiences. One entry mentioned attending the same baseball game I had gone to. At first, I dismissed it as a mere coincidence, considering the local team's popularity. However, the coincidences continued and grew increasingly unsettling. Remarkably, the name of their pet dog matched the one I had cherished during my childhood, and even their preferred restaurant was the very same establishment I often visited while working my previous job. On a particular day, the message board was inundated with birthday wishes for the author. Strangely enough, it was my birthday too. As a gesture, I decided to leave a note for the owner, mentioning our shared name and extending a birthday greeting. To my astonishment, however, there was no way to input a message. It seemed the message board was nothing more than a static page. Confounded, I reached out to the owner via email, introducing myself simply. "Hi there. Believe it or not, we share the same name, birthday, and reside in the same city. Nice to meet you." A few days later, curiosity got the better of me, and I attempted to show the website to some friends, thinking we would all have a good laugh about it. But to my amazement, the website had disappeared entirely, vanished without a trace. It wasn't even in my browsing history. That left me unsettled. Something felt amiss, as if the whole thing had been there one moment and then vanished into thin air the next. Then, I received an email from my own email address. It simply stated, "Found you." Attached was a photograph, and I swear my heart skipped a beat. It was an image of me, seated at my computer in my room. Here's the most disturbing part. The photo was taken from the corner of my room where the window is located. To reach that window, one must climb the side of my house. I zoomed in, scrutinizing every detail, and the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end as I realized the angle of the shot. The alignment of the photograph didn't correspond with the window. It was evidently captured from the very corner of my room, where I usually keep my old chair buried under a heap of clothes. Someone had been in my space, and my mind raced with questions. Who could have taken this? How did they gain entry? I considered every conceivable explanation, perhaps a prank, but the more I dwelled on it, the more that email and that photograph made me feel as though I was being observed, shadowed. I must admit, I was thoroughly spooked. The situation escalated from intriguing to disturbingly sinister in no time. I can't shake the unsettling feeling of being watched, scrutinized. The notion of someone stealthily invading my personal domain to snap a picture while I was completely oblivious is, to say the least, disconcerting. I've now permanently secured all my windows, and I carry this peculiar paranoia about my room. Am I losing my mind, or was someone genuinely in here? One evening, I found myself mindlessly scrolling through social media, clicking on random links that led to the dark web and allegedly true stories about bizarre encounters. Boredom can drive anyone to the strangest corners of the internet. That's when I stumbled upon this peculiar post that caught my eye. It displayed an image of my front door with the phrase, "The section back," written beneath it. Not being the superstitious type, I rolled my eyes and dismissed it as a creative attempt to unsettle someone. The next day, I couldn't resist bringing it up to my friends. Their reactions were a mix of amusement and speculative theories about hidden cameras and eerie stalkers. They laughed, and I joined in because, after all, we live in a time dominated by technology, where a few clicks can unveil someone's entire life story, right down to the color of their socks on any given day. Probably just some algorithm, I said, brushing off the oddity. They likely traced it from my IP address and Google Maps. They chuckled, teasing me about my lack of belief in the supernatural. I shrugged it off. It's not like there's anyone out there who would wish me harm. But as the evening wore on, an unsettling feeling of being watched began to gnaw at me. The shadows cast by the window seemed to stretch farther than they should, and every creak of the floorboards sounded like a whisper. Absurd, right? A few days went by, and I thought the unease had finally dissipated until an email from an unknown sender appeared in my inbox. The subject line was blank, and the message contained only a single link, no text, just an ominous hyperlink. Driven by a mix of curiosity and rebellion, I couldn't resist clicking on it. It opened a web page I had never encountered before, with a bizarre combination of numbers and letters as its title. The screen displayed a live feed of my living room, where I sat with my laptop. I blinked and rubbed my eyes, utterly stunned to see myself from behind. Clearly, there was a camera hidden in my room, but where could it be? Okay, now that's just messed up, I muttered, assuming it was some sort of prank involving advanced tech tricks. However, as the camera began to pan around the room, my anxiety intensified. My knees tensed, and my eyes darted around the familiar surroundings, searching for the source of the intrusion. As I attempted to determine the location of the camera, I realized it was aligned with the mirror mounted on the wall. My heart began to race as I approached the mirror, trying to see if my face appeared on the live stream via the laptop. However, the website had turned into an error page. I spent some time refreshing the site and following the link from the email, but it was as if it had never existed. I checked the mirror again, but there were no obvious signs of a camera. Exhausted after a long day, and having had several drinks with my friends, I convinced myself I was merely being paranoid and went to bed. Days passed, and I tried to dismiss the entire episode until one night, when I got up to get some water in the middle of my sleep. I glanced at the mirror again. My reflection was normal, but something in the background was not. The edge of a shadowy figure peeked out from the corner of the mirror, suggesting a presence that shouldn't have been there. I quickly turned around, heart pounding, but there was nothing. The unease tightened its grip on me once more. I need to calm down, I murmured to myself. It's all in my mind. I blamed stress, lack of sleep, and the power of suggestion. However, when I discovered my favorite mug shattered on the kitchen floor the next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in my home. A believer in facts and logic, I didn't leap to supernatural conclusions when I heard the kitchen door creak open the following night. I thought, thinking it was an intruder, I attempted to flick the light switch, but it was unresponsive, leaving the room nearly engulfed in darkness. Grabbing my baseball bat and phone, I utilized the phone's flashlight to investigate. I cautiously advanced towards the living room, sweeping the flashlight beam across the area, and abruptly, I noticed something peculiar. The mirror was propped against the wall with visible wires dangling from it. A bizarre blend of anger and fear surged through me. Someone was indeed toying with me, and they were present at that moment. I yelled, demanding to know who was in my house, and pivoted towards the kitchen. Just then, the lights suddenly flickered on, blinding me momentarily. The world seemed to blur around me, and my vision became hazy, until I found myself awakening back in my bed. I sat up, heart racing, and noticed that my bedroom appeared just as usual. Had it all been a dream, or something utterly bizarre? I reached for my phone to check the time, and that's when I noticed a notification, an email from an unknown sender. With trembling fingers, I opened it to find a photograph, almost identical to the one that had initiated this entire ordeal. It depicted my front door, but this time, the picture was captured at night. The caption beneath the image sent chills racing down my spine. Sleep well, goodbye for now. My eyes flitted around the room, half expecting someone to emerge from the shadows, but I was alone. My logical mind sought a rational explanation. Perhaps it was an elaborate prank concocted by someone with too much idle time. I hurried to my laptop and began to scrutinize the sender's email address. A jumbled mess of letters and numbers, impossible to trace, filled the screen. Panic surged through me as I understood this was no prank. Someone was watching me, invading my privacy, and I had no clue who it was or why they were doing it. I dashed back into the living room to check the mirror. It was there, hanging on the wall in its usual spot. In a frantic attempt to prove I wasn't losing my mind, I clawed at it desperately and ended up shattering it on the floor. Standing barefoot amidst the broken pieces, I sifted through the shards with my bare hands, trying to comprehend if the camera had ever been there or if it was all in my head. What was I doing? I locked the front door, drew the curtains, and sat in the dimly lit room, my heart pounding. I considered going to the police, but what could I possibly tell them? That I was receiving bizarre emails and photographs that defied explanation? The hours dragged on, and as the night deepened, my paranoia grew stronger. I didn't want to acknowledge it, but the sensible explanations were wearing thin. Could it really be that someone was going to such lengths to terrorize me? Staring at my laptop, its webcam seemed to gaze back at me, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched by some unseen force. I closed the laptop and made my way to bed. If they intended to harm me, they would have done so by now, and I was exhausted from the entire ordeal. Resigned to my fate, I closed my eyes. Good night, sleep tight. A few years ago, I was renting a house in Northern California. The neighborhood was just outside. Living in the suburbs seemed to strike the perfect balance between having ample space and enjoying the company of friendly neighbors close by, ensuring I never felt too isolated. The area lacked streetlights, casting an enveloping darkness at night, especially when clouds obscured the moonlight. However, this didn't bother me. It actually made my cozy home feel even more serene on those pitch-black evenings. One day, during the depths of winter, I returned home from work. It was an overcast night, so as I pulled into my driveway, the only illumination came from my car's headlights and the porch light. As I stepped out of my vehicle, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke, which was unusual since I had never smoked around the house. Seeing no one nearby, I dismissed it and went inside. I had just finished a shift with several hours of overtime, leaving me quite exhausted, even though it wasn't yet 7 p.m. I decided to take a shower and call it a night. Later, I awoke, convinced I had heard a noise inside my home. I wasn't immediately concerned, as my friend would occasionally drop by to use my shower after work on his way to his night classes. I had even given him a spare key so he could stop by even if I wasn't there. He always sent me a text beforehand, though, and I hadn't heard my phone alert me. Reaching over to my bedside table, I picked up my cell phone to check if he had messaged me. The bright light from my phone screen dazzled me. This was in the days before phones had sensors to adjust the screen brightness in the dark, and this particular device was so luminous I could use it as a makeshift flashlight. Squinting through bleary eyes, I discerned that it was a little past 9, though I couldn't determine if I had any unread messages. Setting my phone aside, I called out my friend's name. An eerie quietness hung in the air for a few seconds before it was shattered by the sound of heavy footsteps, as someone began sprinting across the ground floor of my house. I sprang from my bed and dashed toward the closet. By the time I reached the door and stepped inside, whoever it was had already ascended T. He stairs. The house featured 3 rooms on the upper level, 2 bedrooms flanking the hallway and a bathroom at the far end. Both bedroom doors were securely shut, but the bathroom door stood slightly ajar. I listened as the intruder thundered down the hallway, past my door, and into the bathroom. Thankfully, this detour afforded me just enough time to open the attic access in the ceiling of my closet and haul myself up. I had barely started lifting myself when the person emerged from the bathroom, their footsteps echoing back toward my room. My legs had scarcely disappeared into the attic when my bedroom door burst open. I heard the intruder's steps as they entered the room, pausing when they realized it was empty. They hurried back into the hallway and into the other room, which contained only stacks of boxes, some weights, and a table where I painted miniature models. Assuming that if someone were hiding, it would be in the bedroom, they charged back into my room and flicked on the light. Moments later, the closet door was flung open. I crouched in the attic, just a foot or so from the access, ready to act if they discovered me. As they began to ascend, my vantage point only allowed me to see from about their knees downward. They wore grimy blue jeans with frayed cuffs and sturdy work boots. After a few moments of peering into the closet, they moved away, and I was startled by a loud crash emanating from my room, followed by a scream filled with frustration and rage. That scream was the most unsettling aspect of the ordeal for me. It bore an uncanny resemblance to my stepfather's outbursts when he lost his temper. He was eventually committed to a psychiatric facility due to multiple mental disorders that led to erratic and violent behavior. The intruder in my house hurried back down the stairs, and I heard the sound of objects being tossed around and furniture being overturned. I remained crouched in the attic, having abandoned my cell phone in my rush to reach the closet, unsure if I could descend without being detected. After a while, the commotion ceased, and I began to count slowly. Upon reaching 1,000, I decided it was sufficiently safe to climb down and call the police. As I emerged from the closet, the first thing I noticed was that the intruder had flipped my bed, likely in an attempt to locate me. That must have been the loud noise I heard after they moved away from the closet. Unable to find my cell phone, I went to the landline by the bed and dialed the police. I waited in my room until I heard them announce their presence from downstairs. The first floor was in disarray, as I had anticipated. Chairs were toppled, the sofa was overturned, and books and pictures were scattered everywhere. The knickknacks that once adorned my shelves lay scattered across the floor, and the cupboards in the kitchen had been flung open, their contents, boxes and canned goods, spilled everywhere. Despite the chaos, the only item that seemed to be missing was a single knife from the wooden block in my kitchen. The police conducted a thorough search of the house and discovered that the side door had been pried open, likely with a tool similar to a crowbar. They also found several cigarette butts along my fence line, along with some foil and an empty pan. The officers explained that these items are frequently used by individuals who smoke methamphetamine, suggesting that he had been observing my house for some time. It dawned on me that he must have been there, smoking a cigarette, when I returned home. The police gathered the evidence and advised me to stay with family or friends that night and to have the door repaired as soon as possible. I decided not to sleep and moved a shelf to barricade the broken door, spending the next couple of hours tidying up. Periodically, I would go to the window with a flashlight to scan the fence line where the police had found the cigarette butts and foil, but I saw nothing unusual. The following day, I arranged for the door to be fixed and installed motion-detecting lights at the rear and sides of my house. I also ran a phone cable into the attic to add a landline, determined never to be trapped up there without a means of communication again. After that, nothing else occurred in the house, and I lived there for another 3 years without further incident. As an additional precaution, I practiced maneuvering out of my bed and making my way to my closet and stealthily climbed into the attic as rapidly and silently as I could manage. I had even rehearsed this maneuver at my new residence, although there I would slip into a crawl space at the rear of the closet instead of the attic. I shuddered to think about what might have transpired if I had been a tad slower reaching the attic or if he hadn't first gone into the bathroom at the end of the hallway. My roommate was away for the week, so I had the place to myself. It was spring break, so my college classes were on pause, and I had no plans or pressing tasks to attend to on Monday. I was essentially confined indoors due to a massive storm sweeping through our city. Such weather was typical for this time of year, yet it always seemed more intense with each occurrence. The trees appeared as though they might be uprooted, and the house would tremble and creak incessantly. Knowing I wouldn't be able to sleep, I opted to stay up. I switched on the Xbox and began playing one of my video games, engrossed for well over an hour, likely until around 11 o'clock, when the doorbell rang. I paused the game and stood up, but then recalled the storm raging outside. Who would venture out under these conditions? I approached the front door and peered through the peephole, but saw nothing. Upon opening the door, the wind and rain hit me immediately, yet when I surveyed the surroundings, no one was there. I shut the door, pondering whether the wind might have somehow triggered the doorbell. I realize now it sounds foolish, but what else was I to think? I returned to my game, only to be interrupted a few minutes later by a loud crash. Shuffling sounds echoed from the backyard, with objects toppling over and shattering. Instinctively, I realized it was our patio furniture and darted to the back door. The yard was in disarray, with everything being swept around by the gusty wind. Hastily, I slipped on my shoes and headed outside, pressing each piece of furniture up against the back of the house. The wind was fierce enough to sting painfully whenever the rain lashed against my face. I moved swiftly, racing against the elements, until I noticed someone standing at the edge of the backyard, watching me. I paused, meeting their gaze briefly, before grabbing the final piece of furniture and dashing back inside to escape the downpour. As I dried off by the back door, I realized the person had vanished. Between that unsettling moment and the incessant ringing of the doorbell, I felt a bit anxious. I settled into the living room, scrolling aimlessly through my phone, weary of the constant disturbances. After some time, I struggled to keep my eyes open. I grabbed a blanket and lay down on the couch, not wanting to head upstairs where the noise was even louder. It took a while, but eventually, I drifted off into sleep. A few hours later, still deep into the night, I was jolted awake by a sudden blast of strong wind shaking the house. I pushed the blanket aside and sat up, moving my feet to the floor, intending to check if the furniture outside was still in place. However, as soon as my feet touched the ground, they were soaked, which snapped me to full alertness. I looked down, noticing a puddle on the floor right next to the couch. Then, I saw another leak forming nearby. Spanning across the floor, within the puddles, were faint imprints of shoes. I stood up abruptly, my heart pounding furiously in my chest, and dashed to the corner of the room. After a moment of hearing only the wind wling outside, I cautiously traced the shoe prints. They wound their way throughout the entire house, both upstairs and down, yet it was evident they had entered through the back door, which I foolishly neglected to lock in my haste to escape the rain. I quickly secured the door and retrieved my phone to dial 911, but an unsettling thought crossed my mind. What if they were still inside? I remained silent and retreated to the most concealed corner of the house, waiting in hushed anticipation for help to arrive. When they finally came, they surveyed the scene, observing everything I had seen but uncovering nothing additional. They suggested it appeared to be a personal attack, as nothing was taken, and the intruders seemed specifically interested in my home. Strangely, they approached me while I was asleep and did nothing but watch, which was incredibly unnerving. It didn't make sense. If they intended harm, they had the perfect opportunity. Upon reflection, I suspected whoever it was had originally come for my roommates. They saw me, inspected the house, and left without causing any harm. If it was indeed a personal attack and my roommate had been present, I believe the situation might have escalated far more disastrously than it did. I had been living with my older brother for about 4 years since I finished school, sharing the rent and responsibilities of the household. An apartment together since neither of us could afford anything independently. However, during our 4th year, my brother began earning a better income and planned to move out once the lease expired. I wasn't earning much, so I knew I couldn't cover the apartment expenses alone. For several months, I searched online for a potential roommate, but ultimately decided to relocate and find a more affordable place. I continued my search until the final month of our lease. By then, my brother had essentially moved all his belongings, and I felt a lot of pressure to quickly find a new home. Given my very limited budget, this was challenging. Eventually, I came across a listing from a homeowner offering a room for rent in their house. The homeowner's name was Evan. I sent him a text message expressing my interest and continued my search. He replied within a few minutes, and we arranged a time to talk later that day. During our conversation, he explained all the details. He lived alone and was renting out his extra bedroom, but I would have access to all the other rooms in the house. It sounded perfect, so I agreed. A couple of weeks later, I packed everything into a U-Haul and drove to the house. During this period, Evan and I had been texting and calling, and he had sent me numerous pictures, but I hadn't had the opportunity to see it in person yet. I arrived around noon, parking in the driveway. The house was indeed small, but it appeared inviting from the outside. Evan was standing in the garage, waving me over, and he gave me a quick tour. Evan assisted me in unloading all my belongings into my room. He appeared to be an average man in his mid-30s, which made him nearly a decade older than I was, but that didn't bother me much. He wasn't particularly good at maintaining conversations and seemed a bit reserved. Anyway, we managed to get everything inside, and I returned the U-Haul. I took an Uber back to the house, and by then it was nearing 8 p.m., and I felt quite exhausted. Evan was lounging on the couch, engrossed in watching TV. I mentioned to him that I was going to retire for the night and headed to my room. Overall, it seemed like a pleasant enough place, and I was satisfied with it. I unpacked a bit more and set up my bed. By 9, I was finally prepared to sleep. I approached my door to lock it and turn off the lights, but as I reached out my hand, I noticed the doorknob was devoid of a lock. Puzzled, I opened the door and discovered the lock was on the exterior side of the door. Curious, I stepped into the living room and asked Evan why the bedroom door locked from the outside. He seemed bewildered and said he had never realized that, but promised to switch it around the next day. I shrugged it off, said all right, and returned to my room. Although I was tired and not overly concerned, it was undoubtedly a peculiar discovery. I climbed into bed and drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, I awoke to the sound of someone moving around in the kitchen, which I assumed was just Evan getting water or something similar. I closed my eyes once more, but a minute later, I heard him walking back down the hallway. As he passed by my room, he paused. I opened my eyes and glanced at the door. He was standing outside. I sat there silently for what felt like 15 seconds before I heard a click, the sound of my door being locked. My heart sank, and a chill swept over my face as Evan made his way to his room. As soon as I heard his bedroom door close, I quietly stood up and approached the door, trying the handle. It wouldn't move. I stood there in shock for a few moments, coming to terms with the unsettling reality that this man I had just met had now confined me to a room. My initial fear began to morph into anger, and I shouted for Evan, demanding he unlock the door. It only took a moment before I heard Evan emerge from his room and approach my door. I heard him place his hand on the door, but he hesitated for a few seconds before finally unlocking it. I swung the door open immediately and confronted him, asking, "What the hell was that?" Evan stumbled over his words, explaining that he only wanted to ensure his own safety because he didn't know me well enough. While I understood his concern, I made it clear that locking someone in a room was not a wise approach. I informed him that I planned to pack up and leave in the morning. I spent the entire night on the couch in the living room, waiting for the U-Haul store to open at 9. Peering into the hallway, I saw that Evan's bedroom door remained closed, which hopefully meant he was still asleep. I then drove directly to the store and returned with the U-Haul to the house. Upon entering, I noticed Evan's bedroom door was open. "Evan?" I called out, stepping over to his room and peeking inside. The room was empty. I scanned the room incredulously, realizing that things were only becoming more peculiar. I hesitated briefly before diving straight into the task of relocating my belongings. Fueled by determination, I spent 2 hours tirelessly moving boxes and disassembling my bed. With only 2 boxes remaining, I dashed inside to grab one more and hurried towards the front door, only to find Evan blocking my path. "Move," I insisted. He stared back at me, expressionless. After a few tense moments, he stepped aside, allowing me to rush past him and load the box into the U-Haul. The final box was partially filled with random food items I had kept from my old pantry at the apartment. I decided to leave it behind. Evan's behavior was unsettling, and I was eager to distance myself from him. As I began to close the back of the U-Haul, Evan interrupted, saying, "You forgot this," while holding out the last box. "Oh, yeah, thanks," I replied, taking it from him and climbing back into the truck. I sensed his gaze on me as I stacked the box, and when I turned, he had his hand on the door. He was attempting to pull it down, trying to trap me inside. I managed to stop him before the door was even halfway closed. I pushed him to the ground, but he quickly got up and ran, not towards the house, but into the trees, away from the property. I was bewildered and unsure of what to make of it, but I didn't dwell on it. I swiftly secured the back door and drove off. My brother kindly offered me a place to stay until I found a new home. I have no idea what transpired in that house or what might have occurred, but there was undoubtedly something very wrong happening there. This all took place approximately 4 years ago, yet the experience has haunted me almost every single day since it unfolded. I'll begin by saying, at the time, I was quite young, single, and eager to embark on my first romantic experience. I spent some time browsing through dating apps, conversing with several individuals until I finally encountered a man who seemed intriguing. We shared numerous interests, and I concluded that it would be a good idea to meet him in person, especially since we had been chatting for nearly a month. Although I was young, I wasn't naive or foolish. I have always been, and continue to be, a cautious and somewhat paranoid person. Yet, for reasons I can't entirely explain, I made what might have been one of the worst choices of my life. I invited him to spend the night at my home. My parents were away for the weekend, leaving the house entirely to myself, which seemed like the ideal chance for him to visit. He lived approximately 3 hours away from me, but he was eager, almost desperately so, to come over. He set off as soon as he finished work, which was around 11 a.m. During his drive to my place, I was plagued by an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as if something terrible was about to happen. I considered texting him several times to call off the visit, but I hesitated, especially since he was only 10 minutes away by then. My heart raced as I heard his car pull up, and I anticipated a warm smile greeting me when I opened the door. Instead, he forced his way inside and stared at me with a blank expression, while my 2 French bulldogs, who never showed aggression towards anyone, began to snarl and growl at him. Everything immediately felt incredibly off. He quickly trailed me to my bedroom and didn't hesitate to forcefully undress me. I reluctantly went along with it, as this was my first intimate encounter with someone. He was nearly 6 years my senior, so I was quite anxious. Fast forward a couple of hours, he unexpectedly asked if he could sleep in my room, which puzzled me since it was only 5 p.m. nonetheless. I told him it was fine and that I would continue watching movies alone downstairs. About an hour later, I heard what sounded like furniture being moved and the faint murmur of his voice. Curious and a bit concerned, I made my way upstairs and opened the door, only to find him crouched in the middle of my room, breathing heavily. I inquired if he was all right, and he motioned for me to get on the bed. He sat me on his lap and proceeded to blindfold me, wrapping his hands around my neck. I was already feeling extremely uneasy, and my discomfort intensified as his grip around my throat tightened. He asked if anyone knew he was there, whether my friends were aware of his identity and appearance. I immediately responded that my sister and friends knew he was present, even though it was a blatant lie. I don't have a sister, and my friends were oblivious to the situation, but something compelled me to say it. After several minutes of tense silence, he stood up to collect his belongings. I noticed that his backpack contained tape, rope, and handcuffs. Initially, it didn't alarm me because I knew he was interested in those things, but in hindsight, I believe they were intended for something far more sinister. All of a sudden, my perception of the entire situation shifted dramatically. Suddenly, he announced, "I think I'm going to head home. I have a long drive ahead and I'm quite exhausted." I didn't hesitate to show him out because his presence had already made me incredibly uneasy. As he left, he neither glanced back at me nor said goodbye. Instead, he sped down the street the moment he got into his car. I hurried back to my room to check if he had left anything behind, considering his hasty departure. On my desk, I discovered a note with the cryptic message, "Being nice is what saved you." At the time, I had no clue what the note implied, but now I seriously believe he harbored very malicious intentions toward me. I remain angry with myself for allowing a stranger into my home, which was clearly a grave mistake. I promptly blocked him on all my social media accounts. I feel incredibly fortunate to have escaped unscathed. All I know is that he is now somewhere back in America. I'm not entirely sure why he was residing in the UK when I met him, but all I can say now is that I'm relieved he is many miles away from me. About a decade ago, I lived on my own and didn't have much company. I was quite downcast at the time, having lost my girlfriend to a drunk driver. I was enjoying a beer and watching the sunset on the back porch when I noticed a large, unkempt man emerging from the tree line. My heart skipped a beat as he staggered toward my house in a threatening manner. Living alone, I often used my backyard for target practice, and in that moment, I was immensely grateful for it. Instinctively, I rushed to secure all the doors while frantically dialing for help. Lingering over the decision to call the police, I was uncertain. This incident occurred last year when I was 17, and it is an experience I will never forget. I was home alone for the weekend as my parents attended a work convention out of state. I was upstairs in my room playing Rocket League with two friends, chatting with them on my headset, when I heard a thud from downstairs. This wasn't unusual since I have two cats who frequently create a ruckus while wrestling with each other. So, I continued my game, lowering the TV volume slightly to see if the noise persisted. About 2 minutes later, I heard another thud, followed by what seemed like a grunt. I mentioned the noises to my friends, and they insisted I check it out, so I did. As I started my descent down the stairs, I assumed my cats were just playing more roughly than usual. But as I reached the halfway point on the stairs, I froze. I could distinctly hear what sounded like men whispering to each other in the living room. Crouching down to get a small peek, I saw 3 large men dressed in all black moving around. The sensation in my chest was indescribable as I cautiously crept back up the stairs from my crouched position. In a typical horror movie scenario, the very last step let out a loud creak. The entire house fell silent, and I knew they had heard it. Thinking quickly, I darted quietly back to my room, put on my headset, and instructed my friends to call the police and send them to my house. They sounded confused and asked what was happening, but I just urged them to hurry and tossed my headset aside. I sat on my bed, contemplating my next move. As I approached my door to close it, the sound of 2 sets of footsteps ascending the stairs caught my attention. I realized that if I locked myself in my room, it would be obvious where I was hiding. Therefore, I left my door ajar and stealthily moved towards my parents' room, intentionally leaving their door wide open, hoping to mislead them. Just a few seconds later, I heard the distinct thud of heavy boots hitting the wooden floor upstairs, accompanied by another pair of footsteps. The noise grew louder as they approached down the hallway, halting right outside my door. A pounding on my bedroom door ensued, followed by a deep voice demanding, "Open up before I break this door down." A shiver ran down my spine at the sound of this threat. Quickly, I made my way to my parents' bedroom window, opening it silently. Yet, it seemed I wasn't quiet enough, as I heard the heavy boots move further down the corridor. As I was halfway through the window, a man appeared in the doorway and shouted while rushing towards me. In a panic, I leapt out the window, but he managed to grab my ankles, attempting to pull me back. Fortunately, I wiggled my feet just enough to slip out of my shoes and landed on the small roof above the back door. The man followed me through the window, and as another man arrived at the window, panic set in, and I jumped off the roof, landing awkwardly on my left ankle. The uproar upstairs alerted a third man who had been downstairs. He spotted me through the porch window and dashed outside to pursue me. I limped towards the backyard gate, hopping on one foot, but before I could escape, the man caught up with me and dragged me back into the yard. I tried to scream, but he covered my mouth as the 2 other men descended from the window, and all 3 of them seized me, attempting to drag me back into the house. As they managed to get me inside, I was suddenly comforted by the sound of police sirens approaching. The men exchanged glances and, before shoving me to the floor, bolted out the back door. With my injured leg, I hobbled to the front door, flung it open, and shouted to the officers that the men were in the backyard. 3 officers rushed to the backyard, while another helped me over to one of the police cars. They apprehended one of the men, but the other 2 managed to flee over the fence. The captured man was placed in a squad car as the officers began to question me. Shortly afterward, my 2 friends, who I had been playing with earlier, arrived in the driveway on their bikes, hurrying over to check if I was all right. I assured them I was fine and expressed my gratitude for them notifying the police, potentially saving my life. The man they caught was charged with burglary and attempted kidnapping. It turned out that the men had broken in through a basement window. I was grateful to have escaped with my life and only a sprained ankle that night. My advice to everyone is to always trust your instincts and never disregard any noise you hear when you are home alone. My roommate was away for the week, so I had the entire place to myself. It was spring break, meaning my college classes were on hold. With no plans or pressing tasks, I found myself essentially confined indoors on Monday due to a severe storm sweeping through our city. Such weather was typical during this time of year, yet it always managed to evoke a sense of awe. The days seemed to grow increasingly ominous, with the trees appearing as if they might be swept away by the relentless wind, and the house would shudder and creak incessantly. Knowing that sleep would elude me, I opted to remain awake. I switched on the Xbox, launched one of my video games, and immersed myself in it for over an hour, likely until around 11 o'clock, when the doorbell unexpectedly chimed. Pausing the game, I rose to my feet but quickly recalled that a storm was raging outside. Who would be out there in such weather? I approached the front door and peered through the peephole, but saw nothing. Opening the door, the wind and rain assaulted me immediately, yet there was no one in sight. Closing the door, I mused that perhaps the wind had somehow triggered the doorbell. It sounds foolish now, but what else could I have thought? I returned to my game, but mere minutes later, a loud crash echoed from the backyard. It resembled the sound of objects toppling and shattering. Instantly, I realized it must be our patio furniture and dashed to the back door. The yard was in disarray, with furniture scattered and tumbling in the gusts. Hastily donning my shoes, I ventured outside, pushing each piece of furniture against the house's rear wall. The wind was so fierce that it stung when the raindrops hit my face. I was racing against the elements, moving as swiftly as I could, until I noticed someone. They stood at the yard's edge, silently observing me. I glanced at them briefly but then hurriedly grabbed the last piece of furniture and rushed inside to escape the rain. I stared at the back door as I dried off, but the person had disappeared, and with the doorbell having rung earlier, my nerves were on edge. I settled into the living room, scrolling through my phone, weary of the frequent interruptions. As time passed, I found myself struggling to keep my eyes open. Grabbing a blanket, I lay down on the couch, reluctant to head upstairs where the storm's roar was even more intense. It took some time, but eventually, I drifted into sleep. A few hours later, still deep into the night, I was jolted awake by a sudden gust of strong wind battering the house. I pushed the blanket aside and swung my feet to the floor, intending to check if the outdoor furniture remained in place. The moment my feet touched the ground, they were drenched, snapping me to full alertness. I glanced down to discover a puddle right beside the couch, followed by another and yet another, forming a line across the floor. Within the puddles were faint, muddy shoe prints. My heart pounding in my chest, I stood and dashed to the corner of the room. After a moment of hearing nothing but the howling wind outside, I cautiously tracked the shoe prints. They wound throughout the house, both upstairs and downstairs, and I could clearly see they originated from the back door, which I had foolishly neglected to lock in my haste to escape the rain. I secured the door and took out my phone to dial 911, but then a chilling thought surfaced. What if someone was still inside? I remained silent and crept to the corner of the house where I felt the most concealed. I waited silently for their arrival, and when they finally came, they surveyed the area, observing everything I had seen but noticing nothing additional. They informed me that it appeared to be a personal attack, as nothing was missing and the focus seemed specifically on my house. They approached me while I was asleep, seemingly doing nothing more than watching me, which was incredibly unsettling. It didn't make much sense. If they had intended to harm me, they would have seized the opportunity right then. After some reflection, I began to suspect that the intruder was actually targeting my roommates. They saw me, scanned the entire house, and then left without doing anything. So, if this was indeed a personal attack and my roommate had been present, I believe the situation might have escalated into something far worse. I want to recount the time my family's home was broken into, a truly eerie experience. It happened one dark October evening while I was still in high school. Back then, whenever I returned home from school, I would head straight to my room, lie on my bed, and immerse myself in comic books. On the day of the break-in, I was alone in the house. My family had gone out shopping. So, I secluded myself in my room and became completely absorbed in my books. It was wonderful. However, I eventually needed to use the bathroom, so I left my room, and that's when I noticed something peculiar, the unmistakable scent of tobacco smoke. This was incredibly odd, as I don't smoke, nor does anyone in my family. I had never encountered this smell in our home before. Driven by curiosity, I began to search for the source of the odor. In my little sister's room, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open and flipped on the light. To my shock, a full-grown man stood inside. A stranger had invaded our home, clutching his shoes in one hand while rifling through my sister's drawers with the other. It seemed he had removed his shoes to move more stealthily. My heart froze, and my skin turned icy cold. Somehow, I managed to ask, "What are you doing in here?" despite the fear that gripped me. He began to babble, spewing out random, implausible excuses. It was utterly surreal. My heart was pounding, and I was at a loss for what to do, so I grasped his arm firmly. I couldn't let him slip away, and surprisingly, he offered no resistance or protest, maintaining silence. Fortunately, my grandfather lived nearby, so I led the intruder to his house. Once there, my grandfather contacted the authorities. After some time, the police arrived and filled us in on the details. Following an interview with the EMT, it was revealed that the man lived in one of the apartments across the street, which had a direct view into our home. Things took an unsettling turn when he confessed to the public that he had entered our house multiple times. He admitted that he often broke in, even when people were home. During the police questioning, he broke down and revealed that his repeated intrusions were driven by an obsession with my sister. He divulged to the police that the day I caught him in the act as he rummaged through my sister's underwear, intending to take some back to his place. He admitted that the sole reason he targeted my sister was simply that she fit his preferences. He confessed to sneaking into other people's homes too, always those whose occupants matched his type. He claimed he was never detected because he took great care not to disrupt anything or steal any valuables, ensuring no one ever suspected his presence. It seemed this man had a precise understanding of our household's routines and our family's activities, suggesting he had been observing us for quite some time. He must have identified a vulnerable entry point into our home, allowing him to come and go unnoticed on numerous occasions. My assumption is that he grew complacent, which ultimately led to his capture. I only managed to catch him because I noticed the lingering smell of cigarettes. I can't adequately describe the terror of discovering someone standing in a shadowy room of your house at such a young age. Words failed to capture the fear I felt. Naturally, we disposed of all my sister's underwear and decided to replace her wardrobe entirely. After all, how could she feel at ease wearing anything that man had touched? I believe this incident has taken a mental toll on my sister, though it's a topic I avoid discussing with her. I'm just relieved I was able to stop him. Who knows what else he might have attempted? Perhaps taking the clothes was just the beginning of his intentions, a thought I prefer not to dwell on. This incident occurred just yesterday while both of our parents were at work. For context, my father works as a mailman, and my mother is employed as an RV saleswoman. Both of them are constantly on their feet, so neither can answer their phone promptly. I do have an older brother, but he's away at college, 2 hours from here, so his presence doesn't play a role in this narrative. I was seated in the living room with my dog when I overheard voices in the hallway. This wasn't out of the ordinary, as I reside in a third-floor apartment and the family next door is quite boisterous, frequently inviting friends over. Given that it was a Saturday, I wasn't anticipating complete silence. I initially ignored the chatter since it wasn't overly loud and I was wearing headphones. However, my dog suddenly became alert, moving towards the door with a wary stance, the fur on his back standing on end, something he rarely does. This worried me, prompting me to remove my headphones. At that moment, I discerned the same voices from earlier, belonging to 2 adult men who were shouting aggressively in the apartment hallway. Feeling a bit unnerved, I nudged my dog away from the door, ensured it was securely locked, and cautiously approached it to confirm they weren't near my unit. Peering through the peephole, I couldn't see either man, but since the only blind spot is directly to the right, I deduced they were at my neighbor's place. As I leaned against the door, it began to tremble because the men were pounding on the neighbor's door, still yelling things like, "We can hear you," and "Come out." Not wanting to reveal that I was home, I quickly grabbed my dog and retreated to my room, where I attempted to call my father. Fortunately, he answered after a few rings and advised me to remain in my room and keep silent, assuring me they would eventually leave. I mostly stayed in my room, but I called my best friend to have someone on the line with me, as my dad couldn't keep talking. My room is the farthest from the entrance, so they definitely wouldn't have heard me whispering to my friend about what was happening. After roughly 5 minutes, the banging ceased. I informed my friend that I would check if I could hear anything else. When I stepped out, I didn't hear the banging anymore, so I moved closer to listen. Peering through the peephole, I saw one of them pacing. Panicked, I started stealthily retreating back to my room. That's when I overheard one of them say, "Maybe we got the wrong house." This sent me into a full-blown panic attack since my identical apartment door is just 5 feet away from my neighbor's, with all the others further down the hallway. If they didn't know the exact number and weren't afraid to pound on an apartment door so forcefully, they might come to my door next. So, I hurriedly pulled my dog into my brother's room, which had a lock, and took refuge there. I waited for about 10 minutes before hearing the pounding subside again. I couldn't hear any conversation from my location, and I was texting my friend, who also lived in the complex, about what was unfolding. That's when the banging resumed, but this time, it was at my door. They went through the same routine, but the individuals were far more aggressive than before. I could hear them pounding, kicking, and striking my door, all while shouting for some guy to come out. Later, I called my brother, and he assured me that there was no way he could be involved in this, especially since he's 19, and those men appeared to be at least 25. Once again, I reached out to my dad, and in his panic, he told me to step out of my room and inform them that there were no guys in the apartment and that I was just a girl. I simply told him that I was going to call the police. I realized they weren't just trying to break down a door, they were after this guy who had wronged them. Despite this, I was still reluctant to go out there because, firstly, even if they were seeking someone else, I had no idea if they were armed, and in their furious state, they might cause harm. Furthermore, they had information about me, which brings me to my second point. I'm a high school freshman girl, 5 feet 4 inches and weighing less than 100 pounds. Quite frankly, I don't have any fight in me. For instance, I'm terrified of knives, so I grabbed a bowling pin from my room for protection instead. On top of all this, I was in the midst of a panic attack. I stood no chance against 2 grown men at my door, so revealing that I was a teenage girl alone at home wasn't the best idea. I sat next to my locked bedroom door with my dog while I called the police. I tried to keep him quiet the entire time because I didn't want to seem suspicious during this ordeal. I made sure not to talk to my friend while I was out of the room, keeping quiet and tiptoeing everywhere so they wouldn't know anyone was home besides me. I'm quite certain they had no idea anyone was inside, despite their shouts of, "We know you're in there," echoing through the house. Earlier, they seemed unsure if they had even arrived at the correct location. I had been speaking with the police on the phone for a few minutes when I heard a faint knocking at my door. It dawned on me then that I wasn't in such a state of shock that I hadn't noticed the banging had ceased. The operator informed me it was the police at my door, so I ended the call and opened it. The officers explained that the intruders had fled just before their arrival and proceeded to ask me several questions regarding male relatives and any possible connections they might have to this incident. When I was 19, I had served as a Marine and had somewhat foolishly utilized my military benefits to secure a home loan, purchasing my first house. I moved in with a modest collection of belongings that could fill a barracks room, yet the house felt like a mansion to me. Naturally, I went out to buy some essentials. A set of tools, a futon to sleep on until I could acquire a proper bed, and a few second-hand coffee tables for my TV. My dog accompanied me as I began unpacking my sparse possessions in the living room. Glancing outside, I noticed a car had pulled into my driveway, effectively blocking me in. I stepped outside to find a man standing there, attempting to sell me a home security system. He was dressed in khaki pants and a polo shirt, sporting a name tag whose details now escape me. The car lacked any company branding, which should have been a warning sign. However, I assumed that some employees simply didn't use company vehicles. He handed me his business card, though I cannot recall the name of the company he claimed to represent. The friendly salesman was enthusiastically delivering his pitch, extolling the virtues of installing a surveillance system and all the benefits of monitoring the exterior of my home at any given moment. As a low-ranking military member, I knew that I couldn't afford yet another expense, so my mind was racing to find a way to make this man leave. I even entertained the thought of using some martial arts move, whatever it is that we Marines do in hand-to-hand combat, just to get him to go away. However, I'm a rather passive person. Let's say I'm overly nice or perhaps simply polite. I refuse to be rude to someone just doing their job, having worked in customer service myself and understanding the position. I tried to politely decline his offer after he attempted to show me some things on his iPad, but you know how tenacious these salespeople can be. I'll confess to my own foolishness in answering his questions, perhaps divulging more than I should. "Do you live alone?" he asked. "No, I live here with my wife and our 3 large dogs," I replied. At least I wasn't lying about the large part. My wife and her dogs hadn't actually moved in yet, and her dogs were just overweight, though they were more aggressive than my own well-behaved companion. 2 women living together probably seemed like easier targets. I also mentioned being a Marine when he inquired, which seemed to surprise him, but it didn't deter him. "What kind of security system do you have?" he continued. "My dogs and me," I answered, not exactly the most intimidating response I could muster. I mean, I could be terrifying if I had a gun or something. I've been using them all my life and have never missed a target, whether living or inanimate. "If you would invite me in, I can show you the best places to set up," he suggested. He mentioned cameras on more than one occasion, and each time it left me increasingly unnerved, worrying that he might have intentions to rob me. Although there wasn't much to steal, given my past experience as a victim of assault, all I could think about was the possibility of a burglary. I made sure to keep our conversation away from my house. We spent roughly 15 minutes outside, during which I mostly tried to find a polite way to escape the conversation and retreat indoors. The pressure of maintaining social politeness was overwhelming, so eventually, I simply walked away, leaving him standing alone in my front yard. Once inside, I locked the door behind me. He got into his car and drove off. After some unpacking, I found myself unable to do much, as there was nowhere to store most of my belongings. I snacked on some junk food and set up the futon, making it as cozy as possible with my plushest blankets. I ensured the doors and windows were securely locked and settled down in the living room. In hindsight, I'm not sure why I didn't set up in a bedroom. They all had blinds, and the rooms were a bit more secluded. Perhaps I wanted to be closer to an exit. To provide some context, my back door was a double glass paneled door, which at the time lacked curtains, although the kitchen window did have blinds. The kitchen, living room, and dining room were all connected, but I strategically placed my futon against a wall in the living room, out of sight from both the back doors and the front door window. Call me paranoid if you will. I had been lying there for a few hours when around 11 o'clock. My dog got off the futon and made his way to the back doors. He's a large dog with a Rottweiler-like appearance, but he has never harmed anything in his life. He warmly greets strangers at the door with a wagging tail and rarely barks. He stayed at the door for a moment, whining a few times. At first, I ignored him, assuming it was probably just a squirrel, but then he began to growl, a sound that I'll never forget. It struck terror into my heart as I sat alone in the dark. The only other time I felt such fear was when a mountain lion screamed, and I realized how helpless I was against the forces of nature. The point is, these sounds are inherently designed to frighten you. All of this happened quite recently, during the summer of this year. I had been living with my parents until I secured a decent job, which allowed me to move out about 9 months ago. I was finally ready to leave the nest. The place I found wasn't in the best neighborhood, but it wasn't too shabby either. Some of my neighbors actually came over to welcome me and even brought me some food. However, there was one neighbor, the guy who lived to my right, who wasn't exactly welcoming but seemed immediately comfortable with me, as if we'd known each other for ages. He'd see me leaving for work in the morning and rush out of his house to share random stories, like how the previous neighbor used to turn on the bathroom light at 3 a.m. and leave it on all night, or that they would sunbathe in the garden for 5 hours sometimes. These were all very random, mundane facts, and I barely had the chance to respond to his stories before he started asking me intrusive questions. Questions like, "Why did you disappear for 83 minutes last night?" were common. It's worth noting that his voice had a peculiar quality. He spoke with a distinct intonation, reminiscent of an enthusiastic nerd, if that makes sense. This inflection sometimes made his remarks sound like accusations and at other times like inquiries. However, my responses to his comments rarely sparked a real conversation. I would often laugh it off and offer a brief reply, such as, "I had to pick up some groceries for tomorrow." He was quick to interject, reminding me that the previous tenant never took 83 minutes to buy groceries. His tone was almost accusatory, as if what I was saying was absurd. Assuming he was just a bit eccentric, I refrained from confronting him about his intrusive questions too much. This pattern continued for weeks. He would either rush over to question me about my daily activities or knock at odd hours to share details about my life. For instance, he would inform me that he noticed I left at 8:33 this morning instead of the usual 8:26. My reactions varied. Sometimes I thanked him for the information, while other times I was rather dismissive, yet always friendly. He never seemed interested in any other kind of dialogue. He would relay his observations and then depart. As months passed, his behavior remained consistent. Almost every day, he would stop me in the morning or come knocking to relay something about his observations. He appeared harmless, so I allowed him to continue his routine. One evening, while heading across the road for drinks, I inquired of my neighbor whether she had ever encountered any issues with him. She immediately paused, looking at me with a grave expression. "What happened?" she asked, clearly worried. I explained that he frequently approached me to mention that he had observed me turning on specific lights in my house at night or that he noted deviations from my usual routine. It wasn't exactly terrifying, but it was undeniably unsettling. At this point, she switched off the music and set her glass down. "You need to be cautious around him," she advised, appearing disturbed, as if I had triggered a suppressed memory. She said that the people who lived in my house before were really kind and that she couldn't prove it, but she believed they were gone because of him. Gone? What did she mean by gone? I urged her to explain further, but she apologized, turned the music back on, and shifted the topic, effectively ending the conversation. However, she did pause at one point to remind me to lock my doors and advised against inviting him over. That night, as I headed back home, I kept a close watch on his house while crossing the road. It was conspicuously dark. I had never really paid much attention before, but I realized that I had never seen his lights on after dark, whereas every other house on the street had at least a few lights illuminated in different rooms. Upon reaching my door, I hesitated and glanced toward his house once more. To my dismay, I saw exactly what I had hoped to avoid, a faint glimmer of light. He was watching me. How long had he been observing the neighbor's house to know that I was there? Was that all he did? Just watch me? As I stepped inside, I recalled what my neighbors had mentioned. How often had I neglected to even consider locking the door? Honestly, I suspected that most nights I wouldn't bother to check. I clicked the lock into place and proceeded to the back door. Taking the key from the side, I ensured it was properly secured, then returned the key to its usual spot before heading upstairs. Undressing to my underwear, I slipped beneath the covers. It had been an exhausting night, and as I reached over to turn off the lamp, I felt myself quickly drifting towards sleep. Was that a noise I heard? Was someone knocking? I sat on the edge of my bed, listening intently for more sounds. After about a minute with no further disturbances, I assumed I must have imagined it, being half asleep as I was. I settled back onto the bed and closed my eyes once more. No, there it was again. Definitely something. In that strange state of being half asleep and slightly tipsy, I switched on the light and moved to the window. Peering outside, I saw nothing and no one. The sound of my window opening was loud enough to alert any visitor. I called out into the darkness, inquiring if anyone was present. At this point, any ordinary person would have stepped into view to reveal themselves, but there was no response. Nothing. I was convinced someone had been knocking. Hastily, I donned my dressing gown and made my way downstairs. I went directly to the front door, which had shaded glass that allowed me to partially see through it. Clearly, a figure stood on the other side. Panic and anger surged within me. I didn't even pause to consider the danger as I fumbled with the lock and swung the door open. "You left your house for 157 minutes. What on earth?" I snapped. This was the latest he had ever come by, and his behavior irked me beyond belief. The fact that I had called out of the window, and he chose not to respond, instead standing with his nose nearly pressed against my front door, was infuriating. Why did he feel the need to relay this information at such a late hour? I was on the verge of sleep. "You've been out very late," he stated, as though I wasn't aware. "I know that. I'm an adult, and I have the right to go out late," I retorted, realizing I was responding to his accusatory tone. "Is that all you wanted to tell me, that I've been out late?" I asked, as he turned and began to walk back to his house. I shouted after him, insisting that I didn't want him knocking on my door again. He didn't respond, just continued on his way and disappeared inside his house. I had put up with his odd behavior for far too long. I resolved not to let him dictate my life schedule anymore. Next time he approached me, I would tell him I didn't care and simply walk away. I closed the door and headed straight back to bed, still seething over how intrusive and peculiar he was. As I lay there, I imagined the words I would say to him the next time we crossed paths. Despite my irritation, exhaustion soon took over, and I fell back asleep without difficulty. As expected, I had the strangest dream. Whenever I had a few drinks, I always experienced such vivid dreams. I could hear that persistent, gentle knocking, but this time I didn't jolt awake. I almost persuaded my subconscious dreaming mind to ignore the sound. Imaginary knocking resounded in my mind, yet I was acutely aware of every unsettling detail unfolding around me. I began to question whether I had locked the door. I recalled securing it earlier but hadn't re-locked it after opening it to confront him. I couldn't remember. The vividness of my dreams was something I despised. Of all possible scenarios, did I really have to envision him breaking into my home and climbing my stairs? It felt as though I had never been so consciously aware during any of my dreams. I was dreaming that I lay immobilized, sleeping on my side with my back facing the door. His breathing sounded incredibly realistic. Were it not for the alcohol coursing through my veins, I surely would have awakened. This was, without a doubt, the most unsettling dream I had ever experienced. I dreamt that he climbed into bed beside me, wrapping an arm around my waist and toying with my hair. I felt utterly repulsed, yet the gentle touches also had a calming effect, drawing me deeper into the dream. I urged myself to wake up at that moment, my mind constantly circling back to the notion that I truly hadn't locked the door. I needed to get up. His breathing was so intense, so lifelike. His touch felt real. This was unlike any dream I'd ever encountered. I urged myself to awaken, feeling paralyzed. Wake up now. My eyes finally opened, and I could still feel his touch. Why didn't you lock the door? I sprang upright, his voice abruptly jolting me into consciousness. He was in my bed. I screamed and dashed down the stairs, out into the night. My screams echoed as I ran across the out of my mind, insisting that I wasn't imagining things. I was utterly convinced that he had been in my house. As I continued speaking to the officers, I couldn't shake the vivid recollection of him lying beside me, whispering in the dark, and touching me. It was undeniably real. Earlier, when I had fled my house in a panic, I dashed across the road and began pounding on my neighbor's door. The chill of the night pierced through me. I was clad only in my underwear and completely barefoot. With desperation in my voice, I called out her name, banging vigorously until she finally came downstairs. She opened the door, still groggy and confused, and I rushed inside. My words tumbled out in a hurried explanation of the night's events as I pleaded with her to lock the door and contact the authorities. Together, we peered out the window, my front door left ajar just as I had abandoned it. Comforted by her presence, I slipped into some of her clothes and recounted every detail. As we watched the empty street, my friend questioned whether I was certain he had been there, suggesting it could have been nothing more than a frightening dream. Her doubts seeped into my mind, causing me to second-guess myself when we saw no trace of him departing. Despite her skepticism, I knew I wasn't the type to fabricate such a situation out of sheer terror. My memories of that night were too vivid to dismiss. The police arrived about 15 minutes later, their weapons drawn as they cautiously entered my home. We observed with bated breath, anticipating the moment they would escort him out in handcuffs. They seemed to be inside for an eternity, and I began worrying that perhaps he had barricaded himself in my room or found another hiding place. When the officers eventually emerged, unaccompanied, disbelief washed over me. How could this be? I was not losing my mind. He had been in my house, I was sure of it. Determined to find answers, I approached the officers and inquired about his whereabouts. They assured me they had conducted a thorough search and found no one. Desperation clawed at me as I fervently insisted that I would not go back into that house alone. Returning to that house with him still inside was when the worst imaginable scenario unfolded. He emerged from his home, standing there silently observing. I was in a panic, demanding that they arrest him and insisting that he had been in my house. His expression remained unchanged, he didn't even flinch. Instead, he simply turned and walked back indoors. Yes, I was intoxicated and highly emotional by this point, but I couldn't grasp why they wouldn't heed my words. They informed me they had thoroughly searched the entire place and found no intruder. They said that the person I alleged to be an intruder was clearly in their own residence, so I should just go inside and get some rest. There were no signs of forced entry, no damage, nor any evidence of an intruder, so there was nothing they could do. After persistently pleading with them to at least go and question him, one officer finally went over to speak with him, but it seemed to be a very brief conversation. He confirmed that he had initially come over to check on me since I appeared drunk, but then he went straight home. I was both furious and terrified. Eventually, I went back inside and searched the house for any evidence of his presence. I was almost beginning to doubt myself until I checked the back door. It was unlocked, and the key was still in the lock. I never left the key in the door, ever. He had exited through the back while I was hiding across the street. He had been in my house, and there was nothing I could do about it. I made my way upstairs after securely locking every door. The obsessive neat freak had made my bed. It was impeccably arranged, with the sheets and pillows placed just so. He didn't even hurry out after I awoke. Instead, he meticulously straightened my bed before slipping out through the back door. I crawled back under the covers, attempting to drift off again, but was besieged by an overpowering musky odor. His unwashed body had permeated my bedding, and his scent lingered throughout my room. It took me hours to change all the linens and finally managed to sleep. The next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling of having been violated, yet I also questioned the entire night. The police had been in my house, several men clad in heavy-duty uniforms, which could account for the smell. The key being in the back door perhaps indicated they were checking to ensure it fit the lock correctly, confirming that it hadn't been stolen. Even the neatly arranged pillows had an explanation. I had told them he was in my bed, so it made sense they might toss my bedding onto the floor while searching for him. Perhaps one of them simply tidied it up afterward. I went through my typical morning routine, and at 8:30, as I neared my front door, I took a deep breath, bracing for his presence. I exited my house and headed towards the street, glancing in his direction. The moment I stepped outside, there he was, exiting his house to greet me, like clockwork. I froze, my muscles tensing, prepared to scream or strike him if he came too close. "You're running 3 minutes later than usual," he observed. "Did you remember to lock your door this time?" When I was 12, we had a neighbor, a kindly elderly woman. She was remarkably energetic for her age. We often spotted her hauling several weeks' worth of groceries up the hill as if it were the easiest task in the world. Almost every day, she could be found tending to her garden with an unwavering dedication. She was indeed a tough, elderly woman. Unfortunately, her demeanor was anything but amicable. If someone greeted her, she would brusquely suggest they dash into traffic. She seemed to harbor a deep dislike for people and was, frankly, a rather terrible neighbor. She had a habit of complaining about the most trivial matters and wouldn't hesitate to show up at our doorstep late at night, accusing us of being too noisy and threatening to involve the authorities. Our family ended up in several heated confrontations with her whenever she appeared to voice her grievances. Her approach was always harsh, as she would unleash a torrent of insults upon us. Eventually, my parents grew weary of her behavior and began retaliating with their own insults, calling her old and bitter and suggesting she would end up alone. Despite my discomfort with these exchanges, I understood it as adults venting their frustrations. I even noticed her smirking as she returned home after these shouting matches with my parents. In town, she was notorious for her witch-like reputation. Whispers circulated about her being centuries old, possessing the vitality and strength of a man in his 20s. It was not far from the truth. Tales were told of her performing strange rituals by her window and even of abducting children for sinister purposes. Although it was all nonsensical, I found it amusing to entertain such stories at the time. The truly unsettling experience occurred one day when I was home alone, engrossed in playing on my Nintendo. I suddenly detected an unusual noise outside my window, resembling an animal scratching at a door. I paused my game and went to investigate. I was astounded by what I saw. There she was, in her backyard, using a screwdriver to claw at a window, attempting to break into the house. I opened the window and informed her that I had notified the police. Without a moment's hesitation, she sprinted back to her own home. It was bizarre to witness an elderly woman moving so swiftly. True to my word, I did call the police and recounted the incident to them. They assured me they were on their way and advised me to go upstairs and lock myself in the bathroom. Within moments, I detected an alarming odor that sent me into a panic. It was smoke. I immediately suspected she had set my house ablaze. Rushing to open the bathroom window, I realized that the smoke wasn't originating from my house, it was coming from next door. For reasons unknown, her home had caught fire and she remained inside. Before the fire department could arrive, the entire structure was engulfed in flames. They later announced that she perished in the fire, and we even attended her funeral. There were few mourners present. The eeriest part of all this was how it fueled rumors about her being a witch. Some speculated that, after I caught her attempting to abduct me, she chose to burn everything down and vanished to hide her identity. I'm unsure what to believe, but I relish sharing this tale every Halloween. My neighbor is quite peculiar. He never waves and always has a permanent scowl on his face. When we moved in, we were informed he was on a certain undesirable list, and that we should call the. One day, completely out of the blue, he knocked on our door. I had never exchanged a word with him before, yet he immediately launched into an explanation about why he was on the registry. Without introducing himself properly, he claimed that the incident involved accidentally injuring a child in a locker room, where both happened to be unclothed. He described it as a simple assault, emphasizing repeatedly that he had no interest in children whatsoever. Before I could even respond, he left. That was my very first encounter with him, aside from the notification we received upon moving in. Surprisingly, that wasn't even the most unsettling aspect about him. At some point, he began constructing a sign in front of his house. It wasn't just a small poster but a professionally printed sign on metal, mounted on two massive posts like those you'd see outside a business or along a highway. The sign features a picture of a poppy and a lengthy, rambling tale about how someone ran over his dog on this road a decade ago. The narrative is written in such a way that it seems to blame the neighborhood for his dog's death. Beside this sign, covering his entire fence, is an enormous banner that reads, "We miss you." It's puzzling why it says that, given that he lives alone. Lastly, there's an even larger photograph of the puppy, which seems unnecessary because, directly in front of the banner, placed on a folding table, is the actual dog. It appears he had the dog preserved after it was hit. From my window, I could observe him lurking behind his fence for what seemed like endless hours, surreptitiously spying on the stuffed puppy perched on the table. It was as if he were anticipating someone tampering with it. He carried out this peculiar vigil for several days until he finally took the plush animal inside. The puppy and the banner vanished, but the metallic sign remained a fixture, standing for years until a storm eventually tore it down. I often pondered what he did with that dog. Did it languish in a closet, or did he display it somewhere in his home? One day, my curiosity was satisfied. A friend of mine, who works in construction, was amusingly enough hired by the enigmatic neighbor to construct a shed. Without even inquiring, my friend shared that the man keeps a hideous stuffed puppy in his living room, almost like a piece of furniture, and talks to it incessantly. There were numerous other unsettling things, but the grand puppy shrine stood out the most. I never witnessed him with children, yet I remained vigilant. I was 13 when this peculiar event unfolded. I spent nearly every weekend at my friend's house. Her spacious bedroom was a stark contrast to the small apartment I shared with my mother, so staying there offered me a glimpse of what a family home might truly feel like. That would have been entirely true if not for the constant bickering I overheard from her parents. Her father was always exceptionally kind to me, treating me almost like his own daughter. He would buy us food and DVDs, ensuring our sleepovers were the highlight of our weeks. Her mother, however, was always rather aloof, rarely even acknowledging my presence. Most of the arguments I overheard involved shouting directed at him. Looking back, I realized she was emotionally manipulating him, claiming he didn't love her and accusing him of being deceitful. At the time, I merely assumed this was typical behavior for parents. Each night, we would usually just turn up the TV volume to drown out the yelling and distract ourselves. Generally, we ended up having a pleasant evening. However, this night was different. Her dad essentially hurried us up to her room, and it was clear he was under stress. I attempted to ask my friend about her parents, but she just brushed it off, stating she didn't want to discuss it. We spent the night doing our makeup, styling our hair, and trying on different outfits. Within a few hours, we were on the verge of dozing off while watching the first Twilight film. Suddenly, we heard her parents arguing at a high volume. There were loud bangs and the sound of objects being smashed. This was not normal. I could distinctly hear her mom practically screaming at her dad, hurling the usual accusations and seemingly hitting him. I knew this because he was pleading for her to stop. At some point, he started making his way upstairs, and I heard him slam the door to their bedroom, which was right next to the room we were in. It wasn't long before her mom followed him upstairs, bursting into their room. I heard him shout, "What the hell?" followed by lots of screaming and yelling. The entire house seemed to shake as they threw each other around their room, colliding with the walls. At this point, I felt extremely uncomfortable. I asked if we could secure the door, and my friend agreed, reminding me to remain silent. Just as I turned the lock, the screams and shouting abruptly ceased. My friend and I exchanged glances, waiting anxiously until we heard one of them either go downstairs or make any kind of sound. But there was nothing. We waited for several minutes, listening intently at the door and speculating about what might be happening. Had they simply gone to sleep after all that yelling? It seemed unlikely. Suddenly, I heard footsteps, and hurried back to my bed. There was a soft knock on the door, followed by a gentle voice asking, "Honey, are you awake?" Her mother was coming to check on us, something she had literally never done before. Before my friend could respond, her mother tried to open the door. Realizing it was locked, she immediately began shouting loudly, demanding we open the door at once. I looked at my friend with pleading eyes and urged her not to unlock it. Her mother started begging us through the door, kicking it forcefully, sending tremors through the room. She then directed her anger at me, commanding me to open the door, her tone progressively more vicious, accusing me of being a parasite and predicting I would end up like my mother, alone and miserable. Both my friend and I began to cry. In desperation, I called my mom and explained the situation. She could hear the door being kicked and the spiteful remarks. She instructed us to place something in front of the door for added security and mentioned she had to hang up briefly to contact the police. We were left there, anxiously waiting for this nightmare to end. The banging eventually ceased, and I could hear her. The echo of Mom's footsteps echoed down the hallway, then returned toward us. The situation turned deeply unsettling. Suddenly, the tip of a knife pierced through the door. It gleamed menacingly, as she relentlessly stabbed the door, slowly chipping away at the flimsy wood. By this time, we were obviously shrieking uncontrollably. I have a vivid recollection of why I became so alarmed. As the knife penetrated the door, I noticed something horrifying. The white paint around the hole began to turn crimson. It looked as though the door itself was bleeding. My initial thought was that she had injured herself during her rampage. But my friend's scream jolted me to a terrifying realization. She began shouting for her father, a notion that hadn't even occurred to me. She had taken just a few steps to retrieve that knife. Why would she have a knife in her bedroom, and why was it stained with blood? Up until now, I assumed we were merely in trouble with her deranged mom. Perhaps she would confiscate our snacks, make us go to bed, or send me home. I was pretty naive, and it hadn't occurred to me that she intended to kill us. The door was gradually disintegrating, and she was letting out guttural grunts with every stab. She was clearly growing tired, yet she showed no signs of stopping. My friend continued to scream for her father, while I was in complete disarray, sobbing and begging her mom to cease. She attempted to reach her hand through one of the fractures she had created, but she couldn't quite reach the lock. At this point, when she had reached through the shattered door, her arm scraping against sharp edges, tearing the skin along her forearm as she desperately tried to gain entry. Her arm flailed wildly through the hallway, while we huddled together in the corner of the room, utterly exhausted from our bout of tears. We knew she would eventually break through, and there was nothing we, as small girls, could do to prevent it. Then, a sound interrupted our sobbing, and we locked eyes, filled with both fear and hope. Police sirens. The authorities had arrived, and we were on the brink of salvation. Her mom must have heard them too, as she became even more frenzied, assaulting the door with her fists and occasionally jabbing through the hole she had created. In our panic, we had stacked a small bedside table and a chair against the door, aligning them perfectly with the wardrobe to form a barricade that prevented the door from opening, even if it was unlocked. The police began pounding on the front door, and she made a desperate decision to thrust her arm violently through the gap, ripping it open further. I watched in horror as she pushed past the pane, finally managing to reach the door lock. She had done it, she was almost inside. The door creaked open a few inches before our makeshift barrier halted her progress. Her hand shot through again, clawing determinedly at the bedside table we had placed there. It was evident she was making headway, slowly shifting the table aside. Her shoulder was now in the room, and her arm was gradually moving the table, inching it to the side, and all this while. The chaos erupted as the police forcefully smashed through the front door, responding to our terrified screams. Simultaneously, we heard the door downstairs give way, followed by the office's shouts as they rushed up the stairs. Her mother, seemingly using every ounce of her strength, forced the door open and lunged directly at us. We were huddled in the corner, too shocked to react swiftly. She landed on my friend, gripping her neck with a terrifying intensity, and I vividly recall how quickly her face turned purple. Despite the assault, she clung to my hand, flailing desperately in an attempt to break free while her own mother was choking the life out of her. The officers burst into the room, immediately subduing her mother and pinning her to the ground. The scene was a blur of screams, shouts, and flashlight beams, and I think they even resorted to using a taser. The chaos was overwhelming. My friend lay beside me, scarcely breathing and suffering from a seizure. The emergency responders rushed to her aid, while a female officer kept checking on me, repeatedly asking if I was okay, scanning me for injuries, and trying to elicit some response. I believe I just froze at that moment because much of what happened next is a blur to me. I do remember being taken to the hospital for some time, and I recall them wrapping me in a shiny blanket, which made no sense to me at the time. Throughout that night, we learned that my friend's father had been brutally murdered, stabbed over 80 times across his body. Her mother was committed to a psychiatric facility, where she remains even today, more than a decade later. I never saw my friend again after that night. She was sent to live with her grandparents. The experience left me deeply traumatized for years. As a moody and troubled teenager, I often grappled with intense anxiety, especially when it came to staying overnight at other people's homes. I used to fantasize about having both my parents living together under one roof, but I've come to realize that my home life was actually far better than what my friend experienced. Even though this occurred 12 years ago, the memory remains incredibly vivid. When I was 14, I visited a friend I hadn't seen in a few years, and we were both thrilled to reconnect. His parents always treated me as if I were their own son, which made me feel quite welcome. He lived on a sprawling 20-acre ranch with 2 dogs and a cat. We were engrossed in watching horror movies. All the lights in the family's camper switched off, while the rest of his family stayed inside the house. Eventually, we decided to head inside to grab pizza, popcorn, and various junk food. Around midnight, my friend dozed off early, but I stayed up until 2 a.m., engrossed in playing Grand Theft Auto. Suddenly, I heard the dogs barking loudly. I dismissed it, assuming that perhaps one of the ducks or chickens was disturbing the dogs, or maybe a deer or a coyote was nearby. Fast forward about 20 to 30 minutes, I felt the urge to relieve myself. Stepping outside, I encountered a face staring back at me that I will never forget. The stranger quickly vanished into the darkness, heading toward the entrance of the ranch. Although I was startled, I still needed to relieve myself. After finishing, I returned inside, making sure to lock the camper door before resuming my game. Another 20 to 30 minutes passed when I heard the dogs barking once more. This time, I decided to wake my friend and recount everything to him. He listened, though he remained skeptical at first. Initially, he glanced at the camper's blinds, and I'll never forget the expression on his face when he turned back to me. We called his parents, and his father answered. After we told him everything, he thought we were attempting to play a joke. He chuckled and said, "You boys aren't going to fool me, but nice try." I began to insist that we were being truthful, and upon hearing the alarm in my voice, he understood we were serious. He quickly rushed out with his gun, threatening to shoot anyone trespassing on their property. We overheard all of this from inside the camper, and we were petrified. Suddenly, we heard a bone-chilling scream, followed by 3 gunshots. We ventured outside and spotted a man lying on the ground. My friend's mother called the police as everything unfolded. Since they live in the countryside, it took the authorities about 25 to 30 minutes to arrive. By then, the entire family was outside, shaken. The youngest, whom we called Jacqueline, was crying, not just because of the lifeless man lying roughly 20 feet ahead of her, but also because he had killed one of the dogs, possibly due to its loud barking. When the police finally arrived, they discovered the man was a prison escapee from just 15 miles away from my friend's home. We never found out exactly why the man was there, but he had been incarcerated for murdering 2 people. To this day, we remain uncertain if he intended to harm us. My best friend was having a sleepover around the time we were 11 or 12 years old, and we were hanging out in my room. I was on my bed while she rested on a mattress between my bed and the wall. Out of nowhere, a sudden crash startled us as my floor-to-ceiling window shattered, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. We were both injured, with cuts that bled profusely, and in a panic, we bolted from the room. As we fled, the glass on the floor sliced into our feet. My dad sprang into action, ushering us into the pantry for safety, grabbing a kitchen knife, and rushing outside to search for anyone responsible for the destruction. Finding no one, he called the police and tended to our wounds. When the officers arrived, they investigated my room for any clues and discovered a substantial metal ball bearing, likely from a truck. It had landed less than 20 centimeters from where my friend's foot had been. If it had struck either of us, the consequences could have been fatal. Oddly enough, there were no roads nearby, and my room faced the backyard fence. To this day, we remain baffled about its origin and how it managed to travel at such a velocity, clearing several fences to smash through the window. The nearest road was at least half a mile away if that's where it originated. Meanwhile, my mom had been out getting us McDonald's during this entire episode, and she was understandably shocked upon her return to find the aftermath. It still baffles me how something like that could have been launched such a distance at just the right angle to shatter my window. My dad speculates it might have fallen from a plane, but what are the odds of it landing precisely on us? This incident occurred about 20 years ago, and it remains etched in my memory. Back in those days, in my earlier days, I was an apprentice hairdresser working under one of Japan's top 5 ranking stylists. Training at such an esteemed level was incredibly rigorous, and the standards of beauty were slightly different than what you might be accustomed to. While you probably don't need me to tell you this, it's worth keeping in mind. The training sessions were extensive, with little to no breaks in between. We were expected to continue our training even during national holidays. I'm not entirely sure if this was strictly by the rulebook, but as impressionable young stylists, we couldn't afford to be seen declining training opportunities. I believe I had around 3 or 4 days off during the summer. I bundled them all together, and many of my friends and colleagues took this time to return to their hometowns and visit family. Since I lived quite near the training location, I didn't want to spend my time off simply lounging at home. I could do that anytime. So, I accepted an invitation from one of my seniors to visit his hometown. It was quite late by the time I wrapped up work, and we finally arrived at my senior's hometown around 2 a.m. according to the satellite navigation system. We were about 15 minutes away from our destination. The roads were dark and deserted, with no other vehicles in sight at that hour. He lived in a remote area, which likely explained the emptiness. I remember seeing vacant fields flanking both sides of the road, and I already began to regret my decision to come. I wondered what on earth we were going to do here. He probably should have mentioned that he lived deep in the countryside. I just kept my eyes on the road ahead. As I struggled to remain alert, I must mention that I was behind the wheel. I had felt an urge to drive since opportunities to do so were rare for me. My enthusiasm might have waned had I realized just how distant his family home was. Without warning, a figure emerged from the darkness ahead, a woman, unclothed, sprinting down the opposite side of the road towards us. I slammed on the brakes, overwhelmed by the thought that I had just encountered something supernatural. She darted past us, and when I glanced in the rearview mirror, I saw a young woman, likely between 18 and 20 years old. She continued running, then suddenly turned and headed back toward our vehicle. I exchanged a look with my friend, who wore an expression of disbelief not unlike my own. It seemed neither of us had a clue about how to react. I asked him, "Is that a ghost?" "I don't know," he responded. "Should we just keep going?" With that, we cautiously resumed our journey. I was filled with skepticism because the woman appeared so tangible. I ensured that we maintained a slow pace, frequently checking the mirrors. As the woman drew nearer, I halted the car and said to him, "That's not a ghost. Come on, we need to stop and see if she's all right." He concurred and offered to call out to her. Witnessing someone running in the middle of nowhere was unnerving, especially if you were unfamiliar with the area. She continued to sprint past our car, so I attempted to match her speed while my friend lowered the window and tried to communicate with her. "Hey, you shouldn't be running around on the road." At that late hour, he suggested with some hesitation that perhaps she should consider heading home. His words were somewhat clumsy and lacked empathy, but I remembered them nonetheless. She didn't even turn to face the vehicle. Instead, she simply responded, "Hey, don't worry, I'm fine." It feels so good. Now that I could see her a bit more clearly, I estimated her age to be around 18 or 19 years old. "Why are you out here like this? Have you been abducted? Has someone harmed you? It's really hazardous to be out here with no clothes and all by yourself. We need to get you home," I said to her. She halted her running, gazed at the ground as if lost in thought, and then replied, "I ran away from home. I don't even know where home is." At that moment, I noticed she was actually wearing socks and shoes, so at least her feet weren't entirely exposed. She stood there with her hands behind her back, looking utterly lost and bewildered. It was a peculiar situation. I couldn't just leave her out here, so I quietly told my friend that we needed to assist her, and although he sighed, he eventually nodded in agreement. We decided to take her to the nearest police station. I happened to have a dress in the back of my car that belonged to one of my female colleagues from work. In short, I told the young woman to put it on, and she reluctantly complied. Once she was dressed and seated in the back, I turned to her and said, "All right, if you can't recall where home is, I can take you to the police, and we can work it out from there, okay?" To that, she responded, "Dead with something unexpected, I hate the police. They're always on my dad's side. Please, can you just talk?" She asked me to take her to a hotel, insisting that hotels were safer, at least for the night. She wanted me to stay with her, to hold her, and confessed that she was a virgin. Although we were young and often reckless, we understood the urgency of getting her to a safe place. The world outside was a frightening place, and if she had made such a request to another pair of guys in the next car, the consequences could have been dire. We assured her that wouldn't happen. She remained silent for a moment before handing me a piece of paper. I wasn't sure where she had gotten it from, but it listed a name, a phone number, and the address of a hospital. My friend recognized the address and exclaimed that he knew the place. It was a psychiatric hospital. We dialed the number, and a voice from the security department answered. I explained the situation to the security guard, and after we ended the call, we received a call from the woman's mother. We discovered where her mother lived and decided to take her there. My friend mentioned that he was familiar with that part of town but had never actually been there. Over the phone, the woman's mother was deeply apologetic. My friend spoke with her and could sense her sincerity and regret for the trouble caused. I felt sympathy for her, it wasn't her fault. When we arrived at the house, her mother explained more about the circumstances. The woman, whom we had encountered seemingly in the middle of nowhere, had just turned 18. She had been assaulted by her biological father when she was 16. A few days after the incident, she had retaliated by stabbing him in the neck with a knife. Incident with the girl and her escape using a box cutter knife. She had been admitted to a mental asylum due to this episode, and yet no one seemed to comprehend how she kept managing to escape. Her mother informed us that this was the third occasion on which she had successfully broken free. What a remarkable tale, I remember thinking. At the mother's request, we transported her and her daughter to the hospital. It was evident how utterly exhausted she was from everything that had transpired. Despite it all, she was exceedingly courteous and appreciative, leaving quite an impression on me. Considering all that had occurred, she appeared remarkably composed and in command of her emotions. The daughter remained mostly silent, seemingly fond of the dress we had given her. The mother expressed regret for not laundering it before returning it, but we assured her that an apology was unnecessary. Naturally, the girl changed into her own clothes, having vanished upstairs briefly before reappearing. Once she returned, we departed. During the drive, she was unexpectedly calm about being taken back to the asylum. I had anticipated resistance, perhaps kicking and screaming. Her mother conversed with her in the back seat, asking, "You didn't get hurt or anything during your time away, did you?" "No, I'm fine," the daughter replied. "Oh, that's a relief," her mother responded. We left them at the hospital, explaining that we couldn't linger because we were already very late in getting to my friend's parents' house. By the time we arrived, my friend's parents were quite anxious. I think we both felt an urge to recount the entire episode with the girl and her escape. We found ourselves too exhausted to revisit the entire situation at that moment. All I desired was some rest. I spent 3 days with him and his family, and it turned out to be a truly wonderful experience, precisely what I needed. A respite from my studies in the bustling city. It was undeniably a trip I would always remember. As we bid farewell to his family, his little sister requested a ride to the station. I assured her it was not an issue. Just before we arrived at the station, she said something that utterly terrified me. "Hey, big bro, why does your friend have a box cutter lodged in the backseat?" Allow me to provide a brief backstory. I grew up in a very small town, generally safe for children, though it did have some drug-related problems. My home was situated in a small, upscale section of the town, primarily inhabited by families. A small pond surrounded by lush greenery was approximately a 5-minute walk from my house. To reach the pond, one had to descend a grassy hill. Neighborhood kids, myself included, would often venture down to the pond for hours, catching frogs, skipping rocks, and reveling in the beauty of nature. Now, onto the main story. On this particular day, the weather was rainy and quite chilly, so no other kids were at the pond. My best friend, her brother, who was a year older than us, and I decided to head down to the pond for a while. After about 30 minutes, we noticed a minivan arriving at the top of the hill. We didn't think much of it, assuming it was just someone stopping by the neighborhood mailbox. A man, seemingly in his 60s, got out of the vehicle. In our small town, where everyone was at least familiar with one another, it was odd that I had never seen this man before, either in town or around the neighborhood. He simply stared at the three of us for what felt like an eternity. Suddenly, he shouted, warning us, "It's not safe down there. You kids better come up here." My best friend and her brother looked petrified, and I sensed something was amiss. We didn't respond, but he kept repeating, "It's not safe down there. You kids better come up here." Our instinctive fight-or-flight reaction kicked in, and we dashed up the opposite side of the hill, just a few meters away from him and his minivan. As soon as he noticed us running, he got into his minivan and began trailing us slowly, literally following us until we made it to my house. Thankfully, the garage door was open, and my parents' cars were parked inside. We hid behind one of my parents' vehicles and watched as he pulled up beside my house and parked. My parents were inside, completely unaware of the situation. He remained parked in front of my house for a few minutes until my dad came outside to take out the trash and saw the three of us hiding. I suppose the man saw my dad and decided to drive away. As soon as he left, we told my parents everything. Even now, 12 years later, my parents still believe we were overreacting and that the man was genuinely concerned for our safety due to the weather. Nevertheless, we were no longer allowed to return to the pond. I understand why they took that stance. The three of us often had a tendency to blow things out of proportion and act theatrically. However, from the peculiar sensation I experienced when I first caught sight of him at the hill's summit, I sensed something was amiss. To this day, I remain convinced he was concocting some sort of plan, though it's possible that notion stemmed from my youthful imagination. I used to be employed at a small, out-of-the-way gas station in the rural areas of North Carolina. I had just turned 18 and owned a car, a worn-out Chevy, but it reliably transported me from one place to another. I had recently been promoted to assistant manager, which meant I often worked late nights alone. In truth, I relished working by myself. My boss was remarkably easygoing, and his approach was that as long as the tasks were completed, I could do as I pleased. We even kept a shotgun behind the counter, and on my first day, he taught me how to use it. So, despite the late hours, I always felt secure. On this particular evening, business was exceptionally slow. With my boss's consent, I decided to close the store early and get into my car. The time was likely between 11:30 and midnight. Other than the perk of finishing work early, everything seemed entirely routine. I sent a text to my roommate to inform her of my early arrival, as we always looked out for each other in that way. I lit a cigarette and began my journey home. For those unfamiliar with North Carolina, I will share a little about the landscape. From the gas station where I worked to my residence, I had to navigate the back roads. These roads were composed of bay. The road was flanked by dense woods on either side, and at times the forest seemed so impenetrable that discerning your location became nearly impossible, especially after dark. Such an environment could be daunting for those unfamiliar with the area. However, my primary concern was deer unexpectedly leaping in front of my car, a frequent hazard in this region. As I drove along, Nirvana, my favorite band at that time, blared from the speakers. I was just your typical 18-year-old grunge enthusiast who had recently embraced the newfound liberty of adulthood and the end of a workday. Suddenly, something appeared in the middle of the road, about 75 to 100 feet ahead. Initially, I assumed it was a deer, but it seemed too small, prompting me to gradually decelerate until I eventually came to a complete stop. I am required to wear glasses while driving, especially at night, though my eyesight isn't poor enough for it to become a constant routine. I reached for my glasses, put them on, and immediately my vision sharpened. What I saw nearly made me jump out of my skin. It was a woman, an elderly one, clad in what seemed to be a nightgown. Her hair was disheveled, and she stood motionless in the middle of the road, staring directly at me and my car. Let me remind you, we were virtually in the middle of nowhere, with trees extending as far as my headlights could illuminate, and it was the dead of night. Given my naturally suspicious nature, numerous questions raced through my mind. Who was this woman? Where had she come from? It was midnight. Were my car doors locked? Why was she out here at such an hour? Should I honk my horn at her, or should I contact the police? What if she has Alzheimer's and is confused about her whereabouts, or what if she is an escaped patient? I knew the nearest mental health facility was 3 to 4 cities away, so I couldn't dismiss that possibility. I considered calling the police, but when I reached for my phone, of course, there was no cell service. This encounter dragged on for a while, with me sitting in the middle of the road, mentally questioning the situation. It was now well past midnight, and she was still there, staring at me with a vacant expression, her hands behind her back, as if she were studying me. I was beginning to feel frustrated, especially knowing I had to wake up early for work the next morning. So, I pressed the horn, sounding it at her. I didn't expect what happened next. The woman's face transformed from a dazed expression to one of sheer fury. She raised her arms, and it seemed as though she was holding something. She let out a horrendous, animalistic scream and charged toward my car. As she got closer, I realized she was clutching something sharp, possibly a kitchen knife or a shard of jagged glass. In that terrifying moment, I had a brief flashback to the advice my stepdad had given me when I first got my driver's license. If an animal ever runs out in front of you, turn it into a speed bump. I love animals, so I had never been able to stomach that advice, but in this instance, I was inclined to follow it. I was about to turn this deranged person into a speed bump. Serve the Servants, by Nirvana began playing on the radio. I mention this because the song has. The atmosphere of the moment seemed perfectly aligned with this particular point in time. The intensity of the music allowed me to release the most formidable primal scream I could muster, loud enough for her to hear it. Since I had been smoking, the window was open, and I pressed down on the gas pedal. She ran towards my car as if she intended to leap onto the hood. I suppose she realized I was resolute in my intention to confront her. At that moment, the woman darted away from my car in a zigzag pattern and disappeared into the woods, still in a defensive mode. I didn't ponder where she had gone. I was simply relieved that she was no longer there. So, I pushed the gas pedal harder and raced all the way home. I arrived home just before 1:30 a.m., and my roommate was still awake, anxiously waiting for me. She was extremely worried because it was far beyond the time I had promised to return. She had been calling and texting me, and when I pulled into the driveway, her messages and missed calls flooded my phone simultaneously. I began to recount the events to her, my body shifting from a state of aggression to panic as I relived the ordeal. My roommate's mother worked as a 911 operator and was on duty that night. She decided to text her mom to inquire if there were any silver alerts issued in the vicinity. Almost immediately, her mom replied, confirming there were none. That alone sent chills through every fiber of my being. There was no logical explanation for where this woman had come from. In the past, I worked at a residential care facility, and for several years, I collaborated with a woman named Ka. Eerie was generally agreeable to work with, but she had a tendency to be intense. The kind of playful teasing that often permeated high-pressure environments was a common occurrence throughout the entire team. However, when she directed it at me, it didn't feel quite so lighthearted. It took me an eternity to realize this, as I was usually oblivious to someone flirting with me until another person pointed it out, usually 6 months later. But when she began offering me jewelry and chocolate bouquets, I finally started to catch on. Between things being seemingly normal and perhaps not entirely normal, there was a gradual escalation of text messages and remarks that made me uncomfortable. She invaded my personal space, dropped by my house uninvited, and lingered around during my shifts long after hers had ended. There was unwanted touching and other similar incidents. As I mentioned, I can be slow to catch on. Once I realized what was happening, I put as much distance between us as possible. I stopped responding to calls and texts, tightened my social media privacy settings, and spoke to other colleagues, enlisting their help to run interference. A lot of interference, actually. At the time, it kind of became a running joke, but in retrospect, it was all kinds of unsettling. She even parked outside my house occasionally, and I'd sit in the back room with the lights off so she would think I wasn't home. After a couple of months of my disappearing act, she seemed to get the message and backed off. I was relieved, and we all moved on with our lives and lived happily ever after. Well, not quite. A few months after things had quieted down, I heard through the grapevine that Kajiri seemed to have redirected her focus toward another colleague, Linda. Although Linda and I shared a close mutual friend, we were not particularly well acquainted. I thought nothing of it except to wish Linda good luck, poor soul. A few months later, I received an unexpected call from our mutual friend. Without any introduction, he asked, "Were you dating Kajiri?" I replied, no, that's not my orientation," taken aback by his question. He was aware of the awkward details of my past encounters with Kajiri and had even assisted in managing the situation. He explained that he had been conversing with Linda, who inquired about my history with Kajiri. The tale that unfolded seemed too unbelievable to have transpired in a rational adult workplace. Kajiri had been deceiving her close friend Amanda by impersonating Linda through a series of emails. In these fake correspondences, Linda and Amanda discussed Kajiri's substance abuse issues and her abusive and dangerous ex, none other than myself, supposedly. There was even a fabricated story about Linda coming out to her family after her brother supposedly caught her in bed with Kajiri. The ruse came to light when Linda took on a second job, coincidentally with Amanda's husband. He mentioned how wonderful it was to finally meet Kajiri's girlfriend, which was a complete surprise to Linda. She discovered, to her astonishment, that she was not only no longer considered a straight woman but also had a supposed girlfriend. In essence, Kajiri had moved on from me and found a new target. She began emailing Amanda from a fictitious account, pretending to be Linda, and spun all these tales about her relationship with Kajiri, how I was an abusive ex, and how Linda was supposedly caught by her family being with a woman and all the subsequent drama it caused. She concocted a series of outrageous tales to rationalize her unsettling, obsessive fantasies. She shared these fabricated stories with Amanda and others, using a fake email to make it appear as though the narratives came from a fictitious girlfriend. This way, Kajiri couldn't be blamed for inventing them. Here are some highlights of the tales Kajiri had been spreading to Linda, her friends, and other colleagues I wasn't particularly close to. She selectively chose her audience, claiming that Linda and I had physically fought at work over Kajiri, that I had participated in an orgy in the staff office during the night shift with Kajiri and 2 male coworkers, and that Kajiri and I had broken up because I cheated on her with another male colleague, not one from the alleged orgy. Apparently, I was quite the scandalous figure. Moreover, she alleged that I would drug her against her will, and that we had planned to have children using a sperm donor but couldn't decide who would carry the baby. This woman was living out a full-blown soap opera, casting her coworkers and friends as characters. Linda and I reported her to management, and she was promptly suspended pending further investigation. She resigned 2 days later. Unfortunately, management decided they needed to continue their investigation into the allegation that I had an orgy at work. Clearly, they found this completely plausible and not at all the fabrication of a delusional woman. They subjected me to a grueling inquiry into this fictitious tale involving me, 2 men, and another woman, despite the fact that the only men in our department are twice my age. Despite being happily married, my experience with HR left me feeling I could never trust them again. I resigned from that job a month later. During my interview for the position I currently hold, I discovered that she had been interviewed just 30 minutes before me. They were seeking to hire 2 individuals at the time. Although she didn't secure the job then, there have been 2 additional openings since, and she applied for both. The prospect of encountering her once more fills me with dread. It turns out she has a history of undergoing psychiatric treatment for impulsive behavior and was known for becoming obsessively fixated on people she was fond of. According to her Facebook profile, her current girlfriend has a name similar to mine and shares numerous physical traits with me. She still knows my address, which makes me fairly certain that she continues to tell people I'm her girlfriend, Al, all while frantically applying for any position available at my new workplace. I wasn't what one might consider conventionally or classically attractive. In any group of friends I joined, I was always the one who blended into the background. I never had concerns about being approached, disrespected, or put in danger. My safety was never a worry when I was out and about because I was never the person anyone was eager to meet or spend time with. I was simply too ordinary. It fell to me to be the vigilant one, watching over my friends, both male and female. I frequented a local bar almost every day, not for the drinks, as I didn't consume alcohol there, but for a regular Coke while waiting for my ride home. This bar was my usual spot to unwind after work. I would sit, relax, and keep to myself. Just a few weeks ago, I had wrapped up my workday and headed there. I was nestled in my usual spot, leisurely sipping on my drink while crafting a new pendant. I had recently taken up the art of wire wrapping crystals into jewelry. Despite being a regular, I generally faded into the background, with the staff offering me only the occasional polite nod. So, I certainly wasn't expecting anyone to strike up a conversation. However, an unfamiliar and peculiar man approached and sat down across from me. Taken aback, I found myself engaging in a brief conversation, though I can hardly recall how it began. He asked me a few questions about myself, which seemed normal and flowed naturally, so I didn't dwell on it. Given my unremarkable presence, I never anticipated attracting anyone's attention. By that point, I had consumed 3 glasses of soda and needed to visit the restroom. I grabbed my phone and purse and stepped away. Upon returning a few minutes later, I resumed my work, noting that none of my belongings had been disturbed. I called over a waitress and requested a fresh drink, to which she nodded in acknowledgement. I had always been taught never to leave a drink unattended, and if I did, either to have it remade or to leave it at the bar. As the waitress reached for my old drink, which only had a few sips taken, the man became somewhat agitated, accusing me of being wasteful for ordering a new one. Puzzled, I raised my eyebrows and asked him why it mattered to him since it was my money, and refills were complimentary. He then accused me of unnecessarily creating more work for the waitress. Irritated, I responded firmly that it was. The incident unfolded when I firmly declared that he could leave if he didn't appreciate my decisions. He tried to dismiss the waitress who was about to change my drink, but I had reached the end of my patience with his nonsense. I curtly told him, if you think it's such a waste, then you drink it. My words seemed to catch him by surprise. He looked taken aback, then slightly enraged, before he abruptly left. I proceeded to hand the drink to the waitress, sharing my discomfort about the man I had been speaking with, and asked her to alert the bartender to keep a close watch on him. I requested that my drink be discarded and asked that only water be served to me from that point forward. Shortly after, I departed for home once I was picked up, and the following day after work, I learned that he had been arrested for assault. It wasn't until today that I discovered the full details of what had transpired. Apparently, he had gotten into a confrontation with the bartender who was on duty that night. The bartender had caught him meddling with a woman's drink when her back was turned and had stopped her from consuming it. His anger escalated, leading to a physical altercation. The police were summoned, and now he's awaiting trial. It turns out he had been trying to see if he could exploit someone like me, someone who often let her guard down due to low self-esteem. He assumed I would be an easy prey with just a bit of attention. When I didn't drink my beverage upon returning, he shifted his focus to another woman. If he was indeed targeting me, I had to question his judgment and sobriety. I had managed to block this episode from my memory until my girlfriend brought it up a few days ago. I began dating her at the end of my senior year, utilizing various dating platforms. Before we began dating, I had my Snapchat listed on many of my dating app profiles. This detail is important because, despite my interactions on these apps, nothing ever truly materialized. I would chat with people for a while, and eventually, the discussions would fizzle out. Once I started dating my girlfriend, I deleted the apps but neglected to remove my accounts. Thus, my profile in Snapchat could still be seen by others, which I realized when a few people added me. It didn't trouble me greatly because I informed them that I was in a relationship. As you might expect, the conversations typically ended there. However, there was one individual who added me. Let's name him Adam, and he inquired about my availability. Being straight, I was accustomed to guys adding me, so I responded with my usual line. Sorry, I'm straight and I have a girlfriend. I anticipated he would leave me be, but he persisted. Initially, his messages were normal, asking about my day or what I was up to, simple things like that. Wanting to be polite, I replied, thinking he merely sought a friendship, and I had no issue with that. But gradually, his messages took on a more unsettling tone, with questions about my girlfriend that weren't the typical kind. Over time, I began to notice that Tyler's way of speaking bore a striking resemblance to Adam's. I wasn't certain, so I refrained from jumping to conclusions. I shared Tyler's Snapchat with my girlfriend, who added him to investigate further. The moment she added Tyler, he reacted intensely, confirming that it was indeed Adam. Upon realizing this unsettling situation with Adam, I decided to block him once more. After that, life quieted down for about a month. I reside in the suburbs of Chicago, and my girlfriend lives just down the street. We often see one another, and our families share a close friendship. A month later, a peculiar letter arrived for me, bearing no address or name, only my own on the front. When I opened it, I was both shocked and horrified to find a love letter from Adam. It conveyed his affection and his wish for me to escape with him. Midway through, the letter took an explicit turn, graphically detailing his desires. In that moment, I had two chilling realizations. First, that Adam knew my address, and second, that he had delivered the letter himself, meaning he was in my vicinity. I promptly called my girlfriend, who was just as stunned. After discussing the matter with my parents, we decided to contact the police. Regrettably, since I had blocked and erased Adam's social media presence, and the letter lacked a return address, we found ourselves at a dead end. Day after day, new letters appeared in my mailbox, and soon they began to show up at my girlfriend's residence as well. Her letters were even more disturbing than mine. Adam wrote about his hatred for her and his intentions to harm her, vividly detailing his plans to cause her pain until she ended things with me. Like me, she reported these threats to the authorities, but they were unable to take any action. My girlfriend's family had plans to vacation in Hawaii, and I was hopeful that the distance would bring some peace. The initial days of house sitting passed without incident, but as the week drew to a close, an unsettling event occurred. As was my routine, I was lounging on the couch in their living room, engrossed in a TV show, when suddenly the power failed. The clock showed it was around 1 a.m., and the room was enveloped in complete darkness. A tense silence hung in the air for a few moments until the sudden sound of shattering glass echoed from the office. To help you picture the home's layout, upon entering the front door, the living room was situated to the left. Directly ahead lay the kitchen and staircase, while to the right were the office and dining room. Upstairs, reaching the top of the staircase, there was a bathroom directly in front. My girlfriend's room was to the right, with the other bedrooms positioned to the left. Instinctively, I grabbed a kitchen knife and dashed upstairs to find a hiding spot while dialing the police. I swiftly entered my girlfriend's room, slipping into the closet. As I managed to get through to the emergency operator, I heard the intruder thundering up the stairs. Fortunately, I conveyed all the necessary details to the operator in time, and she remained on the line as we both kept silent. The intruder veered left upon reaching the top of the stairs, buying precious minutes. For the police to arrive and for me to brace myself, should self-defense become necessary. The moments dragged on until I heard the intruder's footsteps approaching my girlfriend's room. In those valuable seconds, I stealthily emerged from the closet and positioned myself beside the door. As soon as he entered the room, I firmly grasped the kitchen knife and thrust it forward. A young man's agonized scream pierced the air as a heavy metallic object crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Instinctively, I dashed out of the house, only to be confronted by the sight of 4 police cars and officers with their weapons drawn. I quickly raised my hands and shouted that the intruder was upstairs in the right room. After a tense few minutes, the trespasser was hauled out, still howling in pain. Amidst the swirling siren lights that illuminated the street, I caught a glimpse of his face. It was Adam. Later, an officer explained that the metallic noise was from him dropping his handgun. Adam hailed from Texas and had made his way to my state to be with me. He had rented a room at a nearby motel and was slipping letters into both my girlfriend's and my mailboxes every morning, a fact confirmed by the motel's security footage. On the night of the break-in, Adam had sinister intentions. He planned to kill my girlfriend and her family so I would choose him. He managed to tamper with the power box, cutting off electricity to her house and the neighboring ones, then broke in, expecting her to be there. Fortunately for us, she was on a tropical vacation. Honestly, I shudder to think how things might have turned out if she hadn't been away. I am profoundly grateful that my girlfriend and her family are safe. To any stalkers out there, heed this warning. Stay away from my girlfriend. About 10 years ago, I lived alone and didn't have much company. I was key. Feeling despondent following the loss of my girlfriend to a drunk driver, I found solace in sipping a beer while watching the sun dip below the horizon from my back porch. As I sat there, I noticed a large, disheveled man emerging from the line of trees. My heart skipped a beat as he staggered toward my house with a menacing air. Living alone, I often utilized my backyard for target practice, and in that moment, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude for having done so. Instinctively, I rushed to secure all the doors, all the while frantically dialing the police. Unbeknownst to me, this intruder had broken in the day before through a basement window and had spent the night squatting there. He had left the basement door unlocked, and by now, he had entered the house and was making his way up the stairs toward me. Gripping my rifle, I aimed at the advancing figure as he moved down the hallway. I shouted at him, commanding him to halt and get on the ground, but he continued his approach undeterred. I fired the first round, loaded with rock salt, yet he showed no reaction. Hastily, I followed up with a rubber bullet to his chest. The man, clearly in a drug-induced haze, persisted in his advance. He was enormous, at least twice my size, and I realized that whatever substances coursed through his system were numbing any pain that a rubber bullet might cause. He was backing me into a corner. Desperate, I pleaded with him to stop and warned of the consequences, but he merely groaned at me like a zombie and shouted, "Shoot. Do it." Then, he lunged toward me. I took my third shot. I can't recall whether it was buckshot or a slug, but it left a gaping hole in his chest. Despite this, it hardly slowed him down, and he kept advancing. In a frenzied struggle, he wrestled me to the ground, moaning and coughing up blood. Suddenly, he gripped my face with his enormous hands, squeezing my head. It was utterly terrifying. I could feel his attempt to crush my skull like a balloon. I'm unsure how long this actually lasted, but it felt eternal. Eventually, his injuries caught up with him, and he died on top of me. He lay there, pinning me down for several minutes, completely sapping my energy. I could barely breathe under his weight. His body pressed my rifle painfully into my chest. When I finally managed to tilt his body to the side, I was drenched in his blood, and I can still vividly recall the overpowering odor. I had completely forgotten that I was still connected to the 911 operator, who had heard the entire exchange, which mostly consisted of me pleading, "Stop or I'll shoot," while the man taunted menacingly. The police arrived soon after, and the incident made it into the local newspapers. There was a criminal investigation, but I was eventually cleared of any wrongdoing. It turned out that the intruder was wanted for the murder of an elderly couple in Baltimore and had somehow traveled 50 miles up the road into a rural area. This happened to me over a decade ago, but I will never forget the profound feeling in my chest both that night and the days that followed. The following morning, when the true circumstances revealed themselves, it was late December in a quaint town in Texas. We had just received 5 inches of snow earlier that day. I can't recall the exact time, only that it was still dark outside, and I was playing in my room. It's crucial to mention that my room comprised 2 sections. A mudroom with a door leading outside, followed by my actual bedroom. The door was an old-fashioned wooden style, featuring antique hardware and a window on its upper half. Although it had a window shade, it wouldn't deter anyone determined to peer inside. My room was at the very front of the house, with my parents' room situated at the rear. Suddenly, the doorknob began to turn, not with a gentle touch, but with force. This door required locking from the inside to prevent it from opening freely when the knob was turned. Fortunately, there were 2 deadbolts in place. Whoever was on the other side had just discovered that the knob was free to turn. As soon as I heard it twist fully, I leapt back against the wall, about 5 feet away from the door, my back pressed firmly against it. The door fell silent, leaving me stuck to the wall, unable to move. Then, the doorknob began to turn slowly again. I remember staring, anticipating it to turn completely. Once it did, the person on the other side attempted to force the door open, trying to pry it. Initially, their efforts were restrained, but soon they began to kick the door with increasing intensity. They managed only 2 kicks before I snapped out of my paralysis and screamed with all my might. I bolted to the back of the house to alert my parents, who immediately asked what was wrong. Someone tried to break into the house. They rushed over to check but didn't bother to look outside, despite my pleas. They dismissed it, saying my imagination was running wild, attributing the noise to an animal or the house's old age. After a cursory glance at my room, they decided not to investigate further and instructed me to go to bed. It took hours for me to fall asleep. All I recall is staring at the door from my bed, never averting my gaze from it. Suddenly, I was startled awake by my parents, who appeared visibly upset and frightened. My mother, holding my shoulders, got right in front of me and sternly asked why I believed someone tried to break in. This time, when I explained, they genuinely listened. I was concerned by how serious they seemed as they questioned me about everything. Once I finished, they insisted on showing me something. Leading me to the front door and out into the yard, they pointed to the area near the driveway. The boot prints were clearly visible in the snow, tracing a path from the street through our yard directly to my window and then to my room's door, where I had been playing the night before. The police arrived and took a report, but nothing substantial ever came from it. Since then, I have never been able to sleep well in that house. As A.C. Hild, going through this without my parents' initial belief was a feeling I could never forget. I'm just relieved I wasn't alone at home and incredibly grateful for that sturdy door. Hello, I'm a 20-year-old French girl, and to provide some context, I live in a suburb in a. My modest dwelling is part of a cluster of 6 houses, and the gate leading to our community is frequently in disrepair. More often than not, it stands ajar, allowing easy entry into our quaint courtyard. My home is a single-story building with 4 bedrooms, one of which is mine. Downstairs, there's a guest room that has been converted into a treatment area because of my health conditions. This is where we store all the necessary medical apparatus and supplies. I have a dog who is incredibly dear to me. He has an uncanny ability to sense everything, including my epileptic seizures before they occur. He can even recognize the sound of the nurse's car tires as they enter our yard. Remarkably, he only barks when something is amiss. A nurse visits me 4 to 5 times daily to administer treatments, including infusions, which are a critical aspect of my life. One morning, as per our usual routine, my nurse Sandra arrived at 8 a.m. She carried out my treatment, and we engaged in our customary conversation. After about 40 minutes, she departed, mentioning that she might be a bit delayed for her next visit, but reassured me not to worry. That day, my parents were at work, and I had a medical appointment scheduled for the morning. I was alone at home, aside from the periodic visits from the nurses every 4 hours. Upon returning from my appointment, I settled on the sofa with my dog, anticipating the arrival of the next nurse. When I heard the sound of tires, I presumed it was Sandra arriving ahead of schedule. My dog started to growl, which was out of the ordinary for him. I checked the time. It was 11:50 a.m. I thought perhaps Sandra had exchanged her schedule with that of a previous patient, as she occasionally did. When I heard a knock on the door, I opened it to find a young woman I had never seen before. She introduced herself as C.A. Camille, a third-year nursing student, explained that Sandra had dispatched her to administer my treatment. I wasn't particularly suspicious, as I was accustomed to students visiting. However, I was somewhat taken aback because Sandra typically informed me in the morning or sent a message. Moreover, she never left a student alone during their initial visit. I guided Camille to the treatment room, showing her the way while she washed her hands. Meanwhile, my dog's behavior became peculiar. He growled as she neared me and circled around, prompting me to leave him in the living room and close the door to keep him calm. I didn't focus much on what Camille was doing, as I was preoccupied with my phone at that moment. Then, I noticed she was preparing a syringe instead of using the usual pre-filled saline syringe. Glancing up, I observed that my treatment ampules remained untouched, yet I had distinctly heard the sound of ampules being broken. Something didn't feel right. As she approached me with the syringe, I received a message from Sandra stating she'd arrive in 5 minutes and requested that I begin setting up the equipment. I concocted an excuse, telling Camille that I needed to use the restroom, and left her in the treatment room. My dog continued to bark and growl. Once I reached the downstairs bathroom, I sent Sandra a message regarding the woman, only to discover she had no idea what I was talking about. Terrified, I began to cry in the bathroom. Camille came to check on me, asking if everything was all right. I reassured her it was, and that's when I heard the front door slam shut. 2 minutes later, as I emerged from the bathroom, still in tears, I heard Sandra's voice. She asked me what had happened, and I recounted the entire situation, pointing out the treatment room. We contacted the police, who promptly arrived, examined the evidence, and collected samples from the syringe and other items Camille had prepared. The test results were startling. The syringe contained a paralyzing agent potent enough to immobilize a 120-kilogram man, and the IV held a highly concentrated medication that could have stopped a person's heart. To this day, we remain in the dark about Camille's true identity. Fortunately, I never encountered her again. She had stolen all my opioids but left my tablet and computer untouched. Reflecting on the incident, I realized my dog had sensed Camille's malicious intentions. I should have been more vigilant, especially since she was unfamiliar and alone. My medical treatments are far from straightforward, and I often ponder what might have transpired if I hadn't checked my phone that day. Before delving further into the story, there are a few aspects about my country, South Africa, that I need to clarify for you to fully grasp the situation. In South Africa, it is common to have tall brick walls with electric gates, electric fences, and alarms due to the severe crime rates. It is also typical to have expansive gardens. My family and I are avid animal lovers, so at that time, we owned 6 dogs, 2 Shar-Peis, 2 German short-haired pointers, and 2 dachshunds. With this in mind, our dogs freely roamed the garden, as it was securely enclosed. We usually left the veranda door open during the day to allow them to move freely. Another aspect of life in South Africa is that having a domestic helper and a gardener is quite common. It's typical for an average family to employ them, and not just a luxury for the affluent, as it might be in other countries. For this story, our domestic helper is Ellie, and our gardener is Vince. The events unfolded in 2007 when I was 9, and my older brother was 10. That day, we had just received our first cell phones, courtesy of a surprise from our dad after he returned from work. You might think we were too young to own phones, but they were meant for emergencies or to keep in touch with our parents. This is a crucial detail for the story. We usually kept our veranda door closed at night for security reasons. However, I recall that particular night being a sweltering summer evening, which led us to leave the veranda door wide open. The dogs were outside, doing their usual activities in the garden. My brother and I were in our parents' bedroom, eagerly setting up our new cell phones. Ellie's daughter, who was 18 and like an older sister to us, was there, assisting us. My dad was somewhere in the house, and my mom was taking a bath. I distinctly remember Ellie's daughter commenting on how the dogs wouldn't stop barking and how irritating it was, which caught my attention as well. Sure, they barked, but it was typically the dachshunds that were vocal while the larger dogs were usually relaxed. Plus, the barking generally lasted only a few minutes before they calmed down. Something felt off that night, as even the larger dogs were barking incessantly. My dad appeared in our room and informed us that he had also noticed the dogs barking incessantly and intended to check if everything was all right. No alarm bells rang in my mind, and I don't think my dad suspected anything unusual either, as my brother requested to accompany him, and my dad consented. I was, admittedly, too absorbed in my new Sony Ericsson. My dad later said he had a terrible feeling because of the unusual behavior of the dogs, so he called out to them. Normally, they would come running, but tonight they simply looked at him, then turned back around and continued their frenzy at this obscure corner by the steps. My dad instructed my brother to return inside the house and fetch a flashlight, using it as a pretext to keep him from joining due to this ominous feeling. Once my brother went back inside, my dad cautiously approached the steps. He observed how the dogs seemed to be snapping at something concealed. Ed just out of sight in the shadows. As he reached the steps, he noticed the lamp was shattered. Puzzled, he edged closer to the steps, and just as he grasped what was transpiring, it was too late. Being an experienced and avid hunter, my dad felt something cold pressed against his temple and instantly recognized it as a gun. 4 men, wearing balaclavas, emerged from the darkness, all armed. Stunned, he stood frozen on the steps. The man with the gun against his head was immediately hostile and demanded to know my brother's whereabouts, stating that he saw my dad come out with him, but my brother returned to the house, and my dad later mentioned that something inexplicable took over him. Before he realized what he was saying, he responded by claiming that my brother had gone inside to activate the panic button. As the words left his mouth, he observed how the men began to exhibit signs of alarm. They started conversing in an African language, Zulu, assuming my father was unable to understand because it is uncommon for white individuals to speak it. However, my dad had actually grown up on a farm where he learned Zulu fluently due to interactions with the farm workers. The aggressive man wielding the gun stated in Zulu that the police would arrive at any moment, suggesting they should kill my dad, take whatever they could, and make their escape. The others appeared hesitant, while a smaller man seemed particularly tense, repeatedly expressing his fear of returning to jail and insisting they needed to leave before the police showed up, which would be very soon. He was clearly in a state of panic. Sensing an opportunity, my dad decided to exploit this man's fear. He interrupted their conversation, speaking in English and feigning ignorance of their language, and mentioned that we typically had armed response vehicles patrolling our area. Since my brother had pressed the panic button some time ago, they would likely arrive at any moment. This statement had the desired effect. My dad watched as their plan began to fall apart. The smaller, frightened man started panicking, urging the others that they needed to leave immediately or risk getting caught. His agitation seemed to spread to the others, making them more anxious and causing them to lose confidence. They soon started arguing intensely among themselves, and their plan was gradually disintegrating as a third individual aged. The aggressive man who had been aiming the gun at my father's head gradually lowered it as a scuffle broke out. He lost focus on my father and redirected his attention to his own group. Seizing this chance, my father slowly retreated up the steps and made a dash toward the house. Remarkably, as he reached the veranda door, my unsuspecting brother was emerging with a flashlight. My father swiftly picked him up under his arm and bolted into the house, not bothering to close the door behind him. It might seem careless, but I think his only concern was to get my brother inside as swiftly as possible, without a second thought. The maid's daughter and I were completely unaware of the chaos until my father burst through the bedroom door, slammed it shut, and instructed us to head upstairs to the attic. There are 5 men outside with guns. They're here to harm us. Get upstairs now, he urged. My heart dropped as I instinctively raced to the stairs. My mother emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel, not far behind. We sat there in the darkness, enveloped in silence so profound that you could hear a pin drop. It felt like we were all holding our breath, anticipating any sound from the rooms below us. My mother cursed, realizing she didn't have a phone, and neither did my father. But, as fortune would have it, I had my brand new Sony Ericsson in my hand. What better emergency could there be to use it, right? My mother dialed the police, and to our disbelief, when they asked for our location, they informed us it was outside their jurisdiction and hung U.P. The line went dead. Now, not only were we on our own, but we were also. Startled, my mother began cursing like a sailor once more, and that's when my father realized, with a jolt of panic, that he hadn't shut the veranda door. Meanwhile, Ellie and Vince were in their rooms, blissfully ignorant of the peril surrounding them. My father hurried to retrieve his firearm from the safe in the attic, instructing us to remain hidden no matter what we might hear, emphasizing we mustn't come downstairs. Overcome with fear, I started to sob, pleading with him not to leave us. But he insisted he had to rescue the others before any harm befell them. The realization that 2 more loved ones were still in jeopardy brought a fresh wave of tears. Late nights at Walmart possess a unique and eerie ambiance. The vast emptiness of the store, the soft hum of the cooling systems, and the distant drone of the highway all meld together to create a disquieting atmosphere. Nonetheless, I needed the job, and my shift wouldn't conclude until I had restocked the shelves and tidied up. During my 15-minute break, I lingered outside to enjoy some fresh air. There was a familiar stray dog that always roamed the area, and I had developed a habit of tossing him any scraps I could scrounge up from inside. As I began to head back in, I noticed a man in his 40s pacing near the entrance, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if in search of someone. As I walked by, he glanced at me, his gaze unsettling. "Hey, could you help me?" he called out, his voice almost too congenial. I hesitated, my instincts urging caution. "Just need a hand loading a couple of things into my truck," he continued, gesturing toward the exit despite my reservations. Despite my reservations, I agreed, assuming it was a simple favor. As we approached the entrance, I noticed his truck parked in the dimmest corner of the lot. A sense of unease washed over me, and my heart raced. Something felt off, but company policy required us to assist with loading items into vehicles. He motioned toward a couple of boxes in the truck bed and asked if I could hand them over. My fingers trembled with anxiety, as if signaling that something was amiss, yet I tried to dismiss the nagging feeling and concentrate on the task. As I reached out for a box, a chill ran down my spine, and I caught the faintest whisper behind me. The soft rustle of fabric, the sound of movement, someone stealthily emerging from the shadows. Panic surged through me, and I glanced back, only to see 2 more men stepping out of the darkness, their faces obscured. My heart raced, my body tensed, and instinctively, I dropped the box. My mind screamed at me to flee, to retreat to the safety of the store. I spun around to escape, but the man in front of me seized my arm with a grip like a vice. "Where do you think you're going?" he taunted, his previously friendly demeanor now replaced by a menacing grin. Adrenaline coursed through me as I struggled to break free, the men closing in with intentions that were all too clear. My heart pounded wildly, my thoughts a chaotic blur. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a chorus of barks erupted from the bushes. It was the stray dog I often saw around the parking lot. It lunged at the man holding my arm, and its fierce presence was enough to cause a momentary distraction. As I clung to him, I felt an overwhelming sense of relief and disbelief wash over me. I distinctly recall a smile slowly forming on my face, a strange mix of elation and a sinister satisfaction. It's odd, but I vividly remember the dramatic emotional transition from sheer terror to utter relief the moment that dog bounded into view. The grip on my arm slackened, and I managed to break free, stumbling backward. I immediately began sprinting back to the store, the growls, barks, and the man's cries of pain echoing behind me. At this crucial moment, my coworker appeared, rushing outside to check on me. As I recounted the incident, "I know," ticked the men climbing into their truck and heading in our direction. "Get lost," my coworker growled, his voice exuding authority. The men paused briefly, clearly uncertain, before finally retreating and vanishing into the night. Turning to me with concern etched on his face, my coworker asked if I was okay. I nodded, though my heart was pounding and my mind still spiraling, fueled by adrenaline. Just then, the dog trotted over, as calm as ever, wagging his tail and nuzzling against my legs. I enveloped him in a tight hug, praising him for being such a good boy. Together, my coworker and I watched as the men disappeared into the darkness. "We need to call the police," he stated firmly, his gaze fixed on the spot where the men had vanished. We retreated back into the store and dialed 911. Within minutes, the police arrived, and I recounted the harrowing encounter to them. They assured us they would patrol the area vigilantly and be on the lookout for any suspicious behavior. The dog stayed by my side throughout the entire process as the police took our statements. We had narrowly escaped a frightening ordeal. I narrowly evaded a potentially hazardous situation, which served as a sobering reminder of the perils accompanying late-night shifts. In the days that followed, news circulated about a group attempting to ensnare unsuspecting victims in their traps. The police launched an investigation, and I felt a mixture of relief and gratitude that my newfound best friend had come to my aid. From that point on, late nights at Walmart took on a different meaning for me. The unsettling atmosphere became a haunting reminder of the night I narrowly escaped danger. A few years back, while accepting any job I could find, I took on a role at a 24/7 Walmart. It was somewhat more dilapidated than your typical Walmart, with dimly lit aisles, flickering fluorescent lights, and an eeriness that only an empty Walmart at 3 in the morning can provide. I was stocking shelves in the cereal aisle, trying to stay awake with the monotonous routine, when suddenly, a man sauntered in. He was tall, basketball player tall, with long strides that made it seem like he was on a mission. There were barely any people around, yet this guy was pacing down the aisles as if he owned the place. It was strange, but not beyond the usual oddities one might encounter in Walmart at that hour. Just a late-night shopper with an unusual vibe. I was engrossed in stacking cereal boxes when I noticed him again. He was standing at the end of the aisle, staring at me with a grin that could send chills down anyone's spine. The erratic lighting cast eerie shadows that did nothing to soothe my nerves. Before I could even process what was happening, he's standing there, directly in front of me, close enough that the scent of alcohol on his breath is unmistakable. He shoots me a look as if he's harboring the most tantalizing secret in the world, and then he declares, "I've done something very naughty." I attempt to laugh it off, dismissing it with an uneasy chuckle, but he isn't deterred. He keeps staring, that grin stubbornly fixed on his face. It's late, the atmosphere is already eerie, but this guy has cranked it up to 11. He starts trailing me, aisle after aisle. Every time I glance back, there he is, observing with that ridiculous smile. It's as if he's engaged in a twisted game of hide and seek, and I'm the unwitting target. I try to focus on my work, but his gaze feels like it's boring holes into my back. Then, out of nowhere, he begins humming a tune. It's faint, just beneath his breath, but it's incredibly unsettling. I can't quite place where I've heard it before, but it's that notoriously creepy whistling song. I decide to take a breather and head to the break room, hoping to lose him and steal a few moments of normalcy. My coworkers are in there, making small talk about assignments and exams, trying to keep things light, but all the while I can't shake the sensation of being watched. And guess what? I was right. I spot him at the break room entrance, just standing there, staring directly at me. I freeze, and I could swear the room dropped a few degrees in that instant. I point him out to my coworker, and as he turns around, the man had disappeared. I glanced over at my coworker, trying to decipher his expression, but it was unreadable. "Did you see that?" I asked him. He looked back at me, confusion evident in his eyes. "See what?" he replied. It was clear that he had noticed nothing. It dawned on me that he had completely missed the encounter. I was the only one who had seen the man. Running my fingers through my hair, I felt a blend of paranoia and frustration. "Never mind," I muttered, trying to dismiss the topic. Perhaps I was just letting my imagination run wild. It was late, and I hadn't slept properly for days. Unlike me, my coworker wasn't as intrigued. He was focused on the task at hand, more interested in completing his work than getting involved in whatever nonsense I was rambling about. We returned to our posts, but I was still shaken. I couldn't shake off the image of that man's grin. Hours went by, and I tried my hardest to focus on my duties, yet unease lingered persistently in the back of my mind. I kept glancing around, half expecting him to appear again, that unnerving smile still plastered on his face. And then, out of nowhere, he was back. My heart skipped a beat, and my hands began to tremble. It was like a nightmare unfolding before me. There he stood, that same grin unwavering. My breath caught in my throat, and before I could react, he was charging towards me, his steps quick and determined. Panic surged through me, and I froze. What did he want? My mind raced, but my body was paralyzed. He grabbed me and effortlessly lifted me off the ground, shaking me as he shouted in my face. Then, as if from afar, I heard a shout. My coworker's voice pierced through the fog of fear. "Hey, get away." As he ran towards us, his footsteps echoed ominously in the aisle. The man released his hold on me, his focus now shifting to my coworker. In that fleeting moment, I found my voice and screamed as loudly as I could, striking at him. My coworker arrived, and his mere presence was enough to make the man pause. He then turned and fled, vanishing down the aisle. I was left trembling, my heart pounding furiously. My coworker rushed to my side, looking genuinely concerned. "Are you okay?" he asked. I nodded, completely breathless from the screaming. We were both shaken, attempting to make sense of the chaos that had just unfolded. We called the police, and as we waited for their arrival, I couldn't stop replaying the encounter in my mind. What was that guy's issue? Why would he assault me? The police eventually arrived, and we recounted the strange events to them. They searched the area, but the man was long gone. I explained what happened and tried to describe just how eerie and unsettling he was. I also mentioned that he had said he'd done something bad that night. Suddenly, 4 more police cars pulled up, taking the situation very seriously. My manager sent me home for the night and told me I didn't need to come in the next day. I checked the news the following day and saw there had been a hit and run nearby, with a suspected drunk driver killing a family of 3. The description of the suspect was almost identical to that of the man who attacked me. What on earth was this guy's problem? As far as I know, they never found him. I occasionally check the news just to see if there are any updates. I kept watch to see if he would appear, but I haven't noticed anything since. Several years ago, when I was just a teenager, I encountered a rather unusual and disconcerting incident in a supermarket that continues to puzzle me even today. It was a typical Friday evening, and I found myself at our local grocery store, entrusted with gathering a few items for the weekend. Back THN, I was about 16 years old, a typical cheeky teenager. This supermarket was a familiar place, one I had visited countless times, but this trip would turn out to be unlike any other. As I leisurely walked down the aisles, I heard the faint sound of a child's voice nearby. It was as though it was coming from behind the shelves. In a grocery store, this was nothing out of the ordinary. A child amusing themselves or engaging in a game of hide and seek. I used to do that myself. My curiosity piqued. I decided to join in with a smile on my face. Kneeling next to the cans, I responded to the tiny voice with, "Hey, what are you doing back there?" trying to sound playful. To my astonishment, the voice replied, "I'm stuck, please help me." At first, I found the situation amusing, thinking it was just another shopper's child having some fun. I chuckled and continued the conversation, exchanging light-hearted remarks with the mysterious voice. It felt almost like a game of make-believe, and I played along, asking them how they ended up behind the shelves and what they were doing there. However, the tone of the voice soon shifted, becoming more urgent. "I'm really stuck, it's so dark, and I can't breathe properly," it said. My amusement began to wane as the seriousness of the situation dawned on me. Genuine concern began to settle in as I realized this might not be a prank. I needed to act swiftly. I summoned a store employee and explained the predicament, informing them that a child was trapped behind the canned goods. The employee hurried off to get assistance, visibly worried. I attempted to comfort the child, assuring them that help was on the way. The reply I received sent a chill through me. "Hurry, please, it's becoming harder to breathe." Panicking, I called out to the employee and quickly began moving the cans aside, expecting to find a child in distress. To my utter astonishment, there was nothing behind the shelves. No space, no child, just a solid wall. The employee caught up with me, and we exchanged uneasy looks. I was completely baffled, and the store employee seemed quite irritated by the chaos I had created. I awkwardly searched around the shelves, but the entire arrangement was flush against an unmistakable wall. To this day, I remain haunted by how authentic the entire situation felt. The child's voice, seemingly trapped behind a wall and struggling for breath, was a surreal and unsettling experience. The only time I've ever encountered something so convincingly real. Throughout my life, I've held a few odd jobs. My first was a summer position at the age of 16 during the school break, working on a dairy farm. I absolutely despised it there, and it made it even more difficult for me to muster the motivation to seek employment again when the opportunity arose. I can't quite recall how I initially came across the job, but the following summer, I ended up working. Working as an office assistant for a freelance photographer, whom my parents knew from their church, was an interesting experience. My sister had attended her youth program when it was still active. By then, her health had started to decline, which she attributed to a variety of ailments, including chronic Lyme disease and fibromyalgia. My parents had also cautioned me that she was somewhat eccentric. She was deeply religious and insisted she had had genuine encounters with demons, even participating in a few exorcisms. Being an atheist and a skeptic, I never took her stories seriously. Despite the odd tales she would share, she was generally harmless, and the job itself wasn't particularly demanding. My responsibilities mainly involved a lot of data entry and assisting with minor photo editing tasks. She also instructed me to apply her company's watermark to her photos before they were uploaded. These images were then displayed on a website where her clients could browse and select the ones they wished to purchase. Her photography primarily focused on horse events, such as dressage, stadium jumping, cross-country jumping, and similar activities. During the initial months, I worked from her living room, which served as my makeshift office space. Eventually, I was persuaded to accompany her to shows, where she trained me as a photographer. Soon, I found myself capturing images at events alongside her. I won't deny that the work was tedious, as I'm not particularly fond of horses. However, things didn't become truly peculiar until a year later when I discovered the hard way that it wasn't her I needed to be cautious of. She had 2 sons, one of whom lived out of state. The other individual, who had served in the Navy, was named Nathan. I had only heard snippets about him. He was reportedly on the autism spectrum, though the specifics of his diagnosis were never quite clear to me. When he finally returned home, I had the opportunity to meet him for the first time while I was working in her living room. He struck me as a pleasant person, albeit a bit eccentric, but certainly not in a troubling way. He had a profound fascination with films, and being somewhat of a film enthusiast myself, our conversations almost always revolved around the movies we were keen on or eagerly anticipating. It's important to mention that I was 18 at the time, and he was in his mid-30s. At some point, Nathan seemed to develop the notion that I was interested in him. He never expressed this directly to me. I only learned about it through my parents. My mother worked as the church secretary, and Nathan somehow discovered this. Perhaps my boss had mentioned it to him. One afternoon, Nathan appeared at my mother's desk and began effusively expressing his feelings. He spoke about how much he enjoyed my company, how he loved our conversations, and how he was planning to take me to the movies, introduce me to his church, and various other plans he had concocted for us. My mother found this situation extremely uncomfortable, as did the pastor who happened to overhear the conversation. That night, when I returned home, she recounted the incident to me and advised me to ensure I didn't unintentionally encourage him. I was utterly perplexed because I hadn't done anything to suggest interest in pursuing anything together. We had never even broached the subject of spending time together in such a way. This revelation left me even more. Feeling increasingly uneasy around him over the subsequent weeks, I consciously made an effort to acknowledge him less whenever he was present. I kept our conversations brief, emphasizing my pressing work commitments. Eventually, he found his own place and moved out of his parents' home, so I assumed the issue had resolved itself. A couple of years later, I had relocated as well. My boss's company had shut down, and I had found employment elsewhere. I remained friends with both my former boss and Nathan on Facebook, and around that time, I was finally expressing my identity as an atheist, something I couldn't do while still residing at home. One evening, my former boss messaged me, inquiring about a ring I wore on my finger. It was a black ring with a solid white star in the center of a black circle. Anticipating her line of questioning, I explained it was simply a ring. She began accusing me of wearing a pentagram, mistaking it for a symbol she didn't understand, assuming I was promoting Satanism. I attempted multiple times to clarify that not only was it not that symbol, but also that paganism has no connection to the devil. However, she refused to listen, so I chose to disregard her comments, recognizing it as typical behavior from her and not worth a dispute. The following morning, I received a message from Nathan, insisting that I needed to attend church with him. I declined, but the messages he sent grew progressively more hostile. His requests escalated from asking to demanding that I accompany him. He claimed I was lost and wouldn't find the answers I sought by living my current lifestyle. Eventually, he outright stated he thought the notion that wearing a pentagram was revolting and could invite possession was unsettling. Recognizing that arguing with him was even more futile than with his mother, I decided to block both of them, resolving to end the ordeal. However, he began appearing at my workplace, persistently searching the store until he spotted me. Once he found me, he'd corner me, refusing to stop talking no matter how often I tried to evade him or insisted I needed to return to work. Eventually, my manager noticed and began intercepting him each time he arrived. I wasn't earning enough from that job to cover my rent, so I had to take on a second position. Within a week of starting this new job, located in a different town, he began showing up there as well. This time, I informed the managers about him, and thereafter, whenever he appeared, I was permitted to hide in the back room behind a locked door while they hastened his order and got him out. During one of these encounters, while I was concealed in the back, a manager was there with me, entering employee time punches into the computer. Suddenly, we both heard Nathan shouting in our direction, "I know you remember me." That was the final straw for them, and they informed him that his business was no longer welcome. He ceased appearing at my other job as well. Fast forward a few years, I was finally growing accustomed to not having to constantly glance over my shoulder during every shift or scan the parking lot for his truck. One day, he resurfaced unexpectedly. He was perusing a section as I strolled past, and when he noticed me, his eyes widened like a deer caught in headlights. I quickly made my way to the break room, as just the sight of him filled me with dread. After that encounter, he began appearing regularly. I constantly found ways to elude and sidestep him, yet he always managed to spot me and realize I was still around. I was torn about whether to inform the managers because, by this time, it had been quite a while since he had done anything, and speaking up merely because I was anxious didn't seem justified. Call me a coward or a fool, but that was my line of thinking. What happened next made me regret not voicing my concerns. It was inevitable, but one evening, he caught me while I was stationed at the customer service desk. He approached me and greeted me with a simple, "Hi." Instantly, I began looking around for someone to signal so I could make a swift exit, but before I could utter a word, he said something that made my stomach churn. "How's your little girl doing? She's 3, right?" I stared at him, horrified. I had completely blocked him on all my social media. His number was blocked. I had moved to a new address, and I hadn't seen or spoken to his mother since she confronted me about my ring. I hadn't told either of them that I was now a parent or that I was married, and I wasn't friends with anyone who knew them. "How's your husband doing?" "He's good, he's a good man," I replied, trying to emphasize that I was not available to him and had no interest in anything further. As I stood there, trying to process the situation, I was on the verge of fainting. Fortunately, a fellow employee approached, giving me the opportunity to make a swift exit. As I hurried away, he called after me, promising, "I'll see you again. We'll talk. We'll go out and do something together. We will." I immediately reported the incident to the managers, detailing every aspect of the encounter, including the personal information he inexplicably knew about me. They managed to locate his image on the CCTV footage. Although I haven't received any updates, I suspect one of the managers managed to confront him because he hasn't reappeared since. This ordeal has persisted for a decade, and I'm desperate for it to finally conclude. If he resurfaces, I am fully prepared to involve the authorities, though I sincerely hope it never reaches that point. I simply want him to cease this behavior. Since reporting to my managers, I haven't encountered him. It seems he might have been intimidated by the situation. Interestingly, a coworker of mine had previously worked with him at another job and had also filed a complaint against him with the management. I'm not sure how they handled that information, but I know he hasn't shown up since. It appears they intend to contact the police if he ever returns to the store, given the 2 employee reports of his stalker-like behavior. They are determined to address the issue. Back in 2002, when I was a 14-year-old, beginning my freshman year, I was an awkward, nerdy girl who struggled to deal with attention from boys. As a result, I inadvertently exacerbated my situation. I had a tendency to befriend the quirky individuals whom no one else seemed to appreciate, but I endeavored to be amicable with everyone I encountered, so it wasn't a significant issue for me. Unfortunately, that disposition also became my downfall. Social clubs held considerable importance, and they even had an anime club, which naturally piqued my interest. At the very first club meeting, I sat next to a couple of friends and absorbed everything. I thought I had finally found my community. Then came the stalker kid. I'd use his actual name, but to this day, I have no idea what it is. He sat in front of me and, being the person I am, I greeted him. I could sense he was uneasy and unfamiliar with anyone there, so I was simply trying to be courteous. However, that single word seemed to make him latch onto me. Initially, he would just locate me during lunch and stand nearby, muttering things to me. His voice was so soft, almost like a gentle whisper, that it left you feeling unsettled as he spoke, and the way he looked at you was unnerving. I could never hold his gaze for long. Eventually, his questions became more about my personal life and interests. Being naive and foolish, I attempted to remain friendly and chat, all the while feeling intensely uncomfortable. Over time, my friends and I would switch tables or benches, always trying to avoid him, but he invariably found me. After about a year of this, my best friend finally told me that if I didn't tell him to leave me alone, he would. I really didn't want the stalker kid around anymore, so I agreed. One day during lunch, here came the stalker kid with his usual greeting, barely audible. "Hey, Nancy." My friend immediately interjected, "Dude, she's not interested. Leave her alone." Looking hurt, he shuffled away. I was taken aback, feeling that he didn't need to be so harsh, but I appreciated it nonetheless. After that incident, I seldom saw him around school, except on club days. On those occasions, he would sit across the room, staring at me, while my best friend would glare at him. Fast forward to when I was 16 and driving to school, the awkwardness of club days behind me, I didn't pay much attention to him. That is, until an old, beat-up car began consistently parking uncomfortably close to mine. One afternoon, after school, he was waiting for me in that car. He started conversing about how I'd been, discussing prom and similar topics. I strained my mind, trying to figure out how he knew which car was mine unless he had been observing me both before and after school. To avoid him, I began arriving later and leaving later, as he was as predictable as clockwork. Eventually, a boy I used to be friends with in elementary school was walking out with me and made a remark about how that guy was always near my car, asking if he was my boyfriend. I immediately denied it, explaining that he was always trailing me and that I despised it. It was genuinely starting to unsettle me. Bless this guy, as he approached him directly and frightened him off, threatening to beat him up if he ever parked near me again. I hoped that would be sufficient to deter him. For a while, I heard nothing about him, except through my friends who shared classes with him, describing how creepy he was. One friend, who had art class with him, mentioned that he constantly drew naked women in his notebooks. As my junior year was coming to a close, I offered my best friend, Jack, a lift to school since he lived along my route, so I thought, why not? At some point, Jack began to notice that a small gray car was consistently heading in the same direction after school. He joked about a kid from his neighborhood being a stalker, saying, "Small world, right?" I could only wish it were just a coincidence. One day, as usual, the little gray car was trailing us, so he decided to take an alternate route. To our surprise, the car stayed with us every step of the way, and it was no longer a laughing matter. We both started to panic. I slammed the gas pedal down as hard as I could and sped away to get out of sight. Several other incidents occurred. To attend prom, he needed to ask someone from his year, so he randomly chose a girl from my softball team, only to break up with her as soon as he got in. Then, he shadowed me the entire night, even during the after-prom event, where I had to keep avoiding him the whole time. Our high school had a TV channel run by students that recorded the entire prom night. A friend pointed out that throughout the video, he could be seen trailing behind me, staring the whole time. I hadn't even realized it until then, and the memory still sends chills down my spine. During his class's graduation, I was scanning the crowd, looking for my friends who were graduating. As I walked past, I caught sight of a hand waving at me. I glanced back, and sure enough, it was the stalker kid waving. How he managed to pick me out from a crowd of thousands, I will never know. My senior year in 2006 was great because there were no signs of the creepy stalker kid, to the extent that I almost forgot about him. After graduation, I chose. Life had settled into a routine once I decided to attend a local college and secured a position at a nearby retail store. Things were beginning to feel ordinary again. I worked in the gaming department where occasionally we encountered some eccentric customers. One frequent visitor was a small Mexican man with glasses who never bought anything but would wander around now and then. Then there was this persistent kid, whom I dubbed Stalker Kid, who would nonchalantly stroll through the doors, head straight to the gaming section, and engage in conversation. When I inquired how he knew I worked there, he explained that a friend had spotted me and informed him, given that we were acquaintances. I attempted to radio for assistance to have someone escort him out. Eventually, a large man from the computer section noticed and asked for my help in the back. Once he had whisked me away to safety, I confided in him about everything that had transpired. From that moment, security was made aware and instructed to keep an eye on this individual. Naturally, since he hadn't done anything physically threatening, all they could offer was vigilance. Every time he showed up, they would alert me, and I would discreetly retreat to the warehouse. I began noticing his friend, who was nicknamed Ninja, was always around, perpetually absorbed in his phone. It dawned on me that he might be texting the stalker kid to inform him of my presence at work because, sure enough, about 10 minutes later, he would appear. To test my theory, I started roaming aimlessly around the store. At one point, a colleague who worked in another department asked why I was doing this. I invited her to join me on her break, and I explained that this ninja character would shadow us wherever we went, even if we wandered down random aisles. True to form, he did just that, and she began to feel uneasy. A few minutes later, I confided in her about my situation. Iker would stride through those doors, so I made my way toward the warehouse. Suddenly, from nay of the aisles, a guy dressed like a ninja emerged, yelling, "She's right here." I just stared at him, bewildered, thinking, what on earth do you think you're doing? The stalker kid approached me from behind and questioned why I was always avoiding him. He claimed he had lost my number and asked if I could give it to him again. I agreed, fully aware that I had never given it to him in the first place. I went to the warehouse to fetch a pen and paper and jotted down, "This is where I work. Don't ever come here again," and handed it to him. I instructed him and his friend to leave and called security, who escorted him out. Later, security informed me that he had cried as they led him away. Later that day, as I was leaving work, security offered to accompany me to my car, and I accepted. The stalker kid was waiting by my car. At this point, security decided enough was enough and contacted the police, conveniently located right next to their headquarters. The kid bolted when he saw the patrol car approaching. A few years passed without incident. I bought a fancy new car and didn't see him much, thinking that had finally done the trick and I was free. In 2012, my friends and I were leaving work, ready for a usual night at the bar. We were all exiting the building, waiting for the alarm to sound to confirm it was armed. As we stepped out, I heard that dreadful voice, "Hey Nancy." I cringed, grabbed my friend's arm, and turned. There he was, leaning against his car, waiting. My friend recognized him and asked what he wanted. The guy simply said he just wanted to speak with me. He mentioned that he hadn't seen my car recently, leading him to believe I no longer worked there. Meanwhile, his friend sat in the back seat of his car, staring at me with a vacant expression. I began to worry about the worst-case scenario if my friends abandoned me there. Something inside me suggested I wouldn't be returning to work the following day. I was terrified, considering he had years to dwell on our last encounter when I had written down my number, which had brought him to tears. I clutched my friend's arm more tightly. My friend, pretending to be my boyfriend, sprang into action and confronted him. My friend, who was about 2 feet taller and significantly larger, engaged in a heated exchange while I stood in the parking lot, silently pleading for my friend to teach him a lesson. The stalker was so frightened that I'm convinced he wet himself before scrambling back into his car and speeding away. Ever since then, if he comes into the store, my friend glares at him from his office. Years later, I've moved on, gotten married, and relocated out of town. Recently, we've moved back to start a business, and even now, I find myself glancing over my shoulder in stores, just in case I unexpectedly encounter him. He has left me with anxiety, mental and emotional distress, fear, and trust issues for a decade. Even after moving forward, the effects linger, and I never even learned his name. To provide some context, at the time of these events, I was a 16-year-old girl working at a chain coffee shop while attending high school. I am 19 now and studying in college, 7 hours away from where all this took place. This occurred during a phase of my life when I was. In hindsight, I realize I was incredibly introverted and struggled to assert myself. Reflecting on it now, I could have managed things much more effectively. After school, I used to work late shifts alongside my best friend. From roughly 3 o'clock to 10 p.m. the store we worked at was usually quite empty, so we spent a lot of our time listening to music and chatting. We completed our tasks like taking out the garbage and restocking supplies, among other responsibilities. However, both of us dreaded taking out the trash because it involved going behind the building to the dumpsters, which were located in a poorly lit area next to a dubious liquor store. One evening, a man entered the store. Rather late. While it wasn't out of the ordinary for customers to arrive close to closing time, it was rare to see unfamiliar faces, as most of our clientele were regulars. This man was tall and appeared to be about 30 years old. What struck me most were his eyes. They were intense, the kind that hold a gaze unwaveringly. I initially thought he was quite handsome. What a thought. His manner of speaking was brief and direct, as he simply ordered a small hot latte. After preparing his drink, I shared with my friend that I found him attractive, and we began referring to him as the small hot latte guy. We often labeled people by their drink orders. He returned several times after that, each visit extending a bit longer, with him engaging in more conversation each time. On one occasion, he came in with a woman, who I assumed was his girlfriend. I felt somewhat uneasy, as though she might have been watching me or perhaps they had discussed me prior to their arrival. She looked over at him and remarked, "Wow, she is pretty." I didn't anticipate such a comment. Much of it was simply to express gratitude, and I assumed that would conclude our interactions. However, he soon started showing up more frequently, engaging in conversations with me even when she wasn't around. Initially, he was merely amicable, and honestly, I can't quite recall the specifics of our discussions. As time went on, his behavior turned somewhat flirtatious. At first, I was simply flattered, but given my young age and naivety, I failed to consider how unsettling it was. He began lingering longer, occasionally bringing along a laptop or a notebook. I could sense his gaze fixed on me, eavesdropping on our conversations. By that time, I was already getting a creepy vibe from him, as my coworker and I had encountered our fair share of unsettling individuals. He started by offering small snacks or drinks, which I accepted but never consumed. It wasn't that I necessarily suspected any bad intentions on his part. I simply struggled with accepting gifts. I recall one evening when he brought me a book about one of his favorite artists. Reluctantly, I accepted it, though I attempted to refuse at first. I remember mentioning one of my favorite musicians and sharing a link to a performance I adored. He became somewhat suggestive while continuing to discuss the song, and when he began speaking in an overly suggestive manner, I would brush it off with laughter and politely decline when he asked for pictures. Gradually, I started communicating less and confided in my friend about the situation. She concurred that it was becoming unnerving and suggested I consider altering my schedule. I assured her I was fine, as my stubbornness prevailed. Yet, he persisted in coming every week at closing time, even lingering in his car. Until we closed, meaning he had observed me heading to the back to dispose of the trash, it was time to take out the garbage and lock up. We gathered ourselves, and as I was opening the door, juggling 3 bags of trash, I noticed something on the ground. Initially perplexed, I soon realized they were flowers accompanied by a note. A wave of nausea hit me, and I scanned the parking lot but didn't see his car. I discarded the flowers immediately and informed my friend that I had no desire to read the note. She read it and insisted that I should too. It contained sentiments along the lines of, "I have never felt so connected to anyone. You're breaking my heart. Please don't do this. I'm sorry." In retrospect, I truly hadn't led him on, but at first, I felt as though I had done something wrong. Nonetheless, we turned the corner to dispose of the trash and both silently hoped the parking lot would be empty. Unfortunately, it was not. Let's just say the trash wasn't going to be taken out that night. I continued working there and still do during my breaks from college, although my hours changed afterward. Nothing occurred for a while until one day he reappeared just before I was set to leave for college. It was around 3 p.m., and the place was bustling. He came in, stared at me, and then left. That was the last I saw of him. Reflecting on the situation, I realize how naive I was and how much better I could have handled everything. I am eternally grateful to my friend, who truly supported me throughout that entire ordeal. A year ago, I used to chronicle my whole life on Snapchat. It was my go-to app for sharing snippets of my life with friends and family, but then an event occurred that made me reevaluate my online presence. Out of nowhere, I received a friend request from a username I didn't recognize. I didn't dwell on it at the time and accepted the request without giving it a second thought. It seemed like just another random person, or so I believed. As months went by, that odd friend request slipped from my mind, and I continued to post snapshots of my daily life on Snapchat. Unbeknownst to me, someone was observing very closely. It all began innocuously enough with an unexpected snap. I opened it, assuming it was probably a friend sharing a humorous meme or a cute picture of a pet. However, as the image loaded, my heart nearly stopped. It was a hauntingly edited version of an old Snapchat story I had shared months prior. Floating hearts surrounded the image, and the caption read, "Can't wait to see you." The chill that ran down my spine was impossible to ignore. How had someone accessed my old stories? Who was behind this? Days turned into weeks, and more altered snaps continued to arrive. Each one featured images taken from my past stories, with captions becoming increasingly unsettling, referencing details from my personal life. "How was your McDonald's on Friday?" And another said, "I love that movie you watched last night." The feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I felt exposed and vulnerable, as if a stranger had breached my privacy. It didn't take long before I decided to check Snap Maps, the feature that allows you to see the real-time locations of your friends. My heart raced as I zoomed in on the map. The location of this unsettling person was uncomfortably close. After finishing school, I lived with my older brother for around 4 years. We shared the rent for an apartment because neither of us could afford a place on our own. However, during the 4th year, my brother started earning a better income and planned to move out once the lease expired. I wasn't making much money, so I realized I couldn't cover the apartment expenses on my own. For several months, I searched online for a roommate but eventually decided to move out as well and look for a more affordable place. I kept searching right up until the final month of our apartment lease. By then, my brother had practically moved all his belongings out, and the pressure was on me to find a new place quickly. With my extremely tight budget, it was challenging. Eventually, I came across an advertisement from a homeowner who was renting out a room in their house. The man's name was Evan. I sent him a text to express my interest and continued my search. He replied within a few minutes, and we arranged a time to talk later that day. During our conversation, he explained all the details. He mentioned that he lived alone in the house and was renting out his spare bedroom, but I would have access to all the other rooms as well. It sounded perfect, so I agreed to his offer. A couple of weeks later, I packed everything into a U-Haul and drove to the house. During this time, Evan and I had been exchanging texts and calls, and he had sent me numerous pictures, although I hadn't yet had the opportunity to visit the house in person. Although I hadn't seen it in person before, I arrived around midday and parked in the driveway. The house was certainly small but appeared charming from the outside. Evan was in the garage, waving me over. He gave me a brief tour and then assisted me in unloading all my belongings into my room. Evan seemed like an ordinary man in his mid-30s, nearly a decade older than me, but that didn't bother me. He wasn't particularly skilled at holding conversations and seemed somewhat introverted. Nonetheless, we finished moving everything inside, and I returned the U-Haul. I took an Uber back to the house, and by then, it was nearly 8 p.m. I was quite exhausted. Evan was on the couch watching TV, so I mentioned that I was heading to bed early and retreated to my room. Overall, it seemed like a decent place, and I was satisfied with it. I unpacked a bit more, set up my bed, and by 9 o'clock, I was finally ready to sleep. As I walked over to lock the door and switch off the lights, I noticed the doorknob was devoid of a lock. Perplexed, I opened the door to find the lock was on the outside. I stepped into the living room and asked Evan why the bedroom door locked from the outside. He appeared puzzled and said he had never noticed it, promising to reverse it the next day. I shrugged and returned to my room. Although tired and not overly concerned, it was certainly an unusual discovery. I got into bed and drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, I awoke to the sound of someone moving around in the kitchen, which I assumed was just Evan getting something. A moment or so later, I shut my eyes again. Soon after, I heard footsteps echoing down the hallway, and when they reached my room, they paused. I opened my eyes and glanced at the door. He was standing there silently for what felt like 15 seconds before I heard a click. He had locked my door. My heart sank and a chill spread across my face as Evan retreated to his room. As soon as his bedroom door closed, I quietly approached my own door, trying the handle, only to find it wouldn't move. I stood there, stunned, grappling with the realization that this man I had just met had locked me in. My initial fear gradually morphed into anger, and I called out to Evan, demanding he open the door. It wasn't long before I heard Evan emerge from his room and approach my door. I heard him place his hand on the door, pausing for a brief moment before unlocking it. I swung the door open immediately. What the hell was that? I confronted him. Evan stumbled over his words, explaining that he just wanted to ensure his own safety because he didn't know me well enough. While I could understand his concern, locking someone in a room was definitely not a wise solution. I informed him that I intended to gather my things and leave in the morning. I stayed awake all night on the couch in the living room, waiting for the U-Haul store to open at 9 o'clock. I glanced down the hallway, noticing that Evan's bedroom door remained closed, hopefully indicating he was still asleep. Then, I drove directly to the store and returned with the U-Haul to the house. When I went inside, the bedroom door stood ajar. Evan, I called out, striding over to his room and peeking inside. It was deserted. My gaze swept the space in disbelief, as the situation seemed to only grow stranger. I retreated and focused on packing my belongings. I forged ahead, spending 2 hours lugging boxes and dismantling my bed. With just 2 boxes remaining, I dashed inside to grab another and hurried toward the front door. Suddenly, Evan materialized in the doorway. "Move," I said firmly. He stared at me, expressionless. After a few tense moments, he finally stepped aside. I rushed past him and loaded the box into the U-Haul. The last box was half filled with assorted food items I kept from the pantry in my old apartment. I chose to leave it behind. Evan was unsettling me, and I was eager to distance myself from him as swiftly as possible. Just as I began closing the back of the U-Haul, Evan interrupted, "You forgot this." He extended the final box toward me. "Oh, yeah, thanks." I took it from him and climbed back into the truck. I felt his eyes on me as I stacked the box, and when I turned around, he had his hand on the door. He began pulling it down, attempting to trap me inside. I managed to stop him before the door was even halfway down. I shoved him to the ground, but he quickly got up and sprinted, not into the house but off into the woods, away from the property. I was at a loss for what to think, but I didn't dwell on it. I rapidly shut the back door and drove away. My brother graciously offered me a place to stay until I found a new home. I have no idea what transpired at that house or what might have happened, but at that moment, I was just relieved to be gone. There was undeniably something amiss. This occurred approximately 4 years ago, yet the experience has lingered in my thoughts nearly every day since it transpired. To begin, I should mention that I was relatively young at the time, single, and eager to have my first meaningful encounter with someone. I spent some time browsing through dating apps, conversing with a few individuals, until I finally encountered a guy who seemed intriguing. We shared many interests, so I believed it would be a good idea to meet up with him, especially since we had been communicating for almost a month. Although I was young, I wasn't naive or foolish. I was, and still am, a very cautious and wary person. However, for some inexplicable reason, I made what could have been one of the most regrettable decisions of my life. I invited him to spend the night at my place. My parents were away for the weekend, leaving me with the house to myself, so it seemed like an ideal opportunity for him to visit. He lived about 3 hours away, and he was eager, almost desperate, to come over, so he set off as soon as he finished work, which was around 11 a.m. Throughout his drive to my place, I was plagued by a nauseating sense of impending disaster, as if something was bound to go terribly wrong. I almost texted him several times to say I was no longer interested, but I hesitated, as he was only 10 minutes away by then. I leapt up when I heard his car pull up, expecting to be greeted by a friendly smile when I opened the door. He barged his way through the door, maintaining a vacant stare that unsettled me while my 2 French bulldogs, who never behaved this way toward anyone, growled and snarled at him. Everything felt exceedingly strange from the start. He swiftly followed me to my bedroom, wasting no time in forcefully undressing me. I reluctantly went along, as this was my first intimate encounter with anyone, and he was nearly 6 years my senior, making me quite tense. Fast forward a couple of hours, he abruptly asked if he could sleep in my room. This puzzled me since it was only 5 p.m., but I told him it was fine and that I would continue watching movies alone downstairs. About an hour later, I heard what sounded like furniture being moved and him talking, so I made my way upstairs. Opening my door, I discovered him crouching in the middle of my room, breathing heavily. I asked if he was okay, and he motioned for me to get on the bed. He sat me on his lap and placed a blindfold over my eyes, lightly wrapping his hands around my neck. I was already extremely uncomfortable, and it intensified as he tightened his grip on my throat. He asked if anyone knew he was there, if my friends knew who he was and what he looked like. I immediately responded, saying my sister and friends were aware he was there. This was a complete fabrication, as I don't have a sister and my friends were unaware, but something compelled me to lie. After several minutes of awkward silence, he stood up to gather his belongings. I noticed that his backpack contained tape, rope, and handcuffs. Initially, this didn't bother me since I knew he was interested in such things. However, in hindsight, I believe they were meant for something far more sinister. Suddenly, he announced, "I think I'm going to head home. I have a long drive ahead and I'm quite tired." I didn't hesitate to let him out of my house, as I was already feeling extremely uneasy. As he left, he neither glanced at me nor said goodbye. He hurried down the street, and as soon as he entered his car, I rushed back to my room to check if he had left anything behind since his departure was so abrupt. On my desk, I discovered a note with the words, "Being nice is what saved you." At the time, I had no clue what the message meant. Reflecting on it now, I genuinely believe he harbored very malicious intentions toward me. I'm still upset with myself for allowing a stranger into my home, which was clearly a grave mistake. I immediately blocked him on all my social media accounts. I feel incredibly fortunate to have emerged from that situation unharmed. All I know is that he is now somewhere back in America. I never really understood why he was residing in the UK when I met him, but I'm relieved that he is many miles away from me now. A few years ago, I was leasing a house in Northern California. The neighborhood lay just beyond the suburbs and seemed to strike the perfect balance between having ample space and having friendly neighbors nearby, ensuring I didn't feel isolated. The area lacked streetlights, making it very dark at night, particularly when clouds obscured the sky. The moonlight never bothered me. In fact, it made my humble home feel even more pristine on the darkest of nights. One evening in the middle of winter, I returned from work. It was a cloudy night, and as I pulled up to my house, it became visible only through the illumination provided by my headlights and the porch light. Stepping out of my car, I unexpectedly caught a faint scent of cigarette smoke. It struck me as strange since I had never noticed that smell around my house before. Seeing no one in the vicinity, I dismissed the thought and went inside. I had just finished a shift that stretched a few hours into overtime, leaving me quite exhausted even though it wasn't even 7 p.m. yet. I decided to take a shower and call it a night. I awoke sometime later, convinced I had heard a noise within my house. I wasn't immediately alarmed since my friend occasionally dropped by to use my shower on his way to his night classes. I had even given him a spare key so he could stop by even if I wasn't around. He always texted me beforehand to let me know, but I hadn't heard my phone ping. Reaching over to my bedside table, I picked up my cell phone to check if my friend had sent me a message. The bright light from the screen momentarily blinded me. This was back before phones had light sensors to adjust brightness in the dark. This particular phone was so bright it could serve as a flashlight. Squinting, I could see that it was sometime past 9, but I couldn't discern if there was an unread message. Setting my phone aside, I called out my friend's name. After a few seconds of silence, I heard a faint noise. Footsteps echoed ominously as someone began sprinting across the ground floor of my house. I sprang out of bed and dashed to the closet. By the time I had swung open the door and stepped inside, they were already ascending the stairs. The house had 3 rooms on the upper level, 2 bedrooms positioned on either side of the corridor, with the one I occupied being a spare, and a bathroom situated at the end. Both bedroom doors were shut, but the bathroom door was slightly ajar. I heard the intruder thunder down the hallway, past my door, and into the bathroom. Thankfully, this diversion provided me with just enough time to open the attic access in the ceiling of my closet and hoist myself up. I had only begun to lift myself when the person dashed out of the bathroom. My feet had barely made it inside the attic when my bedroom door flew open. I heard footsteps rush into my room and then halt when they realized I wasn't there. They quickly returned to the hallway and dashed into the other room, which contained boxes stacked in the corner, some weights, and a table where I painted my miniature models. I assumed they concluded that if anyone were hiding, it would be in a bedroom, so they charged back into my room and switched on the light. Moments later, the closet door was yanked open. I crouched in the attic, just a foot or so away from the access, ready to stop them if they attempted to climb up. From my vantage point, I could only see from about their knees down. They were clad in dirty blue jeans with frayed cuffs and work boots. After a few seconds of scanning the closet, they lingered. Yet they withdrew, and I heard a resounding crash emanate from my room, followed by a scream filled with frustration and rage. That scream was the most unsettling aspect of the episode for me. It reminded me too vividly of my stepfather, who would yell in a similar manner whenever he lost his temper. He would eventually be committed to a mental institution due to several psychological disorders that led to unpredictable and aggressive behavior. The intruder in my home dashed back down the stairs, and I heard a series of crashes and clattering as items were hurled and furniture was overturned. I remained crouched in the attic, having left my cell phone behind when I bolted for the closet, and I was uncertain if I could descend without being detected. After what felt like an eternity, the commotion ceased. I began counting slowly, and when I reached 1,000, I deemed it safe enough to descend and contact the authorities. The first thing I observed upon emerging from the closet was that the intruder had overturned my bed, presumably in an attempt to locate me. That must have been the loud noise I heard after he moved away from the closet. Unable to find my cell phone, I went to the landline by the bed and called the police. I stayed in my room until I heard their voices calling out from downstairs. The first floor was in disarray, but I had anticipated that. Chairs were knocked over, the sofa was upended, and all the books, pictures, and trinkets I kept on my shelves were scattered across the floor. The kitchen cupboards had been opened, and all the boxed and canned foods had been tossed to the ground, as far as I could tell. Although the only thing missing was a single knife from the wooden block in my kitchen, the police thoroughly searched the house from top to bottom. They discovered that the side door had been forcibly opened, likely with a crowbar. Along the fence line, they also found several cigarette butts, some foil, and an empty pan, which the police said are often used by individuals to smoke methamphetamine. It seemed apparent that someone had been surveilling my house for some time. I realized that he must have been outside smoking a cigarette when I arrived home. The police gathered the evidence and advised me to stay with family or friends that night while I arranged to have the door repaired as soon as possible. Instead of leaving, I decided to stay awake. I moved a shelf to block the broken door and spent the next couple of hours tidying up. Frequently, I would go to the window with a flashlight, scanning the fence line where the police had discovered the cigarette butts and foil, but I saw nothing. The following day, I arranged to have the door repaired and installed motion sensor lights at the back and sides of my house. Additionally, I ran a phone cable into the attic to add a landline, not wanting to be stuck up there without a means of communication. Fortunately, nothing else occurred at that house, and I lived there for another 3 years without any incidents. As an added precaution, I practiced getting out of bed, moving to my closet, and climbing into the attic swiftly and quietly. I even rehearsed this routine in my new place, though now I head to a crawl space at the back of the closet instead. I try not to dwell on what might have transpired if I had been even slightly slower reaching the attic, or if he hadn't first entered the bathroom at the end of the hallway. About a decade ago, I lived alone and rarely had visitors. During that period, I was deeply saddened, having recently lost my girlfriend in an accident involving a truck driver. One evening, while savoring a beer and watching the sunset from my back porch, I noticed a large, disheveled man emerging from the line of trees. My heart raced as he staggered towards my house with a threatening demeanor. Living by myself, I frequently used my backyard for target practice, and in that moment, I was profoundly thankful for it. Acting on instinct, I hurried to secure all the doors while feverishly dialing the police. What I was unaware of was that this intruder had broken in the previous day through a basement window and had spent the night hiding there. He had left the basement door ajar, and at this juncture, he entered the house and began ascending the stairs towards me. I clutched my rifle, aiming at the man as he approached down the hallway. I yelled at him to halt and lie down on the ground, but he continued advancing towards me. I discharged the first round, loaded with rock salt, but he remained unfazed. I swiftly followed with a rubber bullet to his chest, yet the clearly deranged, drugged individual persisted in moving forward. This man was enormous, at least twice my size, and I realized that whatever substances coursing through his system were propelling him beyond any pain that a weapon might inflict. The impact of the rubber bullet was not enough to deter him. He was cornering me relentlessly. In a desperate plea, I begged him to stop and warned of the consequences, but he merely groaned like a zombie, taunting me with shouts of, "Shoot, do it." Then, he lunged at me. I fired a third time, though I can't remember if it was a buckshot or a slug, but it left a gaping wound in his chest. It did little to slow him down. He continued his advance, and in a frenzied struggle, he overpowered me, wrestling me to the ground. He was moaning and coughing up blood. Suddenly, he grabbed my face with his enormous hands and began to squeeze, attempting to crush my skull like a balloon. The terror was indescribable. I have no idea how long it went on, but it felt like an eternity. Eventually, his injuries took their toll, and he died on top of me. I lay there for several minutes, utterly exhausted, struggling to breathe under his weight. His body pressed my rifle painfully into my chest. When I managed to roll him off to the side, I was soaked in his blood, and the overpowering smell remains vivid in my memory. I had completely forgotten that I was still on the line with the emergency operator, who had heard everything. The entire exchange amounted to me pleading for him to stop or I would shoot, while he taunted menacingly. The police arrived shortly after, and the incident was reported in the local newspapers. A criminal investigation ensued, but I was eventually cleared of any wrongdoing. The intruder was sought in connection with the murder of an elderly couple in Baltimore and had somehow managed to make his way 50 miles up the road into our rural area. My roommate was away for the week, leaving me alone in the house. It was spring break, so my college classes were on hold. I had no plans and nothing pressing to attend to on Monday. Essentially, I found myself stuck indoors, as a massive storm swept through our city. Such weather was typical for this time of year, yet it always seemed more intense than before. The trees appeared as if they might be uprooted, and the house trembled and creaked incessantly. Knowing sleep would elude me, I resolved to stay up. I turned on the Xbox and immersed myself in a video game, playing for over an hour, probably until around 11 o'clock when the doorbell rang unexpectedly. I paused the game and stood up, but then recalled the storm raging outside. Who would be out there at this hour? I went to the front door and peered through the peephole, but saw nothing. When I opened the door, the wind and rain assaulted me immediately, yet no one was in sight. I closed the door, thinking perhaps the wind had somehow triggered the doorbell. It sounds foolish now, but what was I supposed to think? I returned to my game, but just a few minutes later, I heard a tremendous crash in the backyard, the sound of items toppling and breaking. I instantly realized it was our patio furniture and dashed to the back door. Everything was scattered across the yard, tossed about by the wind. I quickly put. After slipping on my shoes, I headed outside, pressing each piece of furniture against the back of the house. The wind was so fierce that it sometimes stung when the rain lashed against my face. I was moving quickly, almost in a rush. I've been with my wife, Rebecca, for 6 years, and Mary for 11 months. Throughout our entire history together, everything has been remarkably typical, and I've never noticed any odd behaviors or warning signs. I cannot emphasize enough how uncharacteristic this whole situation has been. She doesn't even enjoy watching horror films. When we first started dating, she agreed to watch The Shining with me because she knew how much I loved horror. She was so frightened that she couldn't make it through even half of the movie before we had to turn it off. She's never been interested in anything eerie and has always steered clear of pranks, which is perfectly fine. But that's what made this so peculiar. It was completely out of character for her. I should also mention that she's never shown any signs of mental health issues, and to my knowledge, it doesn't run in her family. I understand that some individuals can conceal their mental health struggles, but in the 6 years we've been together, I think I would have noticed some indication. 2 months ago, I was in the kitchen preparing my morning coffee. I was running a bit late that day and knew I wouldn't have time to grab breakfast on my way to work. As I took a sip of my coffee while hurrying down the hall towards the front door, I happened to catch sight of Rebecca peering at me from around the corner ahead. I could only see her eyes and a lock of her long hair. Dark hair brushed against the wall, while the rest of her figure remained hidden behind the corner. I almost spilled my coffee when I spotted her. "What on earth, Rebecca?" I exclaimed, wiping a few drops off my pants. "You scared the life out of me." She quickly ducked out of sight like a child caught in mischief. I heard her scurry toward the living room, and by the time I reached the front door, she had vanished. It was bizarre and completely unlike her typical demeanor, as I'd mentioned before. Yet, I found it somewhat amusing that she was displaying a playful side, a welcome change from her usual seriousness. I shouted that I loved her and affectionately called her crazy as I closed the door behind me. Her laughter echoed back, a bit strange, yes, but certainly not alarming enough to summon a priest. By lunchtime, the incident had slipped my mind, and by the time I returned home, she was back to her usual self. I didn't mention it, and life continued as normal. The next peculiar event occurred 3 days later. It was around 2 a.m., and I had woken up to get a drink. Standing at the kitchen island with a glass of orange juice in hand, I suddenly felt the unsettling sensation of being watched. For reasons I can't explain, I glanced down at the floor and found my wife's smiling face looking up at me. She was peeking from the other side of the island, her eyes wide and unblinking, grinning like the Cheshire Cat. I screamed, I admit it, not out of annoyance, but from fear. In that instant, I was genuinely frightened. At the sound of my scream, she scurried backward, disappearing from my view, her hands and feet slapped against the tiled floor as she hurriedly exited the kitchen, her movements full of urgency. I didn't chase after her or even raise my voice. Instead, I stood there, immobilized by surprise, trying to figure out what had driven her to a court that way. It took me longer than I'd like to admit to muster the courage to head back upstairs, but eventually, I did. When I reached our bedroom, I found Rebecca lying on her side, seemingly asleep, or at least feigning sleep. I lingered for a moment, observing her steady breathing to confirm she was truly asleep, half expecting her to spring at me the moment I slipped into bed. Once I climbed in, she remained motionless, her breathing gentle, making me question if I had imagined the entire incident. The following morning, I waited for her to join me for coffee. After handing her a mug and kissing her cheek, I decided to broach the subject. "What was that about last night?" I asked, keeping my tone light to avoid offending or embarrassing her. She frowned over her cup, shaking her head as if she had no idea what I was talking about. "You were peeking at me again from over there," I said, pointing to the spot on the floor by the kitchen island. She followed my gesture and, upon meeting my eyes again, erupted into laughter. Her laughter was so infectious that I couldn't help but join in. "You give me the creeps sometimes, you know that?" She laughed at my comment and wrapped her arms around my neck. "You creep me out all the time, so I guess we're even," she replied playfully. We exchanged our goodbyes and left for work. As I drove, I couldn't shake the memory of how unsettling it had been to see her grinning at me from across the room. I'm behind the island, listening to the sounds her hands made on the floor as she crawled away. I convinced myself she was merely attempting to be playful, trying to share in my fascination with all things horror. It wasn't that I was scared of her, but something about it felt unsettling. I began noticing her peeking at me more frequently. Sometimes, she'd peek out from behind the couch or the living room curtains. Once, she even managed to squeeze inside her grandmother's antique trunk at the foot of her bed. I might never have realized she was there if the trunk's old hinges hadn't betrayed her presence. She had propped the lid open just enough for only half of her face to be visible, grinning with the excitement of a toddler. It was unnerving, and I was at a loss for words. All I could do was stare. When I finally regained my voice, I asked her why on earth she was doing this. She didn't respond. Instead, she slowly closed the lid, shutting herself inside the trunk. I walked away, feeling disturbed. I couldn't comprehend why she was doing it, but it was apparent it brought her joy. I just hoped she would tire of the game soon. Rebecca didn't peek at me for the next 2 weeks, and I began to believe she had finished with her peculiar prank. I felt a sense of relief. One night, while we were watching a show on Netflix, I jokingly mentioned that I hadn't seen her peeking at me lately and teased that she must have abandoned her game. She looked up at me with a small smile and said, "Maybe I've just gotten better at it." I remained silent, pondering whether or not she was serious. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling stirred by what she had said. Was she still spying on me when I wasn't aware? Had I simply failed to notice? And if she was, what on earth did she gain from this? Paranoia began to creep in, and I found myself constantly on edge, checking whether she was lurking around a corner or hiding behind a door. I was uneasy whenever I was at home and couldn't see her directly. I felt foolish and slightly unhinged, but as weeks went by without another unsettling event, I started to let my guard down. I stopped peering behind furniture and walls, convincing myself it had all been a figment of my imagination, a distorted memory. Then, a few days ago, things took a turn for the worse. Rebecca left to visit a friend, and I relaxed on the couch, playing a few games on my laptop. Around 9 p.m., I decided to take a shower. As I was rinsing the soap from my hair, had dreadful sensation of being watched crept over me. I cautiously opened my eyes and nearly had a heart attack. Rebecca was peering from behind the shower curtain, her entire head intruding into the shower, leaving her body outside. Her long, dark hair hung against the curtain, the ends dripping with water. Her mouth was twisted into a horrific grin, eyes wide and red as if she hadn't blinked in ages. I screamed and recoiled against the wall. She remained unmoving, her smile unwavering. Her makeup had run down her cheeks, forming 2 black streaks. She looked ecstatic and utterly deranged. I was petrified. We stood there in silence for what seemed like an eternity, neither of us uttering a word. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she Slowly, she withdrew her head from the shower, and I observed her indistinct silhouette through the curtain as she backed toward the bathroom door. Moments later, the door slammed shut with such force that the mirror rattled. I screamed once more and leapt out of the shower to lock the door. I remained inside the bathroom for over an hour. Perhaps I had overreacted, but whether it was a prank or not, I was done tolerating this madness. That's what I kept repeating to myself as I paced back and forth, occasionally pausing to listen at the door every few minutes. Suddenly, I detected a muffled sound, prompting me to press my ear against the door, straining to catch any noise. I heard nothing distinct, but I imagined Rebecca standing on the other side, giggling at her prank. A wave of anger surged through me. I was beyond irritated at being made to feel frightened in my own home and forced to hide in the bathroom for so long. And for what? If it was a joke, it was an absolutely terrible one. What the hell, Rebecca, I snapped, my voice laced with frustration. This is getting really irritating. I waited for her to apologize or call me a jerk, but instead, I heard a faint sound, so subtle that I questioned if I had even heard it at all, followed by complete silence. Rebecca, I called out, unable to mask the tremor in my voice. There was no reply, only the sound of my own heavy breathing. I swear to God, just stop it, I shouted, pounding my fist on the door. I expected her to curse me out, something I would anticipate after speaking to her like that. I had never yelled at her before. But there was nothing, only the occasional drip from the shower. I won't deny that I was terrified, too frightened to open that cursed door and confront my own existence. I lingered for another 30 minutes or so, a span that feels interminable when fear grips you. Eventually, I resolved that I couldn't spend the entire night cowering in my bathroom. Kneeling down, I cautiously peered beneath the door, half expecting her face to be staring back at me. Fortunately, she was gone. I could see clearly down the hallway to the top of the stairs, but Rebecca was nowhere in sight. I wasn't sure whether to feel relieved or anxious about her absence. For a few minutes, I watched, anticipating her head to appear over the top step, but it never did. I stood up, my hand hovering over the door as I steeled myself to open it. With trembling fingers, I slowly turned the lock and was on the verge of yanking the door open when I heard a sound that still makes me queasy when I recall it, a moan, louder than before. This time, I could discern exactly where it originated. Turning my head toward the closet door in what felt like slow motion, I locked eyes with my wife, who was peeking at me through a narrow gap. Her eyes remained as wide as ever, her mouth agape in the most grotesque, unsettling smile. I was too petrified to even scream. Her hands were clasped to her chest, her body quivering with sheer delight, as if barely able to contain her excitement. A short, raspy moan emerged from her throat, deep and raw, sending a shiver through my entire being. Somehow, I found the strength to pull the bathroom door open and bolted as swiftly as I could. I raced down the stairs, snatching my keys and phone from the table in the living room before dashing outside to my car. Her piercing laughter echoed behind me, but I didn't hear her getting any closer. I didn't bother to shut the front door as I sped away from the house, driving faster than was legally permissible. I shivered the entire journey, unsure if it was from fear or the cold, or perhaps a bit of both. I hadn't taken a coat or even put on shoes. I was still in my boxers, and my hair was still damp. I headed straight for my brother Chris's house, which was about 40 minutes away, ignoring every call and text that came in. I didn't check my phone until I was safely parked in my brother's driveway. Rebecca had called 4 times and sent a barrage of texts, all questioning where I had gone and why I had left like that. In frustration, I threw my phone against the dashboard, infuriated by her nonchalant attitude. My brother and his wife were shocked to see me arrive dressed in just a pair of boxers, but they told me I could stay as long as I needed. Chris lent me some clothes and asked what had happened. I told him we had a fight, but I didn't delve into the specifics. I didn't want him to think I was overreacting by leaving my wife over a prank, even if it was a bizarre one. After all, hadn't I been urging her for years to lighten up instead of being so serious all the time? I had wanted her to relax and loosen up, but this was definitely not what I had envisioned. I tried to sleep on their sofa, but my mind wouldn't let me rest. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Rebecca's face, gazing at me from within the closet, sent shivers down my spine as I realized she had been there with me the entire time. She never left the bathroom at all. Instead, she slipped into the closet and slammed the bathroom door shut to deceive me. The mere thought of returning home filled me with anxiety. I tossed and turned, unable to find rest. Chris eventually gave me a sleeping pill, allowing me to catch some sleep. My slumber, however, was plagued by dreadful dreams, all dominated by Rebecca's smiling visage. I awoke just as the sun began to rise, my entire body aching and feeling utterly exhausted. I knew I had to call her at some point, but I was at a loss for words. I wouldn't consider going home until she promised to refrain from any more unsettling behavior. I just wanted my wife back. Her usual, serious demeanor had never seemed more appealing to me. I was contemplating reaching out to her and expressing my thoughts when that familiar sensation returned, the feeling of being watched. As I lay there staring at the ceiling, my heart lodged in my throat, I felt an increasing urge to look away. Yet, the longer I ignored the sensation, the more intense it became. My eyes involuntarily drifted from the ceiling. Her face was pressed against the window beside the couch, peering down at me with that same eerie grin. Drool trickled from her lips, leaving 2 long streaks down the glass. I had no idea how long she had been there, but something told me she had been there for quite some time, possibly all night. I didn't bother screaming, but fear was overshadowed by anger. I leapt up from the couch, driven by a surge of emotion. I slammed my palm against the window and shouted, "Rebecca, are you out of your mind? What on earth is wrong with you? Just go home, right now." She remained still, her eerie expression unchanged, except for a widening smile that suggested she felt more at peace than ever. Upstairs, I could hear Chris and his wife moving about, and it seemed Rebecca could hear them too. Her head twitched slightly in their direction as she slowly began to close her mouth. Chris called my name from upstairs, clearly worried, and I turned to see him rushing down the stairs. When I looked back at the window, Rebecca had vanished. The only evidence of her presence were 2 streaks of drool still trickling down the glass. I attempted to explain to Chris and Jessa how I had woken to find Rebecca watching me through their window, but they were doubtful. We went outside to the area in front of the window, but found no footprints in the dirt, just a slight indentation. Probably an animal, Chris speculated, and I didn't argue. He and Jessa insisted I had dreamed the entire episode, but they didn't comprehend the gravity of it, and I was too exhausted to explain further. I called out of work that day and switched off my phone. I couldn't handle facing Rebecca. Even talking to her felt overwhelming. At that point, I truly began to believe something was irreparably wrong with her. Regardless of any promises she made, things would never be the same between us again. The thought saddened me deeply, and I spent most of the morning crying. Eventually, I convinced myself I was ready to confront her and give her a chance. One last opportunity to let her clarify things. I figured I could at least afford her that after 6 years together, I reasoned as I switched on my phone. The screen was flooded with messages from her, a plethora of texts from a seemingly concerned spouse. "Can we talk? I love you. Please call me. I'm really worried. Can you answer? Just come home." And more, all expressing the same sentiments, telling me she loved me and wanted me back, how worried she was. Not a single message addressing the bizarre antics she had pulled, as if she hadn't been acting like a character straight out of a Stephen King novel. Even her texting style had changed. She used to send lengthy messages just to ask me to pick up a loaf of bread. You'd think she'd have more to say after her strange antics. I understand it might seem immature to some of you who are removed from this situation, but if you had witnessed the way Rebecca had gazed at me, how she crawled away on all fours like a feral creature, grinning at me from within the closet like a madwoman. Then you might understand why I reacted the way I did. I ended up staying with them for another night. I didn't wake up yesterday until the afternoon, and thankfully, I didn't see Rebecca's face peering at me through the window. I don't want to intrude because it's not my business, but is this conflict something that can be resolved? Jess inquired about the situation as she made us both sandwiches for lunch. I knew she wanted to approach the topic delicately, without appearing intrusive. I don't know. She's like a different person, I replied, choosing my words with care. I still wasn't ready for her or my brother to know the entire extent of what was going on. The extent of the chaos I had been experiencing was overwhelming. People evolve, yet she remained the same woman I had married. Perhaps we both simply needed to address our issues. Whatever was happening, I was sure it could be resolved. However, I believed we had moved beyond that point. I didn't think having a conversation would make a difference. My trust in her was shattered. Those words pierced my heart. I missed my wife and still loved her, but how could I continue living with someone under such constant fear? It was far from appealing. Rebecca cares about you deeply. She must be utterly devastated. I wasn't so sure about that, though she certainly appeared to be. I had never seen her so distressed. It took me a full minute to process what Jess had just said, and when I did, a wave of dread washed over me. Wait, what do you mean you saw her? You saw Rebecca? I asked, my mouth suddenly feeling parched. Jess nodded nonchalantly, as if the situation was simply a matter of fact. Perhaps it wasn't a nightmare for her, but for me, it was. She stopped by this morning, just after Chris left for work. I didn't see her car, though. Maybe she took an Uber or something, Jess mentioned. What did she say? Did she come inside? I felt sweat forming on my forehead, and I began to glance around, inspecting corners as if a predator might be hiding there. No, she only asked if you were awake yet, and I told her you weren't. I offered to wake you, but she said no, just to let you sleep. That's all. She didn't say anything else. Jess continued, no, but she looked terrible, as if she hadn't slept in days. I think you should call her. I rose from the table and thanked Jess for lunch. I felt a slight bee. It brought some comfort knowing that at least she hadn't entered the house. Nevertheless, I felt compelled to double-check that the doors were securely locked. I sat for a bit, grappling with what my next move should be. I wasn't eager to return home, but I felt a duty to Rebecca, to assist her if possible. Hadn't I vowed to love and honor her in both good times and bad? Clearly, she was unwell. If she was indeed unwell, which I firmly believed, I had to find a way to get her the necessary help. Yet, I was at a loss for where to begin. Contacting the police didn't seem right, and even if I did, what could I possibly tell them? That my wife was spying on me, acting strange? Although her behavior had been bizarre, she hadn't broken any laws, not yet, anyway. The police would likely dismiss my concerns as exaggeration. But this wasn't some joke. It felt wrong, dangerous, as if something menacing hid beneath her smile. As her husband, I knew I had the legal right to have her committed, but what if she simply behaved normally around them? She had obviously convinced Jess that she was merely a concerned spouse. As long as the doctors didn't deem her a threat to herself or others, they would have no option but to let her go after 72 hours. I felt bewildered and overwhelmed, so I did what any husband might do in my situation. I reached out to her mother. I wasn't confident she'd believe me. We were never particularly close. We didn't argue or anything like that. She just wasn't a very warm individual and wasn't easy to connect with. She rarely smiled, and when her lips would form a tight-lipped smile, yet her eyes remained as expressionless as ever. She exuded an air that seemed perpetually defensive. I had encountered her only twice, and both meetings were brief. I sensed she disapproved of me for her daughter, as Rebecca always hurried us out, not wanting me to feel uneasy. A gesture I appreciated, given how unbearable it was to be in her mother's presence. It felt akin to treading on broken glass. I was relieved when we relocated 3 states away, sparing us the frequent visits. Although I was content to keep my distance from the woman, I found myself in need of her assistance. Reluctantly, I realized I had to speak with her. She was the only person who might understand Rebecca better than I did. With a deep breath, I picked up the phone. Yes, she answered, her voice already tinged with irritation. Marianne, it's me, Ben. Do you have a moment to talk? I could hear her click her tongue in annoyance. I'm in the middle of writing some checks, but if you insist, I suppose I can spare a moment. What is it that you want to discuss? It's about Rebecca. She's been acting strangely, and I was wondering if you had any idea whether there was something. I began, only to be abruptly interrupted. It's a bit difficult to follow your rambling, Benjamin. What is it that you want from me? I could almost visualize her standing there in her thin sweater and slacks, tapping her fingernails impatiently on the table. I wanted to know if you've ever noticed any unusual behavior or perhaps any mental health issues. I continued, aware of the long, uncomfortable silence that followed. There was an uncomfortable pause, perhaps because she was lost in thought or for another reason entirely. After a few moments, she finally broke the silence, saying, "I'm not sure if this is one of your jokes, Benjamin, but if it is, I don't find it amusing. I have important matters to attend to, as I mentioned, so if you wouldn't mind." I interrupted before she could dismiss me. "Marianne, this isn't a joke. I'm genuinely worried about Rebecca's mental well-being. Her actions have been incredibly unpredictable lately, and I'm deeply concerned. I assumed, as her mother, you would share these concerns." The frustration was unmistakable in my voice. "If you're genuinely worried, then I suggest involving health professionals." "I don't understand what you're expecting from me," she retorted sharply. I sensed she was on the verge of hanging up, and I felt an inexplicable urge to stop her. It seemed like she knew more than she was willing to divulge. "Please, if not for me, then for Rebecca," I pleaded. I heard a faint, shaky intake of breath, as if she were struggling to maintain a composed exterior but was faltering. "Marianne, Benjamin, I don't know what to tell you. My only advice is to seek professional assistance. Do not call here again." I attempted to respond, but she had already hung up. I tried to make sense of the conversation and her refusal to assist, even if she disliked me. Why wouldn't she want to help her own daughter? I couldn't comprehend it. I replayed our exchange in my mind, desperately searching for something I'd overlooked. I almost gave up until I recalled her final words to me. "Seek professional help," she'd said those words. With a sense of urgency, I might have been clutching at straws, yet I was certain her voice had altered ever so slightly when she uttered those words, as if they bore significant weight. What was her implication? I assumed she had been alluding to medical professionals, but perhaps she was hinting at someone else, someone she didn't feel comfortable naming directly. Or maybe I was simply grasping at anything. I waited for Chris to return home and, after a prolonged and exhausting discussion, I managed to persuade him that Rebecca genuinely required psychiatric assistance. I withheld certain details from him. I wasn't ready to delve into everything yet. However, I recounted our last encounter, how she had hidden in the bathroom, peering at me from the closet. They were understandably taken aback, but thankfully, they believed me. They, too, were eager to help her. Still, they didn't deem the situation exceedingly serious, odd, perhaps, but not perilous. They continued to insist that Rebecca must be playing some kind of bizarre prank, possibly for YouTube, Jess suggested, albeit without much conviction. Chris felt we shouldn't involve the authorities just yet. Instead, he proposed accompanying me, and I readily agreed. He reasoned that calmly speaking with her and trying to gently persuade her to go voluntarily was the best approach. I agreed to his plan, at least I wouldn't be entering that house alone. We drove over this morning, just after breakfast. There was no way I was going there at night. As we pulled into the driveway, my stomach began to churn. Her car wasn't there, but I still didn't. I let my guard down as I approached the front door, which was slightly ajar, and for a fleeting moment, I imagined her eyes peering through the gap. I was trembling and beginning to perspire, whereas Chris appeared perfectly calm. He waited patiently for me to open the door, his hands casually tucked into his pockets as if he were on a leisurely walk through the park. I envied his blissful ignorance. As I pushed the door open, an overwhelming smell of decay assaulted us. Chris noticed it too and followed me into the house, his nose wrinkled in distaste. My eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for any trace of Rebecca. The house was eerily silent and dim, despite it being late in the morning. All the curtains were tightly drawn, stubbornly blocking out any sunlight. Had I not left just 2 days prior, I might have assumed the house was deserted. We moved cautiously from room to room, inspecting every conceivable hiding place and occasionally calling out her name. "Why on earth are you looking under the couch? Are we searching for your wife?" Chris asked, eyeing me as though I had lost my mind. "Let's just go upstairs," I suggested. He shook his head but accompanied me up the stairs to investigate the bathroom and spare bedroom. On our way up, my shoes crunched over shards of glass scattered across several steps. I noticed that one of our wedding portraits, which hung on the wall along the staircase, had been shattered. The frame dangled crookedly, all the glass removed. I gazed at the picture, a lump forming in my throat. We had taken it just after leaving the church. She looked so radiant in her white gown. I found myself staring at her lovely face, filled with memories and emotions. I never imagined that her face would one day become a source of terror for me. We continued ascending the remaining steps and checked the spare bedroom, which appeared completely untouched. Anxiety gripped me at the thought of entering the bathroom, the fear from that night crashing back in waves. Chris noticed my hesitation and offered to go in alone, but I couldn't let him face it by himself. Together, we entered, examining the closet and the shower. The bathroom seemed as if it had remained undisturbed since the night I left. "I don't think she's here," Chris suggested. "Why don't you pack some clothes, and we can try coming back tomorrow or something?" I agreed, heading to our bedroom to hastily shove some clothes into a duffel bag. While checking our closet, I discovered the source of the stench. Instantly, I began to gag. Chris took one look and went pale, needing to step over to the stairs to escape the horrific sight and smell. I stared, horrified, at what lay inside my closet, soaking into the carpet, at least a dozen eyeballs, meticulously arranged in pairs. Some were as large as coins, while others were as small as marbles. I gazed at the eyes she had collected from small creatures and wondered how she had acquired them. The thought made me shiver. "Man, I thought my wife's shoe obsession was bad," Chris said, struggling not to retch. "But yours is in here, collecting eyeballs. Ben, I think we should go," he called from the hallway, sounding queasy. I grabbed my duffel bag and closed the closet door behind me. Stepping into the hallway, I inhaled deeply, trying to cleanse my senses of the lingering odor. The acrid taste lingered on my tongue, triggering a reflexive gag. Who, in their right mind, would arrange eyeballs in their closet like that? "I had warned you she needed help." "She doesn't need help, Ed. She needs an exorcist. Are you coming or not? I can't endure this stench any longer." His words faltered, strangled by fear as his eyes widened in terror. I didn't question him. I could sense it too. Someone was watching us. Yet, I didn't think it was the eyes in the closet. Slowly, I turned, my gaze sweeping the bedroom. "Christ," I murmured when I finally noticed what we had missed. Under the bed, curled up and observing us with the eagerness of a child on Christmas morning, was my wife. Her hands were clasped beneath her chin, trembling with anticipation now that she realized she'd been discovered. I could hear the faint sounds she made, a sort of hiccuping in her throat, as if overwhelmed by excitement. It was deeply unsettling, to say the least. Her eyes were wide, and her smile was unnaturally broad. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, but I pushed the impulse aside. This was my wife. No matter how distorted her reality, she was still the woman I had married. I was compelled to help her. "Rebecca," I called softly. She didn't reply, but her head bobbed quickly back and forth, like a nod. "Baby, I just want to help, okay? Can you let me do that?" I took a cautious step forward, as if approaching a wild, dangerous creature. "I love you, Rebecca," I repeated gently, inching closer. A faint moan escaped her wide-open mouth, and I struggled to suppress the urge to. Her shoulders began to tremble, and her eyes widened like saucers. I crouched down to get a clearer view and immediately noticed the blood. Our hands were drenched in it, shaking more intensely as I drew nearer, as though she could barely control herself. "Rebecca, are you hurt? You're bleeding," I exclaimed. She nodded her head again, her bloody fingers moving up and down as if she were playing an invisible piano, sometimes brushing her chin and leaving streaks of blood on her skin. I fought the urge to recoil in disgust. The stench emanating from her was nauseating, and I could feel bile rising in my throat. Her lips were parched and stretched thin, blood seeping through the cracks. I knew she wouldn't come willingly, but I couldn't abandon her in such a condition. I edged closer and reached out. Her excited, hiccup-like noises grew louder, and her hands quivered, fingers flexing. It was then I noticed blood oozing between her fingers. "Oh my God, you're bleeding," I gasped, instinctively reaching out to grab her hand. But before I could make contact, her hand darted toward me. A sharp pain seared through my arm, and I stumbled backward, landing on the floor. My arm burned, and I watched as blood trickled down onto the carpet. Stunned, I looked back at her, seeing her grinning maniacally, her fingers gripping a sizable shard of glass. "You all right in there?" Chris called from behind me. I turned my head slightly, nodding to him while cradling my injured arm against my chest. When I turned back to face Rebecca, I noticed her focus had shifted. Her demeanor had shifted completely. She no longer regarded me, and her smile had vanished. Her gaze pierced through me, fixating on Chris with the intensity of a predator eyeing its prey. Her mouth remained agape, but now it twisted into a vicious snarl. I rose to my feet, cautiously retreating down the hallway, unwilling to let her out of my sight. "Are you bleeding?" he asked, as soon as the words escaped his lips. At that moment, Rebecca began to rapidly scoot out from under the bed, still clutching the glass shard in her hand. "Chris, run. Go," I urged, sensing he was too paralyzed by fear to react. A second later, my back collided with him. He remained rooted at the top of the stairs, transfixed by the horrifying sight that was my wife. Rebecca had fully emerged from beneath the bed, standing in the bedroom doorway, her face contorted with fury, her entire body visibly taut. Blood trickled from her fingers, dripping onto the floor. "Jesus, Rebecca," my brother attempted to reason with her, but I reached back, urging him toward the stairs with a firm push. "Move your ass," I instructed, my voice low but insistent. Rebecca's head bobbed in sharp, erratic movements, and a grin spread across her face, her mouth stretching wider and wider until it seemed her chin might touch her chest. I heard Chris whisper a prayer before he bolted down the stairs. I lingered at the top, torn between self-preservation and the deep affection for a woman who was clearly in desperate need of help. "I only want to help," I said, my voice choked with emotion. Her eyes refocused on me as she slowly raised the glass, holding it out in front of her, and as she began sprinting towards me with a grin of sheer excitement, thankfully, my instincts kicked in, and I flew down the stairs, skipping 2 or 3 steps at a time until I reached the bottom. I managed to reach the front door just before feeling her leap onto my back, wrapping her arms tightly around my neck, her open mouth close to my ear so I could hear those dreadful hiccuping sounds. I shook her off, sending her tumbling to the floor, and felt a sharp pain sear through my back as she fell. Despite the pain, I tore open the front door and dashed to my car. Chris was standing in the front yard, talking on the phone with the police. Without uttering a word, I ran to my car and jumped in. Chris understood the urgency and followed me, still on the line with the authorities. I kept a watchful eye on the rearview mirror, fully expecting to see her chasing after us, but she never appeared. I drove directly to the emergency room, where I received 11 stitches in my arm and 3 in my back. The police asked numerous questions and returned to the house to conduct a search, but unsurprisingly, she was not there. They advised me to stay with a friend or relative for a while and to file a restraining order as soon as possible, but I felt none of these actions would make a difference. I dropped Chris off at home and checked into a motel an hour away, wanting to put as much distance as possible between Rebecca and myself. This is where I have been for the last 4 hours. I had hoped the police might find her and get her the help she desperately needs, but now I doubt it because, 40 minutes ago, I received a text from an unknown number with just 3 chilling words. "I found you." A picture was included in the attachment. Although the image was dim and grainy, I recognized it immediately. There was no mistaking my wife's eye. I began typing this right away because I don't know what to do. I'm alone, frightened, and can't shake the feeling that I'm being observed.